Hey, did you hear about the execution tomorrow? Yes, one of Zathania's own knights. They've kept the whole thing hush hush, though. I have heard rumors that has something to do with Chrismalia Pro. We are outside. Oh, right. But poor girl. I heard she's a freshly recruited knight, too. What could she have done to deserve this? The death sentence speaks for itself. Whatever she did, it put the whole kingdom at risk. It's just a shame that she has to die so young. Don't worry about it, dear. She must have deserved the punishment. Our kingdom knows what's best for us. The execution. Could they be talking about that girl? Yes, yes, I know. I have been involved enough. But that girl. Oh dear. The man sighed, rubbing his temples. I have just helped her escape from a dangerous situation, and now she's getting herself into another mess. His magenta eyes darted to the city hall, which was going to be an execution scene within a few hours. Should I just detach myself, like what I have always done? But I. The man gazed at his bony hands, looking as though he had missed a familiar feeling associated with them whenever he clasped his hands. Perhaps there's still something I can do. He turned away, resolve in his eyes, and disappeared with the alley's shadows. Behind the steel bars of Zephaniah's dark and cold prison, a young woman with charred clothes and bruised skin was pacing to and fro within her cell, angry footsteps echoing throughout the prison. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I saw what I saw. A war is brewing. If they couldn't use me, they will use someone else. I need to find a way out of here and tell the world about their plans. But they are going to execute me instead. What for? For telling the truth? I don't have much time. I need to find a way. I can't die here. The woman grabbed the steel bars and, in a fit of rage, tried to pry them open with her bare hands. But of course, no matter how much strength she used, the steel bars did not budge. Her shouts, however, were enough to alert the guards and attract them to her cell. It's that crazy woman again. Just ignore her. She's gone mad. Besides, it's not like she's a magic user. She wouldn't be able to bend those bars even if she used her life's worth of willpower. They let out a set of jeering laughs. I don't know what she told the commander, but it must have been something extremely blasphemous for her to end up with capital punishment. What's her name again? She's that crazy ex-knight from the scouting division, right? Yeah, Altia Rivendare. At the mention of her name, a young man stopped in his tracks on his way to the prison's exit. Altia, Alti, the stranger briefly glanced at the cell the young woman was in. He spied a familiar face, one that he could never forget. But just as he was about to approach her, a guard called him out. Hey you, your visiting time is over. The exit's this way. Right, excuse me. As the man left, Alto noticed a small feather dangling in his right ear. That feather,
Stream Elements
could it be?
said. Stay moist, my
No,
friends,
that's
hydrate.
impossible. He would never be here. Alto sighed, letting her back slump against the stone wall. You know that you're out of it when you start hallucinating. But who would if today was the last day you had in Gaia? I haven't even found her yet. The Zephaniah Kingdom City Hall was surrounded by armor-clad knights that gray morning, and all preparations for the young woman's execution had been ready since dawn. Alto had been kneeling on the ground since then too, and all the pain she initially felt had been numbed by the piercing cold. Despite the heavy storm, citizens had flocked around the city hall, ready to capture the monumental moment of the knights killing off one of their own. What a pitiful girl. She's so young. That traitor deserves it. Alto could hear each and every one of them talking, all their gossip, their curses, their sympathies. But now the rain had drowned out their voices, the only thing she could thank the rain for. After the crowd settled, the knight's commander, the man who Alto once put her faith in, stepped up on the podium to signal her death. The execution of Alti Rivendir shall now commence. The executioner busied himself by polishing his axe, ensuring he would end the girl's life in a single slash. Alto closed her eyes. I guess this is the end. If I knew this was how it would turn out, maybe I would have just stayed back home and become a regular craftswoman. But I still haven't found you yet. I don't get it. What did I do wrong? I did what I could for the knights, for you, and this is how I am rewarded. Gods, if you are really governing Gaia, as is written in the myths, then why are you letting this happen to me? The commander glared at her now with frigid, relentless eyes. Any last words, traitor? It's hard to believe that those words came from the same mouth that gave her words of encouragement when she was but a squire. Girl's cracked lips parted, but she was unable to form any words. All she could do was stare at the executioner's merciless eyes and hope she would at least die a quick and painless death. I'm sorry, Ellis. She closed her eyes, knowing that she had done her best and that it would all be over soon. Intruder! Intruder! A sudden bam and a flurry of explosions blasted the city hall. Citizens gasped and screamed as debris showered them from overhead. Alto opened her eyes just in time to see a hooded figure throwing a vial against the ground. It exploded and let out a plume of gray smoke, obscuring the entire city hall and all the any light source in the vicinity. Panic-stricken shouts and confused screams ensued in the sight, but before Alto had a chance to react, she felt the ropes binding her wrists loosen. A figure emerged from the mist, extending their hand to her. Quick, let's get out of here. Alto looked up, and the first feature she saw of her savior was his piercing magenta eyes. As if by instinct, Alto took his hand and was pulled back to her feet. The moment they touched, a strange wave of relief flooded her. She was sure she had never met the stranger before, so how was it possible that his hand felt so familiar? Follow me. He pulled her out of the execution site. Silver dust fumed at every corner, blocking Alto's vision, but the stranger's movements were fluid, as if he could see right through the mist of debris. Magic was what Alto thought as she let the stranger lead her away. Could this person be a magic user? The stranger dashed to an alleyway, turned a sharp corner, and opened an underground hatch. Get in. Well, wait, who are you? And why did you help me? As the mist slowly settled, Alto glimpsed strands of blond hair peeking out from under his hood. Now's not the time. Go! Alto had no choice but to follow the stranger's demand. After all, he was her only source of hope for now. Where did they go? I don't know. Did we lose them? Damn it! We can't let her get away. Come. After they had escaped the chaos in the city and ran far into the woods, the man beckoned the girl over to his tent. Alto was initially wary of his intentions, but it was the fact that he had saved her life. Drink this. What is it? It's medicinal drink. It will restore your energy. Alto accepted the drink and took a tentative sip from it. She grimaced. Bitter. The man chuckled, a sound that startled her. Pinch your nose and drink it in one go. It's more bearable that way. Alto listened to the man. In a few moments she opened her eyes wide, suddenly refreshed. Well, what herb is it? It's a type of weed, to be exact. It grows everywhere, but due to its taste, people disregard it as useless. Oh, I see. Wait, a weed? Relax, I wouldn't have dragged you this far out only to kill you. Thank you. My name is Alto. What is yours? Keisha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Keisha is a very calming person to be around. It's like being with her. I'm in your debt. There's no need. But I insist. I mean, you saved my life. He paused, gazing at the tent in trance. There was a sense of contemplation from the man. Before she could question what was wrong, he looked back at her. Don't worry, I am just glad you're all right. Alto wanted to press him for more information. With the tent flaps open, she quickly peeked past him. There didn't seem to be much. A lump of fabric was positioned at one of the walls, and across the length of the tent were bundles of greens and flowers hanging along a string. Are you a herbalist? She felt a strange asking, almost guilty for looking into a private space. But her curiosity overrode her politeness, and Keisha seemed okay with her presence and question. Anyway, not fully. What do you do then? I am an alchemist. Alchemist? Can he use magic? They stood there in awkward silence before Keisha glanced around and then moved into the tent, turning to look back at her. Come in. As Alto walked past the threshold, he closed the flaps behind her. A light soon lit up in the interior of the tent. The bundle of fabric had been a makeshift bed, and now she noticed a book next to it. Looking closely at the colorful assortment of hanging plants strung across the top of the tent, she felt slightly inspired. Even though she had seen some of the common greens and flowers in the wild, when gathered together and with silent purpose, she appreciated their existence even more. Beautiful. This would make a calm painting, especially with the warm lighting bouncing off and creating the stark shadows. She followed the light, turning around to try and memorize the scenery before her, and she locked eyes with Keisha. Suddenly embarrassed by her enthusiasm, she looked down, putting her arms behind her back. So sorry, I like painting. There's nothing to be sorry about. Painting is a learned skill. You must be very good. Alto looked up, wide-eyed. No, not at all. It's just something fun that I enjoy. He gave her a soft smile. Anyway, what do you do as an alchemist? I do what all alchemists do. I collect samples, I study their properties, and I document my findings. You must do a lot of traveling then, seen all over the world. The world is vast. I still have plenty to see. Still, she looked down at her hand, realizing she still held the vial Keisha had offered to her earlier with the drink. She held it up to him. I... Changing her mind, she pulled the vial back. Wait, let me clean it for you. Is there water nearby? Keisha nodded, placid. If you listen carefully, you can hear the stream just some distance away. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Just be careful. They could still be looking for you. Wait, before you go, here. Keisha handed her a simple sheath knife that was attached to a waist belt, in case you need to defend yourself. Alto nodded, strapping it around her before leaving the tent. As told, she waited in silence as she focused to pick up the sounds of water. The faint but fast rippling of moving water caught her attention, and she walked in its direction. As Keisha had described, the stream was easy to spot. Alto waded over, careful not to slip on the dirt sides that bordered the stream. Crouching, she held the vial in the water, meticulously lifting it up to dump out the liquid and putting it back in to rinse. After a few passes, she was satisfied and shook it, letting the excess droplets fly off. The gentle sounds of flowing water relaxed Alto, and she decided to take a break next to the stream. How did she end up running from the law she once admired and had joined? She sighed, rubbing her temples. If I could go back. Alice, where are you? Alto's mind wandered as she stared out at the water. She lowered her hand, dipping it into the cold current, letting the water flow past her fingers. Near their home was an active pond. The water was clear, water plants populated the bottom, and a small school of fish lived within it. Shaded by surrounding trees, it was the obvious choice to spend time at. During one peculiar warm season when they were kids, the sun high in the sky beamed heavily down, so that hot moisture from nearly all vegetation clouded the air. During one peculiar warm season when they Sol, one of Alto's childhood friends, made the easy decision to drag Alto and Alice out into the pond to cool off. Take that! Alto shrieked. What was that for? Sol had run his arm across the surface of the water, forming a wave in Alto's direction, hitting her in the face. Got you! That was me. It was just a joke, come on. Sol rolled his eyes. It's not a big deal. We do this all the time. But that hurt. My mouth was open too. Gross. As she spit out the remaining water, Alto saw Sol reach out to her out of the corner of his eye. When the splashing from Ellis got close to them, however, Sol stopped. As she looked up, he turned the opposite direction and started swimming across the pond. Wait, come back here, you jerk! Are you okay? I heard the loud splash and your swinging. Yeah, I'm okay. You know how Sol is sometimes. Alto puffed her cheeks as Ellis cleaned up the strands of hair away from her face. I know. Ellis smiled as she finished. Alto returned it. I'll just have to get him back. Wait, Alto. Ignoring the protest from Ellis behind her, she swiftly chased after Sol. In order to surprise him, Alto took a deep breath, diving underneath the surface. But before she got too close to him, she breached the water, popping up with a splash. Sol spun around to investigate the noise, but it was too late. Accompanied by a great burst of energy, Alto whipped her arms around, creating a wave larger than the one Sol had hit her with. What? Before Sol could protest, Alto could see him open his mouth, eyes widening in surprise. The water wave hit him and he toppled over. That's what you get. She cheered to herself, and when Alice finally caught up to her, she laughed. Alice weakly shook her head, though her expression looked like she was fighting off a chuckle. As Alice went to check on the resurfaced Sol sputtering out water, Alto leaned onto her back, letting her body float. The sun still shining bright above, she closed her eyes, letting the pond lift her along. Alto found herself on her back, and she pushed herself up. Will I need to travel across the lands to find you, Ellis? I need a new plan. The guards took everything I had on me before putting me in that cell. She paused. Almost frantically, she reached around her waist. Relaxing when she felt the handle poking out of the leather sheath, she curled her hands around the wrapped grip and swiftly pulled it out. I almost forgot he gave me this knife. I can definitely make something for now. Getting up from her spot, she searched the surrounding brush for a nearby stick to shape. She weighed every possible stick she found, picked one, and sat back down to sharpen one end of the stick. After making it into a proper spike, she continued fashioning the rest of the wood, smoothing out the jags and bumps. Alto admired her creation after she shaved the last strand of bark, standing back up to evaluate it. A few quick jabs and thrusts with the crafted weapon helped lift her spirits, and after checking on the vial, she decided to head back. Not wanting to surprise the man if he was deep in concentration, she made sure to take heavy steps as she neared the tent. It was quiet enough, but she could hear soft steps inside. Keisha? A few moments of silence passed before the rustle of tent fabric was pulled open in front of her. Come in. She handed over the vial after stepping in. and Keisha accepted it. Thanks. How are you feeling? Much better. He raised a curious brow at the sharp stick, but did not probe further. That's good to hear. Keisha had been busy while she was away, Alto noticed. There were fewer bundles of green herbs and dried flowers hanging on the string now, and filled vials were displayed in a row along the other side of the tent. The book that had been previously next to the makeshift bed was now spread open with dense writing. Is there someone you know or some place nearby where you can hide for a bit? No. I see. His pause made Alto anxious. Would he kick her out now that she wasn't in any immediate danger? She raised her head to read his face. Contemplation showed on his face. In an attempt to sway any doubts in his mind, she pounded. Whether or not her action worked, he seemed to understand. Do you have any plans? Alto nodded. I lost most of my things when I was jailed. I hope to visit the nearest town to gather supplies before I start. Before I leave, I need to head into town as well, as you can imagine, for my studies. It shouldn't take too long of a journey to get there. If you would like, we can go together. Alto perked up. Of course. Keisha looked around, focusing on the dried plants left. He grabbed two small satchels, handing over one to Alto. She peered inside, finding a roll of twine in small jars. What are these for? Gathering materials for the road ahead, unless you would like to rest instead. No, I will help. You will have to let me know what we will need. He tilted his head in acknowledgement and turned off the lantern. For a moment, she felt silly holding her crafted weapon and placed it down. But when she reached the entrance flap that Keisha held for her, she looked back, hesitating. Going back, she picked it up and returned to the front where Keisha stood. Just in case. Without a word, he continued, and Alto followed right behind. Just like the stream, the fields where Keisha led her to were nearby. Trees were sparse, but plenty of colorful vegetation and fruits thrived here. As promised, Keisha slowly pointed to the correct berries to pick, the right shrub to strip leaves off and stems from, and the various reddish piles of soil to correct. He watched until she could correctly gather the materials, and she didn't mistake the poisonous bulbs with the nearly identical ugly seeds, leaving her to her own foraging. Fortunately, most of the ingredients Keisha needed were within the same vicinity, and Alto didn't stray far from the man. While their pickings were strict and specific, Alto found the action of searching and gathering in nature to be fun. What was that? I could have sworn I heard something. Finishing up by tying the mint together and putting it into her satchel, she stood up. Alto hoped to see Keisha, but all in her view was the fields and the forest that stretched in front of her. Keisha? She took tentative steps to where she last saw the man, repeating her call. Keisha? Where are you? There was still no response, but the rustling seemed louder as she continued to wander to the forest. Positioning her makeshift weapon so she pointed and stick out in front of her, her senses gradually spiked. Taking each step with caution, she listened to the sounds, attempting to find the source. Keisha? Whatever was making the noise was now in front of her, but the tall grass hindered her view of what it was. maneuvering the weapon so it could be held comfortably up, and with one hand she moved the tall grass to the side with her other arm. While she finally found Keisha, who was past the tall grass in one of the clearings of the forest, what stood in between them immediately jumped her heart. Keisha! The man turned around from his position, but almost fell over. A male Vitar boar stood between Alto and Keisha. It was a big beast standing up to Alto's waist. Like all Vitar boars, it had 4 tusks protruding from its lower jaw, the 2 in the back much longer than the 2 in front. And like all Vitar boars, the full-grown males were extremely territorial. Alto watched as it stomped its hooves into the ground, throwing its head berserk. It's going to charge! Keisha, use your magic! But the man froze. The beast seemed focused on Keisha, huffing as it pawed the ground. Why isn't he doing anything? Keisha! The second calling shook him out of his stupor, and he quickly grabbed at whatever was closest on the ground. Small stones flew at the creature, and sprays of dirt littered the air in between the two, but the boar stayed, now angrier. The boar started to run. It turned, rushing back into the tall grass. Alto could hear it change directions back to the 2 of them. Alto went into a defensive position, holding out her weapon straight in front of her. Though tension mounted her stiff, and she didn't understand why Keisha wasn't using magic, she had to protect him. He had saved her from execution. Gave her a knife, his knife, without hesitation. She would return the favor. The boar burst through the tall grass, but Alto made sure she was ready. It came at an angle, and her former night training kicked in. She stood her ground, pivoting on her back foot at the last moment so she faced the beast head on. And again, it spun to dodge the weapon point, veering back into the grasses. At the next pass, I will mark it. The pounding of its hooves seemed desperate, wanting to hit its mark, but unsuccessful. Come out. On cue, it appeared out of the grass. Once more, Alto was ready. This time, when she pivoted to meet the boar, she took another step, thrusting the weapon out. The boar squealed, bucking back in an attempt to avoid the weapon. But Alto pushed, digging the weapon deeper into its flesh. It thrashed under the pain, a trickle of blood pouring out of the wound. Not wanting to kill the beast, Alto pulled out the weapon but kept it steady in front of her. Finally, the boar left. The sound of its hooves faded until all Alto could hear was her deep breathing. Lowering her weapon, she turned around. Keisha stood, wide-eyed, a hand over his heart and in the other a fistful of more rocks. His veil has fallen on the ground, now covered in dirt. Are you okay? He opened his mouth to say something, but opted to nod his head instead. They stared at each other, though thoughts swirled in Alto's mind. Can you use magic? No. That explained his behavior and inaction before, but the simple confirmation still surprised her. Yet with this one word she felt a little less lonely in Gaia. Yes, come in. Pyro, how many lives did the explosion take? There were 37 of us who did not make it, my lord. More than 50 of us are heavily injured. The healer, what is she doing? She's working hard to treat all of them, my lord, but there's only so much one person can do. Damn it! Damn that cursed Thania kingdom, sending us an explosive without any warning. Sir, this is just a suggestion, but why can't we just go on the offensive? With your magic and the Chrismalia, we could. That is out of the question. The Chrismalia is not ready yet. We would need to harvest the power of the Blood Moon. But we don't know when the next Blood Moon will come. I can wait. Even if it takes 1,000 years, I will see this project to the very end. The hooded man placed his hand on Pyro's shoulder. But now that Subject 13 has escaped, I will need to rely on you, Pyro. Only you can properly wield the final product. You are the only worthy weapon I have left. Yes, my lord. Alto stretched, rotating her shoulders in an attempt to ease the soreness. Man, my muscles ache from all the action yesterday. I must be getting out of shape. Just then, Keisha emerged from his tent. Good morning, Alto. I hope you slept well. Morning, Keisha. Sure did. Slept like a log. Noticing that Alto was busy massaging her shoulders, Keisha returned to his tent and emerged with a cylindrical container. Here, use this. It's a salve to soothe muscle pain. Alto took the salve, applying it to the areas where it ached. A cooling sensation immediately spread through her muscles, masking the pain she had felt earlier. Staring at the pale-skinned alchemist once more, Alto recalled the shocking revelation she learned the previous day, namely that Keisha was not a magic user at all. Not all alchemists are magic users, I suppose, but still, it's quite a shock that Keisha was unable to use magic. To think that he rescued me from all those nights without having magic. I wonder how he pulled it off. But the fact that he's knowledgeable about so many things is amazing in itself. Guess it shows that you don't need fancy magic to accomplish things in life. Thanks, Keisha. Why are you thanking me? I should be the one thanking and apologizing to you. You were just in the process of recovering, but I have exposed you to mortal danger again. Again? Furthermore, I was so helpless, I couldn't even protect myself and had to rely on you. He breathed a long sigh, looking down at his hands in disappointment. If only I wasn't in this body. Keisha. I wonder if he has a physical condition or a certain illness. I'd like to ask him about it, but I don't want to come across as rude. Should I ask him about it? Keisha, by any chance, do you have a medical condition? Looking at his body, he is very thin and pale. It's not an understatement to say that he might be malnourished. Keisha looked taken aback by the question. No, nothing of the sort. I just think that I should work out more. It's embarrassing to be unable to protect myself. As a traveling alchemist, I should have learned some self-defense. Well, with regards to working out, I could totally help you with that. Alto flexed her muscles, evidently taking pride in her years of knighthood training. I'll get you in shape in no time at all. The girl striked a pose, but as if on cue, her stomach began to rumble loudly. Way to go, stomach. Who told you it was the right time for you to growl like that? Keisha let out a soft laugh. I suppose training could wait till later. Come, I will cook you some breakfast. And after breakfast, I'd like to give you a little present. A present? You really don't have to. I insist. It's the least I can do to thank you for saving my life. A present. I wonder what it could be. Alto was surprised with the meal Keisha had made. With how little he carried around, he seemed to have a knack at surviving. He had fried some eggs and prepared some broth, adding special spices to concoct a vegetable soup with the herbs and greens he also collected. Although it was a simple meal, Keisha had somehow magically made it better than any food Alto had tasted before. Or perhaps it was just because she hadn't eaten anything proper for days. About the present, here you go. Keisha handed Alto a rectangular object covered in white cloth. Alto gave it a jiggle, now certain that there was more than one object inside. Go on, open it. Alto carefully unfolded the cloth, and her eyes widened in delight to the delightful surprise the moment she saw its contents. This is... How did you? Inside the cloth was a blank canvas supported by wooden beams. Though the woodwork was not by any means professional, they held the canvas in place firmly. Besides the canvas, there was an array of colored pigments decorating the sides of a wooden palette, accompanied by a delicate brush. Red, green, yellow, sienna, they are all there. You even have blue pigment. That's crazy difficult to make. The girl whipped her head to Keisha. When did you have time to make all these? Alto stopped mid-sentence. She recalled how they had been collecting different herbs, flowers, and berries the other day. Keisha did not tell her what they were for, and Alto did not question the alchemist's intentions, but to think that Keisha had always had her interest in mind, and even went through danger for the sake of making the pigments. Alto felt her heart clench and eyes water, sentimentality almost getting the better of her. Is it not to your liking? I recalled you enjoyed painting, so I thought you would feel better if you do something you love. Alto wiped the tears brimming in her eyes. No, no, no. This is... She stifled a sob and tried to compose herself, but to no avail. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy I can't put it into words. Keisha gently placed his hand on Alto's head. There is no need to say anything. I'm just happy that you like it. Now, I'm sure there are a lot of things to paint here. Feel free to explore the area, but don't stray off too far. I don't want you encountering another wild beast. Of course. I will join you after I'm done with one last experiment. Okay. Alto stared at the blank canvas in front of her. It had been a while since she had done any craft work. After all, her days were filled with training and preparation for her knighthood instead of focusing on her crafts. There was once a time when she thought of becoming a craftswoman for the rest of her life. Crafting, painting, and woodworking were all her passions. But ever since Alice went missing, Alto, along with Soul, had made a vow to find her no matter what. Alto stopped her crafts and did everything she could to find her friend. That was when she decided to join the Knights' ranks. Being part of the scouting division gave her the rights to issue her own searches. But now here she was, in a field of flowers, holding a brush with a canvas in front of her. What's wrong? Is the paint not to your liking? I don't know much about art, but I tried to make pigments out of various dried flowers and minerals. Although I'm uncertain about its quality with regard to painting, I can assure you that it's safe to use. Alto snapped out of her trance and shook her head. No, that's not what I mean, thank you so much. I just didn't expect you to go this far, you know? You saved my life, and now you made these pigments especially for me. I can't thank you enough. Keisha threw her a dubious glance. It's just that it's been a while since I last painted. I fear I will put your paint to waste. Don't worry about it. The process is quite simple. I can always make more. Keisha stood up from the grass patch and made his way to the flower meadow. Perhaps staring at you while you paint will only make you nervous. I will conduct some research on the flowers blooming around here instead. He started bending down and examining the flowers, muttering to himself while making mental notes. Alto sighed. It's not that I'm worried about not being able to paint, to be honest. I just feel like I'm not supposed to be painting now, like Ellis is still out there missing, and here I am, painting without a care in the world. Alto shook her head. No, I can't keep having these thoughts. Keisha is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much. Else, Alice is a healer, and knowing of her invaluableness, no one would ever harm her. She must be alive somewhere. Alto finally decided to pick up the brush and mix her first colors. These pigments mix quite well in water. Keisha could make a living by selling these as high quality art dyes. Now, what to draw? Alto looked up from the blank canvas and gazed at the field of flowers that stretched endlessly in front of her. And there, in the middle of the colorful meadow, was the pale-skinned alchemist, preoccupied in his train of thoughts. His sparkling gold-hued hair was blowing in the wind at the same pace as the flowing flowers, his translucent shawl rippling in it too like water. At that moment, all of Alto's worries suddenly disappeared, and her brush started painting by itself, as if taken over by the goddess of inspiration. If only, if only time stood still like this forever. I would love to stay here just like this, in this field of flowers, just a bit longer. The lone alchemist stood on the open field with a leather book in his hand and ran his free hand across the dancing blades of grass. He had opened his veil, letting the wind caress his sun-reflected hair, and gazed at the rolling blue sky, the snow-white clouds, the multicolored flowers. His magenta eyes glistened, beaming, as if he had never seen such a sight before. So this is what it's like to be free. Keisha took in the fresh air, all the morning dews, the earthy soil, the wind's fragrance. What's that? These are called zinnias. You are right. They don't have a fragrance, but they are beautiful all the same. Endurance in times of hardships. Well, I happen to know someone who's living the embodiment of that message. He chuckled softly, thinking about the girl who he had rescued, and who in turn rescued him right after. Finally taking his eyes off of the flowers, his eyes instinctively wandered to the distant glacial mountains, the Belhem mountain range. It was the largest mountain range in the whole of Gaia, serving as a natural barrier for the kingdom of Lestir at the far west, where dangerous snowstorms occurred on a regular basis. And to the north of the mountain range lay the abandoned Chalia. Keisha shook his head, trying not to recall the tragedy that befell the poor tribe. He instinctively touched the leather book he always kept under his cloak. Don't worry, we will make it in time. I know I shouldn't be affiliating myself with her any longer, but she's whoever I wanted to be. I want her freedom. But I can't lose sight of my goal. Yes, Lithiel, soon. All this will have to end soon. L2 placed her brush down and stretched, feeling quite stiff from sitting too long. Looking at the fields, she noticed that Keisha was still examining the plants. I know the flowers are pretty and all, but he seems a bit too intrigued with the flowers. Let's sneak up on him and give him a scare. Oh, but first, Alto gathered a few flowers and twigs, twisting them around each other, letting her deft fingers handle the rest. Keisha! The alchemist turned around, only to feel something ticklish land on his head. He lifted the item up and realized it was a wreath made out of flowers. What is this? It's a flower crown. A flower crown. As the name suggests, it's a crown made out of flowers. I would have made you a crown of silver or gold if I had the materials with me, but I think flowers suit you better. Keisha examined the flower crown carefully. It was meticulously made, and it was clear that only a skilled craftsman with deft fingers could pull off such neatness. He put on the crown and smiled. Thank you. Altu had rarely seen the alchemist smile so genuinely, and honestly, it was blinding. Regardless, she stared agape at the scenery before her for a while, and recomposed herself when Keisha caught her staring. Altu, do you know what these flowers are called? Altu could only manage a half-baked laugh. She was never the type to study such a girly subject. Leave it to Ellis to name every single flower in existence. I'm not well versed about flowers. Sorry. Keisha bent down and picked one of the colorful flowers. This one was a bright pink. These are called zinnia flowers. Zinnia flowers. There is a myth that zinnias come from a distant land, a world much unlike ours, a world ungoverned by magic. Wow, there is such a world other than ours. Keisha shrugged. Who knows? It's just a myth. Oh, look at that. Keisha leaned closer to Alto, slowly reaching out his hand to touch her hazel hair. He tucked her hair behind her ear and gently clipped the flower between them. Oh, you are just like the zinnias, Alto. Sometimes I feel like you are too far from my reach, too otherworldly. Kakisha, if I decide to let you go, I know I will never see you again. But it's inevitable. He knew he should be pulling back now, especially after he had decided he would not affiliate himself with her anymore. But the moment had gotten the better of him. Perhaps it was the Zinnia's magic at work. Altu could only stare blankly at the alchemist as she tried to decipher his strange words. His hand was still in her hair, and he had an unusual expression on his face, an expression she had never seen him wear. Altu knew he was smiling, yet his smile contained traces of melancholy, as if looking at her had stirred some of his most painfully happy memories. Keisha, as if being snapped out of his trance, Keisha suddenly dropped his hand and turned away. Alto did not say it, but she somehow enjoyed the feel of his warm fingers on her hand, and was disappointed his hands left so quickly. Keisha, if there's something you need to let out, I'm always here to listen. The alchemist was silent for a while, as if thinking really hard, but in the end he only replied with a smile. That flower, it suits you. And with that sentence, Keisha disappeared into the tent, while Alto stood frozen on the meadows, mouth agape. Did Keisha just say? She touched the flower in her hair and felt her face getting warmer. No one has ever told me that flowers suit me before. Those are reserved for dainty and pretty girls like Alice. Alto shook her head. Come now, Alto. Keisha was just being nice, and knowing him, he's probably just complimenting the flower. Plus, he doesn't seem like his usual self today. I wonder what he was thinking when he picked this flower, and when he said all those words to me. Alto picked the flower from her hair. Zinnias. Dusk had fallen, the zinnia's colors fading along with the sun's rays. Yet the night was not completely dark. The fire Keisha had set up crackled brightly, and fireflies hovered around the area, their warm glows decorating the fields like festive lights. After dinner, Alto continued to work on her painting, eager to finish it before the day ended. She had felt guilty for not assisting Keisha with dinner preparation earlier, but the alchemist reassured her that he was more than capable of gathering food by himself. Finally, it's done. She put down her brush and let out a squeal of joy, eagerly waiting for Keisha to finish his daily experiments. Right on cue, the said alchemist emerged from the tent, bringing a hot mug of herbal tea with him. Keisha, you are right on time. Oh, you're done already? That was quick. You call an entire day quick. I had thought painters usually take a month or a year to finish an artwork. Keisha sat beside Alto, handling her the herbal tea. Yum, thank you so much. Anyway, complex pieces do take a longer time to make, but it does depend on the artist. In my case, I got my muse, so finishing it was quick. Your muse? Lo and behold, I present my masterpiece to none other than Keisha the Alchemist. Altu held out the canvas for Keisha to see, beaming as she did so. Keisha was not someone who often appreciated art, but he could nevertheless see the amount of effort and delicacy that was put into this piece. The azure sky was made of bold strokes. The blades of grass truly looked as if dancing in the wind, and each flower was dabbed carefully, their colors complementing each one another. But the focal point of this painting was undoubtedly the figure in the center, the lone man with flashed hair, gazing at the distant mountains as in a trance. Is that me? Of course it's you. Who else could it be? Keisha had no idea that he looked like that from Alto's point of view. Somehow Alto had captured him looking wistful in that painting. This is for you. The painting's for me. Alto rolled her eyes. Come on, it's so unlike you to repeat every single word I had just said. I'm sorry. I'm just surprised. What was that? You look like someone who's never received a gift before. That's not completely wrong. What? No way! But you're so not. How could anyone not? Thank you, Altu. I shall treasure this gift. There was another melancholic smile on his lips, and Altu closed her mouth, deciding it would be best to avoid pressing him any further on the matter. That reminds me, Keisha has never spoken about himself, what his life is like, or where he's from. He has never spoken a word about it. But to be fair, I haven't talked much about myself either. Or was he waiting for me to get comfortable enough to open up? Maybe that's why he went through all that trouble of making the pigments and canvas, all to make me feel at ease again. Well, regardless of his intentions, it worked, and I feel like I'm ready to face the truth. Keisha, do you mind if I ramble a bit? Of course not. I'm all ears. All right then, let me tell you about my two closest friends, Sol and Ellis. We grew up together, knew each other's parents, and had silly fights and childish quarrels. You know, like how friends always do. Sol's family came from a renowned family of respected knights, and they wanted him to follow his ancestors' footsteps. But, well, Sol being Sol. Altu shook her head, memories of the rebellious Greeks coming back to her memory.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
He couldn't accept having his future controlled, kind of like me, honestly, and so we would spend our days running away from our duties together. Sounds like you had a rebellious streak, too. I was the better one amongst the two of us, okay? Anyway, Ellis, on the other hand, she was always the level headed one, keeping us away from trouble and making sure we are out of harm's way. She's smart, polite, beautiful, and strong, and she can even use magic. I dare say she's the best healer in Gaia. She was undoubtedly our village's pride and joy, and everyone's role model, too. She sounds like a great person. Of course she is. But Altu's grip on the bug tightened. One day she disappeared suddenly. We suspect someone had kidnapped her for her healing capabilities, and bored healers are a rare breed after all. It has been 3 years since I last saw her. Without Alice, the glue in our relationship, everything just fell apart. Nothing was ever the same without her. Saul and I swore to find her no matter what it takes, but that was where we went our separate ways. I trained hard and joined the Zethanian Knight Scouting Division, hoping to obtain a position high enough so that I can collect as much information as possible about Alice's whereabouts and warrant my own search party. I don't know what Saul is doing right now, but I know he's still searching for her. He wouldn't have broken our promise. So that was why you became a knight, all for her sake. Yes, everything was to find Ellis. But as for why the knights labeled me a criminal, she let out a heavy sigh as she recalled the dreaded memory. Do you know about Chrismalia Project? Keisha nodded hesitantly. Given how much of a hermit Keisha seems to be, I doubt he knows much about the project. The Chrismalia Project is an organization of scholars and mages from all over Gaia whose research involves making magic accessible to everyone, even to non-magic users. They truly have an honorable purpose, but unfortunately, many kingdoms are against their research, including Stephania. I suppose making magic accessible to everyone would only create chaos and destroy the archaical hierarchy that Zathania was built upon. That's why they are so against the project. You say Zathania Kingdom is in opposition to the project, but you seem to be an avid supporter of them, Altu. I suppose there's no hiding from you. You are right. Being a non-magic user myself, I see the allure of the project's goal and wish to support them in any way I can. But that will never happen, given that I have just blown up half their headquarters into smithereens. You what? How did that happen? Commander tasked me to deliver a parcel to the Chrismalia Project's headquarters. That already sounds mighty suspicious. I was suspicious of it too at first, but he insisted that the parcel bore some good tidings, and I thought Zathania was finally taking a step to reconcile with the project. And so you went. But let me guess, the parcel definitely did not bear those good tidings and contained explosives instead. It's that obvious. There's no other explanation for half the headquarters destruction, after all, unless you had destroyed it with brute force. Now that I think about it, that might just be possible with your extraordinary strength. Hey, I'm not some brawny gorilla. I know, I was just joking. But to have survived an explosion of that magnitude, you must be lucky to have escaped unscathed. L2 scratched her head. Honestly, I have no memories of surviving the explosion. As soon as I came to, I found myself at quite a distance from the explosion site. But yeah, now that I think of it, how did I survive? Maybe the gods were watching you and decided to lend a hand. The gods. L2 gazed at the moonless sky, where the sky realm, the gods' dwelling, supposedly resided. Perhaps the gods did help me. She turned to Keisha. Or maybe they didn't. You did. When they imprisoned and nearly executed me to keep my mouth shut about the entire matter, you, a complete stranger, rescued me from my death. And for that I can't thank you enough. So thank you, Keisha. I owe you my life. L2's eyes welled in gratitude as she said that. Perhaps the gods did take notice of her and had sent someone to rescue her. A soft-spoken alchemist who brewed the best herbal teas. Is there anything I can help you with? Maybe I can be your assistant, or your bodyguard, or... Calm down, L2. You have rescued me, too, so you don't owe me anything. But I really want to help you. And besides, I have nowhere else to go. Well, if you insist, I do have something I might need your assistance with. What is it? I need to deliver something to Ho Sharon Desert, you see, but there's a possibility that I might encounter some wild beasts along the way. Yesterday you saw just how incapable I am of defeating those monsters by myself. I may need a hand in keeping me safe. All right, I will be your bodyguard. Then, I am an ex-knight after all. L2 pumped her fist in the air, excited at the prospect of a new journey with the alchemist. Thank you, L2. But I need to be clear about one thing. Once you have accompanied me with the delivery, we will have to part ways. You are not to follow me after. Is that clear? L2's jovial mood immediately dampened after hearing Keisha's stern words. But why? I cannot let you accompany me for personnel reasons. Personal reasons. What sort? I cannot tell you. I see. I'm sorry. I suppose everyone has secrets they wish to hide, and that's just normal. Pushing him for answers would only make him feel uncomfortable, so I best save my curiosity for a later date. But I have to admit I feel a tad disappointed that he doesn't trust me enough after I told him all about myself. Does he still consider me a stranger? Altu tried to shake those thoughts away from her mind. No matter, my duty right now is to ensure Keisha is safe and sound. Perhaps I can figure out where I want to go and what I want to do along the way. All right, so where's our first stop, Keisha? Our first stop would be Al Shiran Port City. I need to restock on supplies, and it's on the way to the delivery location at Hoshera Desert. Al Shiran Port City. Got it. I will make sure no harm befalls you. Thank you. I will be counting on you then. Keisha stood up. It's getting late. Make sure you are well rested for our journey tomorrow. I will conduct one last test before I go to bed. All right. Good night, Keisha. Good night. Deep under the night's veil, when Altu was sound asleep outside, a flame continued to burn dimly in the alchemist's tent. Keisha was still awake, but he had long abandoned the apparatus of his experiments and was now sitting in the shadows. His increasingly creased brows indicated that he had been pondering over something for quite a while. He mumbled an incoherent string of words, but they were too muffled for anyone to decipher. It looked as if he was talking to himself. A slithering sound, fleetingly mistaken as the wind's hiss, whizzed by his ears. Keisha sharpened his ears to sift someone's, or something's, voice for what others would consider white noise. What were you thinking, letting her accompany us like that? Time is ticking. We don't have much left to carry out our plan. I thought she would be of help. Don't lie. She's gotten fond of you, and you of her. Keisha did not deny the statement. How much longer are you going to lie to that girl? Whatever are you saying? Omitting some facts is not the same as being dishonest. She will find out the truth sooner or later, and find out that you have been deceiving her. She doesn't have to know that. Once we have reached Hosheva Desert, it will be the last time we will meet each other. She will forget me soon enough anyway. You will die alone then. The ghost of a sad smile formed on the alchemist's lips. That's all right. I'm prepared. If that's a sacrifice I need to make for this plan to work, then I am more than ready. Keisha waited for his reply to hiss again, but this time there was nothing. After a while, the wind seemed to sigh in resignation and snuffed out the sole candle in the tent, as if bidding the alchemist a quick good night. Wow, look! So many food stalls and people, exquisite items for trade, lots of merchants and food stalls. You have mentioned food stalls. Well, that's the most important part, obviously. I suppose I'm just hungry. The vendor's food smell amazing. Keisha handed out to a pouch of Moni. I'm sorry, I don't have much oats with me. I hope this is sufficient for you to try some of Al Sharan's delicacies. What? No, I can't possibly take this. It's your Moni. Altu was quick to reject the offer and place the pouch back in Keisha's hand. But no buts. We can't afford to waste the little Moni we have left. Although the food does smell tempting, I can't afford to be a glutton in front of Keisha. Must hold back. Keisha gingerly accepted the pouch back. Well, if you insist. They continued to move alongside the crowds of the busy marketplace, their sides flanked by rowdy merchants trying to get their attention. Having heard rumors of Al Sharan's notoriety, Al too kept her guard up at all times, wary of thieves and hooligans who might just take advantage of two foreign travelers. Say, Keisha, other than restocking on supplies, is there something else you need to do in Al Sharan? Keisha? Sorry, did you say something? Are you alright? You seem kind of on edge ever since we got here. Not that I blame you, of course. Al Shaban's pretty famous for all sorts of crimes. But rest assured, you don't have to worry now that I'm here. It seems like we are being followed. Seriously? Keep your voice down and don't look back. Keisha took Altu's hand, leading her as they waved away from the crowds. Someone has been following us without the great Altu noticing. No way. That's quite embarrassing, right after all that bravado. Altu glanced at Keisha's bony hand gripping hers, feeling herself flush slightly. I should be protecting him, not the other way around. But I have to admit, it does feel nice to be the one protected by someone for once, especially when that someone is Keisha. What's this? His hand is so smooth. I would have expected his hands to be callous because of all his experiments, but they are surprisingly soft. I wish I could hold his hand more often. Altu mentally slapped herself. What am I saying? You promised to protect him, not think about his hands. Once they were out of the throng of people, Keisha let go of her hand and furtively glanced around him. I don't feel their presence anymore. Perhaps they have stopped tailing us. That's so careless of me. I thought I had been careful, but I didn't notice anyone following us. Sorry about that. No matter. We best be careful now. After all, you were branded a criminal, and I am. And you are. Don't tell me you are wanted too, Keisha. It's nothing of that sort. Anyway, other than restocking on supplies, I need to visit Al Sharan's library to check up on something. The library. Alright, let's make it quick so we don't risk any more exposure. As much as I'd like to stay exploring this new city with Keisha, I can't let him be in danger. I'm a wanted woman after all. It wouldn't be surprising if a few people recognized me here. But still, if Keisha's intuition was correct, and if someone really followed us just now, then that person must be highly skilled. There aren't many people who have tricked my senses after all. But that leaves another question. L2 Stokey glanced at the man beside her. How was Keisha able to detect their presence? No, perhaps it was just negligence on my part. My senses must have gotten rusty. This won't do. I have to keep my guard up. L2's thoughts were interrupted by Keisha taking her hand again. It would be best if I were to hold your hand. A small girl like you might get lost in the crowds. A small girl? Keisha laughed, and every time he did, L2 wished she could have recorded that laugh. Keisha, you seem to know these parts quite well. Could you be from around here? You could say I was born here. Keisha was silent for a while, as if choosing his next words carefully. But the city has changed lots since I was a little boy. So Keisha's from Al Sharan. How unexpected. Given how pale his skin is, he must not have stepped out of his house much then. L2 waited for Keisha to elaborate more about himself, but he did not continue. This guy keeps on ending his sentences with a cliffhanger. Gods, please make him open up more about himself. I want to get to know him better. L2 stared at the hand Keisha had taken from her once again. I feel like if I try to take a step closer to him, he will disappear and I may risk losing him. So perhaps this is fine. This distance is enough for me. No way, that can't be. Are my eyes deceiving me? L2, is that really you? Why are you here? And with such a dangerous person, no less. Does she even know that the man beside her is? No matter. I need to get rid of him before he harms her. Right. Now where should we go first? Let's head off to the market and get some supplies. Al Sharan was populated with merchants, so it was not difficult to find an array of vendors selling all sorts of goods. It was there they purchased all of the essentials: water, dried food, ink, parchments of paper, as well as herbs and potions whose names L2 could not remember. All right, that should be all from the list. Is there anything else we need? There's something else I would like to do. L2, can you wait here for a while? Wait, let me accompany. But Keisha had already disappeared with the crowd, leaving L2 alone. And there he goes. I wonder what's so important to have him go rushing like that. Well, I guess I will just wait here for him. L2 steered clear of the crowds and settled on waiting beside the market's entrance, idly watching merchants advertise their potions to passers-by. What a lively city! I remember how I used to dream of venturing out from the village as a child. Perhaps a trip to the snowy Lestier, the magical city of Waycott, the beachy Palmyre, or even the scorching El Sharan. But of course, my parents would not let me. I felt like I was a bird stuck in a cage. Our village was nice and peaceful, of course, but I wanted to see the world. It was only when I insisted to be a knight and pass their exams that they let me leave. Well, what matters is that I'm here now. It still feels like a dream. An image of Keisha flashed in her mind. But I wonder how long this dream will last. Hey, baby girl, are you hurt? Hurt? The man winked. When you fell from the sky realm. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm most certainly unharmed and I didn't fall from anywhere. Man, you are a tough one. That didn't work. The man rummaged in his pocket and fished out a book, reading it like an almanac before closing it again. Okay, what about this? Are you a bar of gold? 'Cause you are priceless. I get it now. He's trying to sell me his goods. Sorry, but I'm not interested in buying a bar of gold. No, 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 you got me all wrong. Look, I was just trying to hit on you. He sighed. I can't believe I have to spell it out. Hit on me. It took a few moments for Altu to make sense of his words. She always thought that boys considered her as more of an ape than a girl, so the idea of someone flirting with her left her speechlessly baffled. Oh, thanks. So what about it? Want to go for a drink with me? I'm honored by your advances, but I can't leave my post. What's with that tone? What are you, a knight wannabe? So what if I am a knight? Impossible. A frail girl like you wouldn't be cut out for such arduous jobs. Instead, you should be where you belong. In my heart, that is. He winked playfully once more, but Altu was not amused in the slightest. Instead, a sudden anger bubbled in her chest. The words that escaped out of the man's mouth, though used in a different context, did resurface painful memories she would rather forget. Then why don't you let me send you back to where you belong? To the sky realm, that is. The man cowered in fear at L2's sudden aggression, ready to retreat at the slightest of her movement. L2, stop. Kakisha, don't make a fuss here, else we will cause a commotion. L2 quickly retracted her weapon, her anger quickly subsiding after seeing some passerby looking at them. So sorry. What was I thinking? I almost blew my cover. If someone had happened to know I'm a wanted knight. Keisha turned to the man with a piercing glare. You best leave us. Seems like she has got a man already. Playing with my feelings like that. How horrible. My poor heart is aching. The man left, disappointed after seeing Keisha. Are you all right? That man didn't hurt you, did he? I'm fine. I would have given him a nice punch to the face if you hadn't interrupted me, though. That was my first time being hit on. I have to say, it feels weird being considered as a woman for once. Soul and the knights I have worked with always said I resemble a gorilla more than a human, much less a woman. That can't be. You are the prettiest woman I have ever met. Keisha, we must have not met a lot of girls then. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for you. Anyway, what were you doing earlier, leaving me alone like that? Keisha scratched the back of his neck, looking a bit bashful. Well, I was fixing something. That sounds mighty suspicious. What exactly were you up to? Well, I wanted to give you this letter later, but I guess now's a good time. Hold out your hands. Another gift. Keisha, you have done enough for me. You really don't have to. Come on, just do as I say. Keisha took Altu's hands and unfurled her fingers, placing something warm in her palm. It was a flower-shaped pendant, a ruby embedded in its center. The pin wielded on its back looked new, yet the pendant itself looked like a family heirloom. The pendant once belonged to my mother. I asked a craftsman to attach it to a pin for you earlier. Why would you give me something as important as this? No reason. I just want you to have it. But to give me your mother's pendant. Just take it. You can treat it as a good luck charm. I'm still a bit confused, but how to fix the pin on her clothes. Thank you, Keisha. I will take good care of it. Good. Now let's get going. All right. After visiting the market, the two made their way to the library. Wow, this place is packed with books. Wait, what am I saying? It is a library after all. We don't have a huge library like this in my village, and I was always too busy with the knight's errands to visit Sylvandia's library. Now, too, I will be reading some books for references. Don't worry, it will be quick. Wait, let me come. And there he goes. But I suppose I shouldn't be disturbing him. Well, might as well read up on something now that I'm already here. Which book should I read? The Exiled God of Knowledge. I remember reading this myth as a child. I guess it doesn't hurt to read it again. The God of Knowledge was one of the gods who lived eternally in the realm above ours, the Sky Realm. He was fond of anything and everything related to Gaia, and dedicated his entire life to researching the roots of magic itself. However, as he collected knowledge upon knowledge, he began to turn away from the other gods and schemed a wicked plan against them. The gods, fearing his power and abundance of knowledge, eventually stole his magical powers and sent him away to Gaia as a punishment. It is said that even now, the god of knowledge is plotting to take revenge on the Sky Realm, staging his own revolution down here on Gaia. The Chalia tribe. They were the inhabitants of Chalia, where the Chrismalia project is currently headquartered. Anyway, I suppose it's a good start to read some high story about them. The Chalia tribe is characterized by their very pale skin, akin to that of snow, their white hair, and grayish eyes. They have a high tolerance to cold and, conversely, a very low tolerance to heat. They are also called the Snow Ghost tribe because travelers often mistake them as ghosts due to their appearance and lack of presence. Sometimes they would appear in a snowstorm, surprising passers-by. Just like how quickly snow melts, the Chalia people have very short lifespans and are prone to sickness. The average lifespan of a snowman is 30 years. They are considered to be the weakest tribe of Gaia, but they are hardly mentioned because of their weak presence. Many people don't even know about their existence. They are a peaceful, harmonious race, which unfortunately made them the target of slavery after their homeland was raided. Little to no survivors exist. This book says they were the target of slavery, but does not go into further detail. Just how could people be so cruel? The Blood Moon. What is this? I've never heard this term before. The book looks so worn out, contrary to the new covers beside it. I wonder if it's been read frequently. If so, this book must be quite popular. Curiosity getting the better of her, Altu pulled out the book from the shelf and began leafing through it. The blood moon is a very rare occurrence that happens once in 1,000 years. At the night of the blood moon, the moon and sky turn red like blood. It is the only time where all nature's energy merges into one and collects itself in a stream of flux. Having access to the flux during the night of the blood moon would enable the extraction of an inexhaustible field of nature's energy for a certain period of time. In other words, an infinite supply of magic. However, predicting the blood moon's occurrence is beyond any scholar's knowledge and is still a highly researched topic. As of now, only the gods know when it will occur. It is also important to note that no experiments have been conducted as of yet, and theories in this book are based on the author's hypotheses. The blood moon. Interesting. Altu tried to look for the name of the book's author, but could not find any. A book without the author's name. How strange. Which book should I read? The Desert Falcons is a top-tier guild renowned for all backhanded, under-the-table, and extremely suspicious dealings. That's not a very professional way to start a book, but okay, you've got me hooked. They house the best bounty hunters in Gaia who can locate and give your ex a good ass whooping. An information specialist who can find the last name of your great-great-great grandmother's long-lost sister. This book is getting weirder and weirder with every word. It sounds as if, think you got what it takes to join us? Well then, what are you waiting for? Join us today. Yes, it's an advertisement. I think that's enough for reading for today. As if on cue, Kisa emerged from the bookshelves, looking as wary as ever. Keisha, over here. It looks like he's worried about something. I wonder what he's thinking about. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we get moving? Yes, let's. I think we are done with what we need to do here. Let's move on to our delivery to the Hoshara Desert. I have been wanting to ask you this, Keisha, but what exactly are we going to deliver? The thought of delivering something unknown again gives me the chills. Knowing you, it can't be anything dangerous. That would give me a greater peace of mind if you were to tell me. Relax, it's nothing as dangerous as what you have been through. All I need to do is deliver a book. A book? Aren't content so special that it requires you to deliver it personally? Why can't you just send it through a courier? Well, it's an important book. If it fell into the wrong hands, or if it was robbed along the way, it could spell dire consequences for me. I see. But Hoshara Desert is a big place. Where or who exactly are we going to deliver the book to? The place we are going to drop the book in is called the Underground Library. The Underground Library. Never heard of it before. As the name suggests, it's a library located underground. The entrance to this library is kept a secret, and only certain individuals are granted access to it. Then it must be an exclusive library for alchemists and scholars like you. Did you perhaps borrow a book and forgot to return it, and have just realized it's already long overdue? Well, something like that. Now I must ask you not to mention this place to anyone. Merely having knowledge of the location would add a few more digits to the bounty on your head. I will keep my mouth shut. I promise. Let's get going then. Just as they were leaving the marketplace, Altu's eyes caught a group of children running around, playing with toys she had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, the toys seemed to be powered by magic. Altu, after all, had never seen flowers come alive and bloom by a mere object. Another toy one of the children was carrying created wind currents that let them glide at superhuman speed. It truly looked as if they were flying. Altu, what's wrong? Look at those toys. How is it possible that the devices can make flowers and wind currents without magic? Contrary to Altu's enthusiastic expression, Keisha did not seem particularly impressed with the invention. The toys themselves are powered by magic. See that blue crystal embedded in the device's body? They act as the toy's power source. Wow, I see it. The blue crystal. If I recall, that's the Prismalia Project's trademark. That means they are part of the project's inventions, right? It would appear so. That's amazing. This is the first time I'm seeing their inventions. All of their products were banned in Zathania after all. Would you look at that? If only I could learn how to craft something like that. Maybe one day I will get a chance to work with the project. Work with them? Are you insane? Keisha's unprecedented outburst came as a shock to Altu. You don't know what they have sacrificed to reach this stage. What's your problem? You sound like you have some major beef with them. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, it's my fault. I didn't mean to raise my voice. That's strange. He showed no signs of being antagonistic to the project yesterday. But the moment I said I wanted to work with them, for you to be so averse to the project, there must be a reason for it. Keisha looked uncomfortable with the remark. I noticed you have been keeping a lot of things from me, Keisha. But it's all right. I can wait until you're ready to tell me. Thanks, Altu. But there's something you should know about the Chrismalia Project's methods. This is probably one of the reasons why Zathania was so antagonistic to their goals. Their methods. Extracting magic and utilizing it. Have you ever thought about how they did it? Admittedly, no. I heard rumors that they extracted magic from nature. Nature is a broad term, Altu. The grass, the sky, the entirety of Gaia, you and me, we are all part of nature. Taking a small amount of energy, or flux as scholars call it, from living but inanimate objects like trees and flowers is indeed possible through much research, but the flux produced from these natural objects is very, very insignificant. To better illustrate the effectiveness of this method, say you manage to gather an entire room of flowers and extract flux from it. The flux produced from those flowers would only be enough to power an old lamp for 1 second. The magic produced is that little. Yes, which means the project could not merely harness the energy of inanimate objects like Gaia. They must have extracted the flux from something else. Something else? Like what? Keisha stifled a laugh and joined the look of curiosity painted all over the girl's bewildered face. Who knows? That's for you to figure out. No way, you must know something. Oh, please tell me, great alchemist Keisha. On second thought, it's better for you to never know the answer. It's funny how you were saying that right after you told me to figure it out by myself. Keisha suddenly placed his hand on Altu's shoulder and fixed his gaze directly into Altu's eyes. You must listen to me, Altu. You must not stick your nose into any of the project's business. Do not, ever, acquaint yourself with them. Do you hear me? Savannah has a legitimate reason to start a war with them, even if, admittedly, politics is also a major factor. Despite the sweet promises that they made, they are a dangerous bunch. Nothing good will emerge from following their footsteps. Remember that. The alchemist released his grip on Altu, not realizing that his strong grasp had hurt her shoulder. Nothing good will emerge from following their footsteps. Does that mean humanity will never be able to extract magic from nature and make magic accessible to everyone? I don't believe that. Altu glanced at the children again, watching happiness exude from their smiles. Yes, that can't be right. There must be a way to make everyone experience the joy of magic. Chapter 4. After exiting the port city of Al Shiran, the two headed to the vast Hoshera desert, with Keisha leading the way. Altu, who had never been to the desert area before, imagined it to be an area infested with sandstorms, cacti, and the scorching sun. Yet little did she expect that Keisha led her into a forest. At first it consisted of occasionally withered trees around her, but they grew denser and denser with every step, and the sand beneath their feet gradually turned into gravel. Man, this place gives me the chills. Is this forest really a part of the Hoshea Desert? We are at the outskirts of the desert. This forest spans a large area, but hardly anyone visits it. There's not much you can harvest here anyway. Altu looked around her. There really was nothing much except for withered trees and sun-baked bushes. Well, I could imagine. The sunlight was just strong a few minutes ago, but these trees have blocked out most of it. It feels a bit creepy. I know the reason why many people avoid this area is because it houses peculiar races of beasts. The two assumed a defensive stance, but there was no thing. No thing. But I could have sworn I heard the bushes rustle. Maybe it's just a wild animal. Let's not tarry any longer. This forest is quite dangerous, especially with these flowers around. Flowers? You mean these gray-colored ones? Be careful not to touch them. They are called silver blooms and are native only in this area. If you touch them, or if they detect you as a predator, they will produce a lot of mist. The mist? Are they dangerous? The mist itself isn't dangerous, but they would pose a problem for our sights, especially when it's nearing dusk. Don't tell me you used them when you rescued me back in Savannah. You have got a keen eye. Although these flowers only grow in this forest, they are sold in other kingdoms as well. There's not much use for them, though, unless it was to create a smoke screen. But these silver blooms really saved my life. And so they did. Another thing about these flowers is that they create the perfect cover up. I see. It's a perfect place to keep a secret library hidden. I suppose you could say that. Keisha and Altu continued to chat as they walked, but Altu could not help but feel uneasy. The tall trees that populated the understory cast dark shadows on the forest floor, and the sunlight that permeated through their branches was sparse, making seeing anything around them difficult. Yet despite all that, Keisha was able to walk briskly, as if he knew where he was headed to by heart. Altu was about to ask him about that when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, followed by something being launched. Keisha, duck! The two managed to avoid the explosion just in time, yet it only took a moment to realize that they were completely surrounded. A group of men, most likely bounty hunters, circled around them, weapons glinting in their hands. Your acquaintances, Keisha? Certainly not. Altu leapt that to her feet, unslinging her makeshift spear from her back. Hey, you! What do you think you were doing attacking us out of the blue like that? Altu was met with a dagger pointing to her head. Scram, girl, unless you want to get hurt. Yeah, our busyness is with that man over there. So they are not here for me. I thought they saw my wanted poster around and were chasing my head for the rewards. What do you want from me? And who are you? Oh, don't mind us. We just want to take you to where you belong. Back to the Chrismalia project, that is. Keisha. The man lunged at Keisha, thrusting his dagger at him. Altu pushed Keisha away, parrying his attack with her own weapon. Keisha, run! I will catch up to you once I am done with them. You can't defeat them alone. Just go. I'm not letting you go anywhere. Before Altu could react, one of the bounty hunters had knocked the spear from her hands, leaving her weaponless. Altu, look out! Keisha. Altu stared in horror as blood spurted out from Keisha's abdomen. spraying like a fountain while draining all the color from his face. The alchemist dropped to his knees, breathing hard as he pressed on his fatal wound, face contorted with pain. Altu rushed to him to aid him, disbelieving at how much blood he had lost. I'm so sorry. I told you I would protect you, but get out of here, Altu. Their target is me, not you. What are you saying? I couldn't possibly leave you. This body will be okay. No, you're not okay. Look how much blood you have. With the last ounce of his strength, Keisha managed to kick the bushes around him, forcing some of the silver blooms out of their sepals. The flowers instantly emitted plumes of smoke, enshrouding them in a thick silver mist. While their attackers were distracted in the sudden chaos, Keisha pushed the book he had always been carrying to Altu. The book was laced with his blood. Say, Altu, can you do me a favor? Now don't act like you are dying here. Come on. Altu grabbed Keisha's arm and placed it around her shoulders, trying her best to lift him. Altu, listen to me. You need to take this book to the underground library. Come on, Keisha. Surely your life is more important than this. No, this is more important. Just shut your mouth and let's get out of here. Look, these silver blooms will cover for us. We just need to run as fast as we... Are you two done talking? Then that voice, a raven-haired male, not older than Altu, stood towering over them, somehow able to locate their presence despite the thick mist. For Keisha, he was just another one of the bounty hunters, but for Altu, those amber eyes, half-braided hair, and the dangling feather on his ear meant something else to her. It's Soul. Oh, this is Soul. Well, that's interesting. Long time no see, Altu. What are you doing here? You are with these bounty hunters. It's a long story, but you are not far from the truth. Now step aside. My target is that man over there, not you. No, stop! Why are you targeting him? He's innocent. He's my savior. Savior. What if I were to tell you that he's a wanted criminal? And that by turning him in, we could meet the person who's most precious to both of us? Soul, what are you saying? And Keisha, a criminal? That can't be. Don't listen to him and run, Altu. Run! Soul had a strange contraption akin to a flask in one of his hands. He activated it, and it glimmered despite all the mist. That vial, it can't be. Altu did not know what he was about to do with the device, but something inside her told her that this might be the last time she could see Keisha again. Soul, don't do it! It all happened in a fraction of a second. As soon as Soul opened the vial, Keisha's body immediately turned limp. Color drained from his face, and all the light from his eyes faded to white. His body dropped to the ground with a dull thud, and there it lay, lifeless, unmoving, reduced to nothing more than a corpse. Keisha! Altu shook him with all her might, hoping that there was at least a sign, any sign, that may indicate a faint hope of life. But there was none.
Stream elements.
Keisha's blank eyes stared into hers,
Stay moist,
and she
my
knew at
friends,
that moment
hydrate.
that he was gone. In rage, she grabbed Soul's collar and punched him in the face. Soul did not retaliate. You idiot! What have you done? You just took a person's life, and not just that. He's my friend. Altu, have you forgotten about our promise? Promise? That? That has nothing to do with this. I'm just fulfilling my part of it. He pushed Altu away, throwing her to the ground. I promise I will bring her back. We will be reunited again, and it will be just like in the old times. With that, Soul turned away to his group of bounty hunters, leaving Altu alone with the corpse of her savior. Hey, Soul, should we grab the girl? No, leave her alone. We got what we wanted. But she's cute. We can have some fun with her. Soul pressed a dagger on his neck before he could continue any further. Touch her, and I will kill you. I was just kidding. You don't have to get so worked up, bro. Yeah, let's go to their headquarters and get the rewards now. Soul sheathed his dagger and walked ahead of his fellow bounty hunters. He glanced at the vial in his hand, gripping it tight. Sorry, Altu, but this is for the best. He's heavy. Dragging Keisha's body was not an easy feat, but there was no way she could leave him alone even though she knew that his body was now nothing more than an empty husk. Guilt gnawed at her with every step she took, and she beat herself up for failing to protect Keisha, her savior, her friend, her. Was it strange to say that she actually admired him? Tears continued spilling down her cheeks like there was no tomorrow. She tasted her salty tears mixed with drops of sweat and blood from her chapped lips. Why? 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 If only I were faster, if only I blocked that attack aimed at me, then he would still be. And why was Soul with them? How dare he? Unable to contain her frustration anymore, she threw her bag to the ground, screaming her lungs out in anguish. She stopped in front of a tree and hit it, and hit it, and hit it over and over again until her knuckles bled and exhaustion brought her down to her knees. Ignoring the coarse gravel that pricked her knees, she crawled to where Keisha's body lay and gently cupped his cheeks. He was cold, impossibly cold. What am I thinking? Of course he wouldn't emanate any warmth. He's dead. Keisha's dead. She couldn't even stop someone who she considered one of her closest friends. Why would Soul do this? For their promise? But why would their promise involve Keisha? She shook her head, attempting to push away the thoughts clouding her mind. Staring down at the alchemist, she couldn't help but feel the pain well up in her chest again. Keisha's golden hair flowing in the wind, surrounded by zinnias. Keisha's blinding smile from beneath a crown of flowers. Keisha's hand in hers. She would never see, never feel any of it ever again. All that remained were her memories and a painting he had said he would treasure, and that was gone too, lost in the ambush. Altu clutched her chest. If there was a salve or a herb that could ease his feeling, she would never know, not without Keisha. She slammed her fist to the ground in a fit of rage, all the regrets and unanswered questions bubbling in her mind. If only I. Interrupting her outburst was Keisha's book, which had somehow slid out from her backpack. The book. That's right. I still need to fulfill his final wishes and deliver it back to the underground library. But screw it. What's so important about this book that you would risk your life to deliver it anyway? Altu picked up the book and flipped through a few pages of it. It was written in a language she had never seen before, and she had no way of comprehending it. Never, Nevertheless, she continued to flip through the book, running her fingers on each page as if she could still feel Keisha's presence through its papers. I'm beginning to feel sleepy. Is it all right if I just sleep here and find the library tomorrow? Perhaps it all was just a bad dream. And who knows, maybe when I wake up tomorrow, this nightmare will go away. Hugging the book in her arms, she took refuge among the silver flowers, letting their mist whisk her away to her slumber. In the dead of night, where not a soul stirred in the withered forest, a certain entity decided to finally escape their hiding place, the prison they had willingly placed themselves in. But the silver blooms were the only witness to what transpired that night. The book Altu held as the silver mist lulled her to sleep suddenly glowed with a faint gold hue, pulsating as if it was breathing. Just as the light dimmed and eventually died, the life hidden between the book's pages shifted to another inanimate entity, the dead body of a self-proclaimed alchemist. There, between the mist and all the withered trees, breath was brought back into the man's body. The silver blooms watched all, colors returning to the man's skin, air to his lungs, and all the ruptured arteries stitching themselves back again. It was as if time had rewound and he was never injured at all. His eyes fluttered open, their blank pupils replaced with their original magenta hue. The man stretched, somewhat uncomfortable with the body he was in, and shuffled to his feet. For the soul residing in the man's body, it truly was a strange occurrence to have eyes, ears, and mouth once again. Nevertheless, the body was once his, and he smiled when he noticed his body had welcomed him without any hostility. Man, they really did a handful in my body. It's been a while since I felt pain. Now that that kid has been taken away, I'm afraid I need to restructure this plan again. If only the project hadn't issued such a bounty on my head, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I didn't expect them to act this quickly. The reawakened man finally took notice of the girl who had fallen asleep with a book in her arms. Her, the girl who Keisha has taken a liking to, and also the one who blew up the headquarters. What should I do with her now? She's seen too much. The most logical solution would be to purge her, but never mind. I will deal with her later. The man walked away from the site, traversing through the mist as if he knew the forest like the back of his hand. Eventually, he stopped at a small clearing and bent down, brushing off the sand and rocks before his hand touched the carvings etched on a familiar door. It has been a while. Home, sweet home, how I have missed you. Gold light glowed from the door, illuminating the sight momentarily. As it died down, it revealed a circular crevice on the ground, leading to a set of spiral staircases. The man took his first steps into the underground hatch, but stopped halfway, realizing they had forgotten something, or more specifically, a certain someone. He sighed, retracing his route and returning to the site where the girl lay asleep. Man, how troublesome. Why must I clean up someone else's mess? He mustered all his strength to lift the unconscious girl in his arms, but his fragile body was incapable of doing so. Why are you so heavy? In the end, he settled on draping her across his shoulders, half carrying her and half dragging her to the underground library. He could see fresh tears staining her small face, the injuries she had sustained, and the sense of the unpleasant dream she was having. The girl stirred in her sleep. Over and over again, the girl was calling out a name, but the man could not care less, for that name was not his. I will protect you. I promise I won't let any harm befall you when I am here. All right then. I will trust you. You can count on me. What is this? Blood. Keisha, you are bleeding. Why? Get out of here, Altu. Their target is me, not you. What are you saying? I couldn't possibly leave you. Goodbye, Altu. No, Keisha. Soul, why are you doing this? He's not the person he claimed to be. He's a criminal. Keisha's not a criminal. You didn't forget about our promise, did you? Blood. His blood was everywhere. Keisha's eyes were white. He was not breathing anymore and lay completely still. His body blocked the attack aimed at me, and it was his blood that poured in place of mine. No, this is a dream, right? No, no more. I don't want to see it happening again. Get me out of this nightmare. Keisha. Quickly she scrambled up. Though she yelled the name, her movements betrayed her shock at seeing the alchemist standing, alive. Eyes big, she stared, taking in his appearance. There he stood, no blood on his body or clothes, as if none of the nightmare had happened. Altu globbed on the man, putting all her strength into that one hug. Thank God you are all right. Tell you what, I just had the strangest dream. She looked up at his face, only to meet a pair of frigid eyes which gazed at her with no emotion whatsoever. Keisha, what's wrong? The man Altu called Keisha aside and removed her hands from his arm. Something's wrong. I can feel it. I'm sorry to break it to you, kid, but I'm not Keisha. What do you mean you're not Keisha? Did you hit your head and lose your memories or something? Keisha, say something. As Altu waited for the man to speak, fragments of memories gradually returned to her, and at long last she finally realized that everything that transpired the previous day was no dream. The nightmare was real. She remembered the blood gushing out of his abdomen, spilling to the ground like a waterfall. She remembered the touch of Keisha's cold skin on her fingers distinctly. She remembered the absent pulse on his wrist. But you're dead. Altu stared at the man again. He was clearly breathing, all his wounds gone. How? The man groaned, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He sat on the table next to him, pulling one knee to his chest, and showed Altu the widest grin she had ever seen him wear. I told you before, I'm not that sweet alchemist you knew. Now that I think about it, even though he looks and sounds the same, he doesn't feel like the Keisha I know. Like who sits on a desk like that anyway? Keisha would never. So if you're not Keisha, then who are you? Why are you using his body without permission? Me use his body without permission. The man laughed in a wry amusement, slapping his thighs. That's got to be the most hilarious joke I have ever heard. And in fact, you have got it quite the opposite. This body does not belong to him. Never did. He's been borrowing my body the entire time. He leapt off the table, approaching Altu, an unfamiliar flicker of mischief in his magenta eyes. Lithiel. That's my name. I don't normally tell my name to you mortals, but I hate being called by someone else's name. Lithiel, who are you exactly? If what you say is true, then why was Keisha in your body? And did the real Keisha really die? Lithiel opened his mouth to explain, but closed it when he saw the trembling girl, looking as if she barely had the strength to stand, let alone accept the truth. He dragged a chair to the table and beckoned for the girl to take a seat. Come here. After making sure the girl obeyed him, Lithiel gave her a mug of bubbling beverage. Drink this. Altu stared at the gray viscous liquid in it, whose smell reminded her of the mortar used to build houses. She fought the urge to question its contents and drink it, reminding her of the first time Keisha had offered her a drink. Drink this. What is it? As a medicinal drink, it will restore your energy. But as soon as she gulped its contents, Altu forced herself to swallow the beverage, almost choking herself in the process. You, what the heck is this? This hideous drink. You don't like it? It's silver bloom soup. Altu almost vomited on the spot. Silver bloom soup? Are you crazy? Don't be so dramatic. Do you see anything in this forest other than silver blooms? No, right? Well, one's got to live with limited resources somehow. But is that thing even edible? Anything is edible if you try hard enough. That does not answer my question. Humans and their unfounded worries. If it makes you feel any better, my years of research have proven that it is safe for consumption and that its nectar could also be used for adhesives. I have fixed a few torn books using its nectar. So we're drinking glue. You're telling me you gave me glue to drink, okay. A very useful specimen indeed. That doesn't make it any better. You are technically saying I just drank glue. I have prepared you a meal and given you a place to stay. Can't you be a bit more grateful? You are right. I'm sorry, and thank you for letting me stay here. Now that you mention it, where are we? You are a bit slow on the uptake, aren't you? This is my home, which you might know as the Underground Library. The Underground Library? This is the so-called Underground Library. It's also your home. For once, a smile less equivalent to a sneer settled on Lithiel's lips. Yes, I created this place and lived in it for hundreds of years. Each book you see here is my treasured possession. Hundreds of years. Lithiel, who exactly are you? Have you heard about the myth regarding the exiled god of knowledge? Yeah, it's the one that goes like, the god of knowledge planned some wicked schemes against other gods and as punishment was exiled from the sky realm and had his powers sealed. Did I get that right? Humans truly have twisted my high story. Your high story? The exiled god of knowledge. What? You are the exiled god of knowledge. No, no, that's impossible. Does that mean I've been talking to a god the entire time? And that means that Keisha has been borrowing a god's body. Why would he do that, and why would you let him? We formed a pact. This may take some time to explain, but I want you to hear it. Maybe then you can help me execute my plan and save Keisha. Save Keisha? You mean Keisha is not dead, if that's what you were thinking. His soul has simply been taken by those bounty hunters, which I presume should be on the way to his original body. So Keisha's still alive after all. Thank goodness. But what do you mean by saving him? And what plan are you talking about? Tell me, kid. It's not kid, it's Altu. Okay, kid Altu. What do you know about the Christmalia project? That's a strange question. Now that I think of it, I recall one of the bounty hunters saying something along the lines of bringing Keisha back to the Christmalia project. Could he be a part of them? I have always admired the Christmalia project's ideals since I was a child. I was one of the people who couldn't use magic, you see, so the Christmalia project and their vision were like a dream to me. A future where everyone can experience the joy of using magic. Just imagine that. Magic capabilities would no longer be a topic for discrimination. But Keisha once told me that the project methods are questionable and that they are doing more harm than good to nature. I still want to believe in their ideals, I really do, but there's always a possibility that they are keeping something sinister under wraps. A fan of the organization, aren't you? A fan of the organization, aren't you? I still want to believe in their ideals, I really do, but there's always a possibility that they are keeping something sinister under wraps. A fan of the organization. I would be lying if I said I wasn't supportive of their vision. Lithiel failed to hide his snicker. I suppose that means you are my fan now. What? What do you mean? You mean you made the Chrismalia project? No way that's true, right? Lithiel turned to the bookshelf behind him, effortlessly selected some books, and laid them out on the table. Here's my collection of research, ranging from extracting flux from natural objects and fusing inanimate objects with flux, and my thesis on the initial prototype of the Chrismalia. As Lithiel explained and rambled about his research, the books continued stacking on top of each other until it was a mountain, and Altu could only stare at it, her mouth half open. You wrote all these books? How long did it take you? A couple of centuries. Researching flux when you are cursed to live without it is a headache. That's for sure. I could imagine. I still can't believe he's a god. The exile god of knowledge, too. As he speaks, I'm more and more convinced that he's not just some delusional maniac pretending to be a god. And what's more, he said he founded the Chrismalia Project. But submitting my books and research journals may be my greatest regret yet. Why is that? I wrote each of them under a pseudonym, but about 100 years ago, a group of scholars were able to locate me. A bunch of smart humans they were. They shared their visions with me to create a world where magic is distributed equally and begged me to become their mentor. I was impressed by their enthusiasm, and so I taught them. I taught them everything I have learned, everything I know, and just when I thought I finally found human friends I can trust, time happened. Time. The only thing that separates gods from humans is mortality. Humans live within a small fraction of our lifespan, so it seems to them that gods live forever and that we don't understand the concept of mortality, that our lives will soon come to an end. But if you know the truth of Gaia and how it came to be, you will understand that gods and humans are not so different after all. While we seem to be eternal, us gods have an expiry date marked on our heads too. The truth of Gaia? What does that mean? I digress. What I mean to say is that as years passed, these humans were undoubtedly getting closer to death, and it wasn't long until the project's ultimate goal took a turn. Instead of creating Chrismalia shards to make others experience magic, they wanted to use it to make themselves immortal. Making themselves immortal, that would require a tremendous amount of flux, is that correct? Flux like that couldn't be extracted harmlessly from nature anymore. It would require a greater power source to revitalize their body and oppose time's flow. For once Lithiel stared at her, unblinking, almost impressed at her usage of technical jargon. You catch on quick, kid. Who told you that? Keisha did. Sort of, at least. He lectured me lots when we were in Al Sharan. Even mentioning Keisha's name had her heart screaming. Yet she tried to swallow the feeling and forced herself to continue. He said that it's impossible to extract the flux from trees and flowers, but he didn't tell me how the Chrismalia project is gathering their resources. Take a guess, then. Could it be that they are extracting flux from humans? Lithiel could not help but snicker, not hiding how amused he was of the girl now. Now that is a brave accusation, young lady. Are you saying that the Chrismalia Project, the very organization you admire, has resorted to human exploitation? Well, you told me to guess. Is it too far-fetched? I don't know. No, you're not far from the mark. There's only so much flux you can harness from things like flowers, trees, and frost, and they desired for much more. Some years after I mentored the scholars who later founded the Chrismalia project, they started to perform these forbidden experiments behind my back. By the time I figured it out, it was already too late. Driven by the favorable results, they continued to extract flux from living beings to achieve their goal of immortality. It started out with animals, fish, chicken, birds, which contained more flux as they possessed what other living organisms lack: Quintsiousness. Quintsiousness implies a larger gift of flux bestowed by Gaia itself, and they exploited those for their own necessities. I tried to stop them many times, of course, but there is only so much a weak, non-magic user like me can do. Lithiel. Anyway, it was only a matter of time before they committed the biggest sin known to mankind: manslaughter. So they really. The Chalia tribe, they were the first victims to their ambitions. As you probably know, the land that was once occupied by the Chalia tribe is now Chrismalia Project's territory. It was not a coincidence that their main laboratory was built there. Do you mean that the project was responsible for their extinction? Partly responsible, yes, but not entirely. The Chalia tribe are a fragile lot, after all. No way! Lithiel started to put the books back onto their respective shelves, allowing Altu a moment to digest all the information. Sorry to shatter your dreams, kid, but that's the truth behind the Chrismalia project. Now as for where Keisha fits in, Altu immediately perked up. gazing at Lithiel with a pleading, almost desperate look. I won't speak too much about his past, but he was both an alchemist and a practiced sorcerer. That is, before he was captured by the project and forced to work under them. Keisha. So he's a sorcerer. That means he's been living his entire life with magic. No wonder he seems so unaccustomed being inside Lithiel's body. And yes, as you know, this body is not his. His original body is still in the project's headquarters. I'm curious, how did the pact between you and him happen? After I tried again and again to put an end to their plans, they locked me in a dungeon beneath their headquarters. I'd be left there to rot for the rest of my life, or so they thought. But even if I couldn't use magic, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Throughout the years, I have mastered the art of separating the soul from the body. It's not an easy feat given that I've been training for hundreds and thousands of years just to master it, so I always leave it as a last resort. Anyway, I separated my soul from my body, leaving my body empty in that room while my soul resided inside the pages of a book, waiting for a powerful candidate to help me demolish the project. I waited for decades. I don't even remember how much time had passed. Staying in a book has made me lose all sense of time. But finally, I found someone. A powerful sorcerer who shared the same resentment for the project as much as I did. He goes by the name Keisha, a valuable asset to the project, but reduced to nothing more than a test subject in their eyes. Despite Keisha's magical capabilities, he was nothing more than the project's pawn once he had a Chrismalia shard embedded in him. Leaving the headquarters or doing anything funny would only kill him, and that was when we formed a pact. I had given him my body to escape for the time being, and he, in turn, would give me his magic capabilities to power a device I'd been working on. A device to end the Chrismalia project once and for all. Such a device actually exists. It's a work in progress. I was building it before you woke up. Unfortunately, our plan has gone to shambles, and Keisha's soul is now back in the headquarters. He will be back in his own body, and there's no way a puppet can do anything to retaliate against its master. He's just a puppet controlled by the project. Is there any way I can help you, Lithiel? I wish I could say yes, but a non-magic user helping me will only pose problems for you, kid. How so? Everyone was born with flux, nature's gift to all conscious beings, but only a few could harness them. It is, in a way, your life essence, so if I were to extract the flux from your soul, there's a chance that you will die or that your lifespan will be cut off. Extracting flux from Keisha was my original plan. Taking in flux from an experienced sorcerer's soul would pose little to no problem for the body, but to extract flux from a human who cannot control their flux would pose a huge risk. You are right. It's too dangerous. I see. Is there really nothing I can do? Lithiel stood up, pushing his chair in. I'm sure it must have been a long day for you, kid. Why don't you take this time to rest before deciding on a whim? But I. Sure, I would love to extract some flux from you, but as a former god, a human's life is something I cannot trifle with. I. I understand. Feel free to take a walk in the woods, but come back before sunset, unless you want to get lost in the mist. Okay. Thanks for taking the time to explain this, Lithiel. Yeah, no problem. All right, I think I will clear my head a bit. What should I do first? Deciding it was best to stay indoors at the moment, L- L2 took a stroll around the wide space called the underground library. The library truly lives up to its name. There are so many books, I don't even know where to start. L2 climbed up to the second floor and stopped in front of a random bookshelf, idly scanning its titles. Healing Effects of Plants, Turbidity and Hoshera Desert, Silver Blooms, A Survival Guide, How to Live with a Single Plant. The last one sounds a bit suspicious. Hold on, did Lithiel write all these books? I know he's a god and a learned scholar, but still, what a madman. L2 moved away from the bookshelf and proceeded to another one. A book with a pretty spine decorated with dried petals, evidently different from the others, caught her attention. She pulled the book from the shelf and read its title. Zinnias. I remember that flower name. It was the same flower that Keisha. Her hand instinctively touched her hair to where the zinnia flower Keisha had gently placed had once been. Curiosity getting the better of her, she opened the book and started reading. Zinnias are a species of summer plants that thrive in a sunny region. Though it has no fragrance, its bright and diverse colors make them a popular choice for gardens. They come in a variety of colors, including white, yellow, red, orange, purple, and magenta. According to popular flower language, white zinnias represent innocence and goodness. Red zinnias represent strong bonds. Yellow zinnias represent daily remembrance, while magenta and pink zinnias represent a romantic and eternal affection. Well, wait, didn't he give me a pink one? No, 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 don't think too much about it, Altu. He probably doesn't know its meaning. Yes, yet common folks associate zinnias with endurance in many forms, reminding them that setbacks are temporary and that winter will eventually pass. These flowers are generally weak in cold climates. The slightest signs of frost could kill them. Yet zinnias live up to their message. People found a new variation that could thrive for a few weeks in the coldest of winters. L2 was so engrossed in the book that she actually finished reading it. There were some technical explanations at the back which she skipped through. Endurance in times of hardships. I will definitely rescue you, Keisha. I need more time to think. What should I do next? L2 climbed up the staircases and opened the hatch that led above ground. Surprisingly, it was already past noon. It was hard to keep track of time inside the underground library, after all. I can't stay out for too long. I think I would just take a walk around this area and return to the underground library before the silver bloom starts sprouting mists again. L2 kept an eye on the entrance as she carefully picked her way through the shrubs. She was too alert to really relax, but at least the air was clear. L2 turned back and returned to the underground library. I need a bit more time. I wonder what Lithiel is up to. Feeling bored, L2 approached Lithiel, who was tinkering with an intricate looking device at the corner of the library. I still can't believe he's a god. It all seemed like a tall tale, but it feels like he's telling the truth. So the entire time, the Keisha I thought I knew wasn't truly Keisha at all. No, that's not true. Even though he was using Lithiel's body, Deep down, he's still the kind and gentle Keisha, the person who saved me. Altu caught a glimpse of a familiar painting hanging on one of the library's walls. After closer inspection, she realized that it was the very same canvas she gave to Keisha. I thought it was lost in the ambush. The painting portrayed a moment suspended in time. Keisha gazing at the distant glacial mountains with his platinum hair flowing in the wind, the zinnia flowers that danced merrily against the wind. Though Alto was now aware that the man in the painting was actually Lithiel, deep down she somehow knew that the real Keisha would also be as picturesque, fitting snugly inside the canvas. That painting. That boy is really fond of it. I know a piece of art when I see one, so I took the liberty of pinning it there for the time being. Once Keisha escapes from his prison, you can give it back to him. Is he complimenting me? That's a surprise. But could you imagine my disgust when he did to you with my body? Did what to me? Well, what are you talking about? Do you realize how awkward it is when he touched your hair and put a flower and held your hand, all with my body? You were there? I was with the two of you the entire time, damn it! As Altu recalled all the moments she had interacted with Keisha, her cheeks gradually turned beet red. Now that I think of it, I've been doing all that with Lithiel's body. Oh my gosh, this is awkward. Lithiel, I'm sorry. Don't come near me. This entire incident might actually make me misanthropic. It would be great if he did all that when he was in his body. I explicitly told him not to interact with any humans, but he just had to rescue you and fall in love with you. Well, what? Did he say that? No, but wasn't it obvious? No, no? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Now shoot. Run along. I'm dealing with some sensitive equipment here, and I don't want you to trip and ruin everything. Okay. Well, I suppose I'm done exploring. Now I don't know what to do. Lithiel turned away from his tinkering and looked at Altu. You seem refreshed, done with your little adventure. There's still much to explore in your library, though. Anyway, my device is almost complete. After mulling things over, have you finally decided? Yes, I'm going to save Keisha no matter what. I will make this plan of yours succeed and put a stop to the Chrismalia project, even if you might end up losing your life. Well, you don't sound confident in your decision. No, I will see this through. We will save Keisha no matter what. But first, it's late. Let's get some dinner. I just need to fine tune it, and we can execute the plan tomorrow. Great. What's for dinner? Lithiel brought out a pot of steaming soup from the stove, and judging from the smell, don't tell me. Silver bloom soup, your favorite. No! Keisha, come back. I miss your food already. Pyro, what's going on? You have done it again, haven't you? It's none of your business. Didn't I tell you to stop taking part in the tests? Your body will break if you keep this up. You are as hard-headed as ever. Never mind. Come here and let me heal you. But Pyro had no strength left to move. He tried to prop himself up by leaning against the wall, but his trembling legs gave up the moment he did. Pyro coughed again, continually this time, and color drained from the woman's face when she saw blood instead of phlegm. Pyro! She immediately supported him and placed her hand on his forehead, letting her innate power handle the rest. The man's breathing gradually steadied, and all the pain he felt earlier subsided. Closing his eyes momentarily, he took refuge in the warmth emanated by the potent healing spell. Ellis. He looked at her face, teary-eyed, skin as pale as snow, face washed with worry. Yes, thank you. Pyro, why do you insist on continuing to help them with the project when you know its true nature? Is the ambition really worth all the damage you have done to your body? It is. It's worth it. I have a mission to accomplish, and I have a vision to make a world where everybody is equal, and that is achievable only by harnessing Chrismalia's powers. After Ellis finished casting her spell, Pyro gathered himself and rose to his feet. Thank you. Thanks for always being there for me, Ellis. I couldn't have done this without you. He turned to the doorway, but Ellis stopped him. Well, wait, where do you think you are going? Back to the lab. Now that Subject 13, my rival, is gone from the project, I must take this opportunity to win Lictus' trust. You are not going anywhere with that body of yours. You need to rest. Your healer instructs you to do so. Oh dear, what will I do with you? Although traces of exhaustion laced his words, he could not hide the fondness he held for this woman. I suppose I can't fight you. I will go and get some rest, as per my healer's instructions. Yeah, you better. I can't bear to see you get hurt again, Pyro. I will take better care of myself from now on. I promise. Mim, you better keep that promise. Though Pyro had regained some of his strength from the spell, Ellis's arms still wrapped under his in support. She slipped her other arm around him in an embrace as simple and necessary as breathing, firm but not squeezing him too tightly. Pyro sagged into her, wrapping his arms around her and holding her as tightly as he could, which was not as tightly as it had once been. But for now it was enough. It was everything. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The building shook and trembled from the explosion, collapsing on itself. The girl struggled to remain concise. It was a losing battle, except a flash of golden hair, someone crying for her to live. Then silence. The stranger had disappeared. She tried to get up. Her body had magically healed, but if she could not get herself out of the building,
Stream elements,
she would die.
said.
However,
Stay
no
moist, my
matter how
friends,
hard she
hydrate.
tried to force herself to move, she couldn't. Footsteps, the swish of a cape. A man with blond hair and piercing pink eyes was standing over her. Who are you? The man remained silent, but carried her limp body outside the burning building. A safe distance away, he gently placed her down. That man, he saved my life. Now that I think of it, wasn't that man Keisha? A dream should have known, yet it felt so real. Alto stretched and stood up from the makeshift mattress she had crafted from Lithiel's pile of silver blue leaves the previous day. Lithiel was still sound asleep in his hammock at the other side of the room, even though Alto could already see the midday sun from the open entrance of the library. Lithiel, wakey wakey. Shut up, woman. Wow, talk about rude. I'm not an early riser, alright? Just leave me alone and eat the breakfast I prepared on the table. Breakfast? You mean? Altu glanced at the open pot on one of Lithiel's tables, holding nothing but the previous night's obnoxious silver plume soup. The man did not even bother closing the lid. It would not be surprising if some dust or spiders had found their way inside. Altu turned around to protest, but Lucille was already back asleep. I suppose I will have to make do with the soup, then. Sometimes I wonder how he could even survive. After what seemed like hours, Thiel finally rose from his hammock, grabbing a bowl from the table and scooping a ladleful of silver bloom soup. Wait, Nathiel, there's a cobweb. But Nathiel had already downed the bowl's contents. Did you say something? Never mind. How are you feeling? Now that all preparations are complete, I will only need to borrow your body to power the portal. You are done with all the preparations? But last night the portal was barely. I'm called the god of knowledge for a reason, kiddo. You mean the exiled god of knowledge. Anyway, make sure you eat lots, otherwise your body won't be able to handle the process. Here, Lithiel dumped another scoop of the dreaded soup into Altu's bowl, and she tried hard not to retch. She slid the bowl back to him. I think I will be fine without the soup. I ate a bowl for breakfast already. Is that so? All right then, let's begin the experiment. After gulping down Alto's bowl of soup, silver bloom soup, Lithiel scuttled to the mirror, or as he called it, the portal. Oi, kid, bring your bed this way. Alto sighed, doing what she was told. Okay, master. Master. It's been a long time since someone called me that. Despite only having known Lithiel for less than 2 days, Altu knew that this so-called god and exile god of knowledge enjoyed having his ego poked. I mean, he is pretty amazing to have finished all these intricate mechanisms in one night. There. Perfect. Now lie on it and steady your breathing. Alto did just that, but as Lithia readied the apparatus around her, she could not help but feel restless. There was no way she could be calm. What if I don't have enough flux for the portal to work? What if the portal itself malfunctions? What if something goes horribly wrong and I lose my life? Lithiel paused from arranging his apparatus and turned to Altu, his expression unusually grim. Are you having second thoughts? You don't have to do this, you know. It wasn't your fault that Keisha was taken away. You don't have to feel obligated to risk your life for someone you've only known for a few days. Lithiel has a point. I've only met Keisha for a few days, and now I have realized how I know so little about him. Lithiel sighed, leaning on Alto's mattress. Tell me, Alto, why would you go all the way to help us out with this plan? It can't just be to find the healer. If it was, then you would be with your bounty hunter friend. Lithiel is asking the same question I have asked myself. But deep down, I already know the answer. Why I am ready to risk my life for this plan. I will do it for Keisha. You sure you won't regret this? I won't. All right then. After making sure Alto was relaxed and her breathing was steady, Lithiel cranked a lever, and soon the mirror's reflection rippled like waves. Its surface lit up, and as the light shone brighter and brighter, Altu felt her energy gradually ebb away. Her limbs grew weaker, eyelids heavy, and for a few moments she felt impossibly numb under the broad light. I'm feeling so tired. Above her, she saw Lithiel frantically trying to stop the machine, but it was too late. The machine whirred, full of Alto's flux, but Alto lay motionless, drained of all her life energy. But it's not too bad. Dying like this for the one who saved my life first isn't too bad. One regret I have, though, is being unable to see Keisha's real body and to say goodbye to him one last time. And with that, her eyes fluttered for one last time before dying eternally. She's here? I'm sorry, I should have known such a fragile mortal couldn't have withstood the extraction. It's not your fault. It's mine. If only I didn't grow so attached to her. If only I had brought her to Al Sharan. Perhaps she would still be alive. She is. We just don't know when she will wake up. The man knelt next to the unconscious woman and gently lifted her wrist, searching for any sign of her pulse. He sighed in relief as he felt an artery throbbing under her skin. It was faint, but present nevertheless. Keisha, go get some rest, Lithiel. I will stay here. Keisha held Altu's cold hands tightly, hoping to pass his words to her. He was trembling, not because of the cold, but because he feared the woman he loved would not wake again. Seeing how Keisha was trying his best not to burst out crying in front of him, Lithiel excused himself to give the sorcerer some space. As soon as Lithiel was out of sight, Keisha buried his face in Altu's covers, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed silently, regretting being unable to protect her. With trembling hands, Keisha touched Altu's cheeks, forcing himself to smile ever so slightly. I will wait for you, Altu, no matter how long, even if it takes months or years or decades. I will wait for you to wake up. He lifted her fingers once more and kissed her knuckles. I will always wait for you. I'm willing to risk myself for Keisha's sake. There must be something I can do. Altu suddenly thought of the pen Keisha gave her and brushed her fingers along her lapel to search for it, but it was gone. No, could it be lost in the ambush yesterday? Lithiel stood up, pushing his chair in. I'm sure it must have been a long day for you, kid. Hmm. Hmm. But there's a place I've been wanting to check. L2 made a mental note of the underground library's location and let her legs and instinct lead the way. Her body led her to the place where Keisha was taken, but she was not here to grieve or to beat herself up over what happened. Instead, she looked around the place, careful not to disturb any of the silver plumes resting in their bushes. It must have fallen around here somewhere. Found it. Altu fished out a flower pin from a throng of bushes, the same one that Keisha gifted her at Al Sharan's market. She breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the pin unharmed in any way. The pink crystals decorating the ornament were fortunately uncracked despite the foray. Attaching it on her clothes once again gave her a newfound resolve. Keisha, I promise I will save you. Altu turned back and returned to the underground library. Let me guess, it's the magic crystal, isn't it? Oh, that pen you have. This, the one that Keisha gave me. Never mind, it must have been my imagination. Anyway, my device is almost complete. Okay, that won't happen. Good. I like that fire in your eyes. But even though his body was actually Lithiel's, I'm certain that whatever his body may be, he's still the same Keisha that I know. And no matter what the circumstances, I will save him. But why am I trying so hard for him? Lithiel sighed, leaning on Altu's mattress. It's for Keisha. He's done so much for me, and it's time for me to repay him. Repay him? Just admit that you like him already. I do not. It's just. Lithiel put his hand on Altu's shoulder. If it's you, I'm sure you can save him. Lithiel, are you ready? Yes. Good. Just then, something glowed on Altu's lapel. Keisha's pin. It's glowing. The pin showed a faint glow of gold, and after a while she felt the energy that had been taken away returning back to her. Soon the machine finally stopped whirring, and the lights on the floor dissipated. Altu did not realize how loud the machine was until it died down. Only then did she hear Lithiel's shouts. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. What's wrong? I thought you were gone for good. Is everything all right? Any signs of abnormality? L2 examined her body. She sighed in relief, but she found nothing out of place. I'm glad nothing bad happened to me. I wonder why Keisha's pin showed all of a sudden, though. L2 took out the said pin from her lapel. The ruby in its center had cracked, and its previously gold frame was now blackened, as if colored with soot. What happened here? Lithiel, come and take a look at this. The pin Keisha gave me. This pin. Lithiel took the pin and inspected it closely. Keisha said that it was a memento from his mother. That explains it. He returned the broken pin to L2. In certain cultures, especially in the desert region, it is a practice to pass your flux into an object and give it to the younger generation before you pass away. I assume this must have contained the flux of Keisha's late mother. It must have been activated due to the surge of flux, and it must have protected you. I hate to admit it, but your flux does not seem adequate to open the portal. If we had continued the experiment without the addition of another's flux, you might have not made it. I might have not made it. L2 shuddered at the thought. So this memento, the flux inside it protected me. I must apologize for my oversight. He gazed at his hand with a wistful expression. If only I had my flux back, I could probably see your flux and make proper calculations. Lithiel. Anyway, there's no time to waste. I estimate that the portal will only be open for another hour. Kid, if you are feeling weary, you should stay here and rest. I will save Keisha, and I will bring that healer friend of yours when I have the chance. No way. I'm going with you. Are you sure? You will really be risking your life. Don't worry. Risk is my middle name. What strange parents you have to give you a name like that. It's just an expression. Anyway, I'm going with you, and that's final. I'm going to save Keisha and bring Ellis back. Just you watch. There's no stopping you, I guess. Great. Now let's get this portal up and running. Lithiel tinkered with the mirror again and muttered to himself, presumably making final calculations. After cranking a hidden lever, the portal's reflection started to distort, rippling like water until it displayed an unfamiliar location. Lithiel then stood in the magic circle inscribed on the floor. Everything seems to be fine. Now stand in this circle. L2 did just that, and after making sure she was ready, Lithiel cranked another lever, causing the portal to suck them right in. L2 had landed directly on top of Lithiel, her poor nose crashing against his chest. Get off me! You're heavy! Sorry. As L2 scrambled to her feet, her eyes gradually adjusted to the new surroundings. The air was stale, and she held back a couple of sneezes from all the dust accumulated around her. Are you all right, Lithiel? I'm fine. What about you? Any missing organs? L2 quickly scanned her body. None. Good. So we are really in the project's headquarters. Yes, this is the cell where I was locked in. It didn't change all that much. How nostalgic. It's strange that someone would be nostalgic over a place where they have been imprisoned for years. All right, Let me get things straight before we charge in. My objective is to retrieve Keisha's body and destroy the generator in the main laboratory. It's probably too late to ask this, but how? I bet that Keisha is loitering in the laboratory as well. Lictus likes to keep him there, under his watchful gaze. Keisha is unable to attack Lictus as he has a Chrysalia shard embedded in his chest that serves as a chain binding him to his master. The only way to remove it is by destroying the generator. And how would you do that? With this, Lithiel showed Altu a key-like object, and from its luster and weight, she knew that it was no ordinary key. In fact, it did look familiar. She had seen Lithiel work on it back in the underground laboratory. He placed it back into his pocket. It acts like a fuse and does not require any flux input. I will personally use this to destroy the generator, but it's something you shouldn't worry about. The last thing I want happening is you and Keisha losing your life as it detonates. But what about you? This body will live somehow. I am cursed to what you humans call immortality, after all. All right, if you say so. Great, now let's head for the laboratory. Let's hope luck is on our side and we won't cross paths with Lictus or Pyro, though avoiding them is highly unlikely. Ellis, Keisha, I hope the two of you are safe. The lab is just along this corridor, but even without looking at the corridor, L2 already could hear the chatters and shuffles of people. Is there another way in? Unfortunately, no. The lab is hardly ever empty. We will have to wait and lay low for a while, at least until most members shuffle out. Follow me. There's a storeroom above that no one frequents. We can hide there and lay low for some time. All right. The two quickly scrambled up the stairs, arriving at another long hallway. But just as they moved across the corridor, Ellis! Ellis! Altu, wait! But Altu had rushed to the woman, tackling her into an embrace. Altu! Ellis, I'm so glad you're safe. How did you get in here? You have to leave. Now! Don't worry, Ellis. I will get you out of this place. No, you don't. You don't understand. Understand? Understand what? Don't get me wrong, L2. I'm so glad to see you again. But I'm not leaving. Staying in the project was my own decision. Ellis's unexpected words made L2 stagger back, her chest stinging upon the realization. Well, what are you saying, Ellis? Could you have been brainwashed by them too? I'm not. L2, listen to me. You must be out of your mind for siding with the Chrysalia project. Don't you know that Sol and I were searching for you these past 2 years? L2, Look, this isn't the time. You must get out of here. If they find you... L2, look out. Lithia pushed L2 aside before an attack could hit her. What was... I thought I smelled something fishy going on. Turns out it's just you, Lithiel. Lithiel staggered to his feet, barely dodging the newcomer's burst of magic. Pyro? Pyro? Whoever he is, he seems dangerous. Altu, run! Please, I don't want to drag you into this mess. Hell, no! Altu placed her hand on the hilt of her blade, but Lithiel stopped her. No, Altu, you don't stand a chance against him. But, unfortunately, neither of you are going anywhere. We are surrounded. Stop, Pyro, she's my friend. Ellis, return to your chambers. It's not safe here. This place is about to turn into a battlefield. No, Altu is my friend, and I won't let anyone. My busyness was with Lithiel, not her. Then you better not harm her. Guards, take the healer to her chambers. Wait, Pyro! Ellis! Now, where were we? Master would be elated to know you were back, Lithiel. We thought you had escaped for good. Did you perhaps have a change of mind about the Chrismalia project? As if that will happen, I'm here to stop you. Pyro, what you are doing will only damage nature and cause the imbalance of Flux and Gaia. Not everyone should be able to use magic. It would take away too much from the true essence of this world. The true essence of this world? What does he mean by that? Nonsense. Gaia has enough flux to sustain a few people's flux abnormality. He clenched his fist, and Altu could see the raw determination in his eyes. It takes a few sacrifices to make a change in the world. Once Gaia has been unified and reformed, you'll only have me to thank. So it was true. The Chrismalia project does have other agendas in mind. You are still obsessed with that idea. Let me tell you one thing, kid. The world won't last to see the difference you have made. It will be destroyed before you do, and your battle will be with the gods. Then I just need to harness enough power to fight against the gods. Well, it seems like you have overstayed your welcome. Now it's time to bring you back to your cell, Lithiel. Maybe if we cut a few limbs off this girl, you would finally be compelled to help us. Pyro raised his arms, signaling the other members to attack. They simultaneously raised their arms, preparing a binding spell. But Lithiel, what do we do? Lithiel rummaged through his bag and took out 2 vials. Brace yourself. We are going to fall. I refuse to be kidnapped by these people again. Without any warning, Lithiel threw the vials against the floor. The floor exploded as the chemicals collided, making a gaping hole on the floor, and before they knew it, they were plummeting down. Curses! The main laboratory is just below us, and Master Lictus is currently conducting some experiments with Subject 13. Wait, don't tell me. He's targeting. Altu braced for a hard landing on her back, but a pair of arms caught her, breaking her fall. Are you all right? As unfamiliar as the voice was, the warmth radiating off the stranger felt somehow nostalgic. The stranger's sienna eyes looked at her with concern and mild surprise. You are not hurt anywhere, are you, Altu? He knows my name. Could he be Kakisha? As soon as his lips softened to a smile, Altu saw traces of the kind alchemist she once knew. How were you able to recognize me? It's him. It's really him. Keisha. Altu touched Keisha's cheek as he let her down gently. Of course I know it's you, silly. Even if you look different, you are still the Keisha I know. But really. All right, let's save the heartwarming reunion for later. Lithiel, what happened to going undercover? That mutt found us first. There he is. Pyro hurled down the floor, casting a torrent of dark flux that rained on them. Keisha cast a quick shield, blocking his attacks. So you two were in leagues after all. Master has always suspected it. I find it hard to believe the two of you were secretly acquainted. Pyro, stop this. You and I know very well that the Chrismalia Project's sole motive isn't to supply magic to everyone. Whatever we are doing, we are just destroying Gaia's balance in the end. Lithiel placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Save your sweet talk, Keisha. I have tried talking him out of it, but he won't budge. Is that so? Then it's unfortunate, but we will have to resort to violence. Keisha readied a spell, but the other Chrismalia Project members circled around him. Keisha, why did you stop? Victus, talking about bad timing. An old man, his white hair covered in a hood, approached the three of them, not worried in the slightest. Victus, the project's leader Lithiel was talking about. Keisha's flux suddenly died down, reduced to nothing but a pale green flame that was eventually snuffed out. Still haven't learned your lesson, Subject 13. As long as I'm around, your powers belong to me. The crystal on the man's robe shone, and Keisha clutched his chest in pain, falling to his knees. Keisha! Altu bent down to inspect his chest, and to her surprise, she saw a crystal as large as her palm embedded in his chest, its blue hue flickering unsteadily. My magic is going to be useless with him around. I can't harm him, even though I used to be one of Gaia's best sorcerers. My powers are now bound by this crystal. If only that mutt hadn't foiled our plan. Enough talk. Master, we will destroy them for good at your command. Capture all of them alive. Even the non-magic user? Yes, even her. Victus's gaze shifted to Altu, and then to Keisha. It seemed like she could be used as a good bargaining chip. How dare you? Well, I'm not going to let myself be reduced to a bargaining chip. As the members charged their flux, a plan formed in Altu's head. Keisha, Lithiel, let me handle Lictus. Keisha, since you can't face him head on, you will take care of Pyro. Lithiel, you have the fuse, right? Run to the generator. I'm against this. It's too dangerous for a non-magic user to face Lictus alone. In that case, we switch roles. Lithiel placed a key in Altu's hand. This key, the fuse Lithiel was working on. A strong blast of flux charged at them, but Keisha managed to make a shield just in time. I must be desperate to ask you to do this, but I'm counting on you. But Lithiel, you can't use magic. Isn't it more dangerous for you to face Lictus alone? I have known him for a long time. I know exactly how to push his buttons. All right. Altu, be careful. Keisha, at the count of 3, break the shield. I will throw a mist-inducing potion. Altu, you know what to do. I bet that the potion is made of silver globes. 1, 2, 3. What is this fog? I can't see. Altu dashed amidst the mist, breaking through defenses of the other magic users who were caught off guard. The girl's heading to the generator. Stop her! I'm not letting you get past. Move out of the way, Subject 13. What are you doing? Are you seriously trying to fight me? Perhaps you were once a god, but you're now a beastly human with no magic. Fighting you is a pointless task. It's true that you're stronger than me, but my immortal body makes me a perfect shield. We will see how much pain your body can take. Explosions rang behind Altu, but she did not dare look back. If she did, she would have chosen to run back and help them. They will be fine. They have to be. Are you sure you should be worrying about others? As the mist subsided, the nightmares started regaining their vision, blocking Altu from reaching the generator. Shoot, just a bit more. We are not letting you go anywhere near the kernel of our research. Come on, why are you even part of this research? Don't you know that you are destroying the balance in Gaia itself? Don't speak as if you know what the project is all about. Yeah, the Chrismalia is not destroying Gaia. We are reforming it. You are all crazy. You're not reforming Gaia. You're destroying it. Altu charged forwards, attempting to break through the crowd, but she was one spell too late. A binding spell was put into place. Electrifying zaps coursed through her body, holding her in place. No matter how much her feet were willing to move, they would not listen to her commands. Come on, feet, move, move! The magic users began casting a spell, and Altu knew if their attack ever reached her, it would be the end for her and the plan. Yet there was nothing she could do. This is the end for you. Is this really it? Altu suddenly caught a glimpse of someone falling from the open ceiling, accompanied by glints of blades. What are you doing? Are you really going to let yourself be killed off just like that? Sasol, what are you? I don't know what's going on here, but you look like you're in a pinch. I will handle things here. Now go. Altu realized the spell binding her was now released. I owe you one. Without wasting any time, she ran to the generator, barely dodging the flux attacks that charged at her. All right, there must be some indentation where I could place the key. Hot, hot. Her hands felt a hollow slot just below the generator. This must be it. Hope welled in her as she led the key to the indentation, but... Altu, look out! Altu turned around only to see a whirling black vortex tearing through the air, rushing to her at frightening speed. Keisha! Keisha suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack. Yet Altu realized he had no time to cast a shield, and that he blocked it with his bare body. Keisha, are you alright? He did not look alright. In fact, blood was spilling from his abdomen. Don't worry about me. I will cover you, so focus on stopping the generator. Alright. Altu inserted the key and watched as it flapped, turned and pivoted around the keyhole as if it was alive. No! The generator! The generator began to whir louder, as if overloaded. We have to get out of here. It's going to explode. Altu helped Keisha up, supporting his weight. Keisha, Altu, over here. Here's the last of my silver blue mist. Lithiel threw his last vial on the ground, creating a smoke screen for them once more. Yet he did not have to do that as the other members, including Victus, were too preoccupied in salvaging the overloaded generator. Pyro, on the other hand, was on the floor, unmoving. Keisha must have knocked him unconscious. Hey, you! Feather Boy! Feather Boy! Are you talking about... Wait, aren't you? You best get out of here before you get caught up in the explosion. There's no time to explain, but do as he says, soul. I... Alright. Sorry you had to see me in this state. Altu, I must be heavy. I think I can walk by myself. Keisha's statement only made Altu's grip on him tighter. Heavy? Are you underestimating me? Wasn't I the one who saved you from that VTAR boss? You remember that, do you? It was clearly not my most flattering moment. No wonder you were so unaccustomed to your non-magic body. I'm still angry that you chose to hide the truth from me, though. Do you know how worried I was when your soul was taken? You almost gave me the trauma of a lifetime. Sorry about that. I really didn't want you to be any more involved. Keisha. The generator at the back suddenly stopped whirring, and Altu could see the key's light glowing furiously from afar. Keisha suddenly released his grip and lifted her up instead. Keisha, what are you? Your wounds won't. Hold on tight. Keisha cast a spell, commanding the frosty gale to envelop them. The winds pushed them away from the laboratory, faster than their feet could take them. Altu glanced back, catching a glimpse of the chaos behind them. The exploded generator, the members' screams as they disintegrated with it, and the crumbling building. Don't look back. Keisha's words made her look ahead instead, to the flurry of snowflakes, to where the light gleamed bright. The first thing Altude felt when regaining her consciousness was a comforting wave of warmth. It felt as if someone had draped a blanket over her. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling to adjust to the flurry of snow that obscured her vision. Keisha. Altu. Thank goodness. I thought you were knocked out cold. What happened? Well, as you could see, the Chrismalia headquarters is officially destroyed. Victus probably got caught in the explosion, and with an explosion of that magnitude, it would be a miracle if he survived. Lithiel is currently looking into the aftermath. I see. So the plan succeeded. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. I wouldn't have made it out thanks to you. But please, keep your recklessness in check. If I wasn't there, then you would probably... I can't even imagine. But you were there and you protected me. That's what matters, right? You. Anyway, I will go and help out Lithiel. I cast a heat barrier on your area, so make sure you stay within its perimeters. Wait, what about your wound? I'm alright. Your healer friend came by earlier to check up on us. Ellis was here, and I imagine she'll be dropping by again, so you should stay here. Alright. And after all of this is settled, can we have a little chat? Only if you don't mind, of course. A little chat? Are you kidding me? Of course I mind. I need a big chat, a lengthy discussion where you explain to me why you have been lying to me. Yes, of course. I was planning to tell you the truth all along. Please don't be upset. I was just kidding. I wouldn't get mad at you. I will wait until you are ready to tell me everything, Keisha. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time for us to catch up after all. L2. Thanks. Now off you go. Lithiel is useless without the great sorcerer Keisha aiding him after all. That's true. He's been relying on me too much recently. I can totally see that. Wait here for me, L2. I will be back soon. All right. As L2 did as she was told, she caught a glimpse of lilac hair flowing in the Arctic wind. Ellis! Wait, she's carrying someone with her. L2's eyes narrowed when she realized that person was none other than the unconscious Pyro. Ellis was approaching L2 slowly, trying not to stumble due to the man's weight. Ellis. L2. L2 glared at Pyro and then at her. What are you doing with him? Don't tell me you are protecting him. Ellis, answer me. That's right, I am protecting him. But why? Wouldn't you do the same thing if someone you cared for was injured? Ellis, don't tell me you. He's a special person to me, L2. So special that you would choose him over us. L2. No, this isn't the conversation I want to have with you. Me neither. L2. Sorry for dragging you into this mess. Being trapped in the Chrysmalia project. Was never my intention, and I know both you and Soul must have worked tirelessly to find me. But even so, I still found my special calling in there. And I also found a special person I want to spend the rest of my life with. I'm sure you have too, right? L2 unintentionally blushed, Keisha's face suddenly flashing in her mind. It seems my intuition is still as sharp as ever. Come on, Ellis, it's not like that. Yeah, whatever you say. L2 gazed at Ellis, her rosy cheeks, the hard lines on her jaw, and dark bags under her eyes that weren't there before. 3 years had changed her drastically, for better or for worse, that L2 did not know. But what she did know was that Ellis was not the same girl she once knew. She had found her purpose, dug out from deep within the snow she had always been buried in, and now her eyes were gleaming with a light L2 had never seen before. How could L2 take away that light? What did she want her to do? Bring her back to the village just to trap her best friend once again? Although Ellis never showed it, L2 always knew that the village felt like a cage for her, a cage she could not break out of until the Prismalia project took her in. Altu, I'm sorry, but I need to get going before we get caught in the rumors. Wait, Ellis, will you be going somewhere far away? We will be stopping over Lestier to rest and settle down for a while. Just for a while, right? That means you will be coming back. At least to visit. Of course. I would like to have a proper conversation with you in Seoul, just like in the old times. Oh, right. Seoul. Don't worry. He's all right. He's resting now, and I cast a heat spell to keep him warm. Thank goodness. Well, I will let you and that guy off the hook for now, but you better see us again, all right? Of course. It's a promise then. Take care of yourself, Altu. You too. After exchanging hugs and goodbyes, Alice trudged on to the direction of Belham Mountain Range, where Lestier lies beyond. Did I make the right decision to let her go? I hope I won't come to regret it in the future. What's with the melancholic face? Keisha, you're back. I have finished examining the area for some time now, but I thought I should give you and the healer some time to talk. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. But you don't look too happy. Yeah, Alice has chosen her own path, and I... Keisha put a hand on Altu's shoulder. It's all right, Altu. You made the right choice. Even if the two of you went your separate ways, it doesn't guarantee that your paths won't converge again. I'm sure you will meet her sometime soon. Yeah, you're right. So what are you going to do now? Now that you have found Alice and completed your mission, is there anything you want to do? Well, good question. I haven't really thought about what I want to do after finding Alice. I suppose I didn't think that far. That's all right. You have plenty of time to think. What about you, Keisha? What do you want to do? The Chrismalia project is destroyed now, after all. You are a free man. What I want to do... When I first met you, you said you were an alchemist, right? Are you going to continue your experiments? Or perhaps set up your own alchemy shop? Oh, or are you going to stay in the underground library and help Lithia out? Those are quite feasible ideas. But just like you, I still haven't got a clue. Then we can figure it out together. But before that, why don't we get out of the Chalia region for now and think about it along the way? I'm freezing to death here. Good point. Let's go then. So, what's our first stop? Let's see. Let's go to a place where we will never be bothered by the frost. We are finally here. I can't believe it's just been a few days since we departed from here. It felt like ages. Sometimes the best way to think about the future is to return to the place where we started. That's right. I still remember the first time I met you. You saved me from my death and took care of me. I still remember the first herbal drink you gave me. And I still remember the face you made when you drank it. You can't blame me. It was so bitter. Speaking of herbal drinks, let me boil some water and brew some for you. I have collected various herbs throughout our journey here from Chalia. Edible ones, I hope. Wait here. I will go get some water from the stream nearby. Are you sure you don't need a bodyguard? L2 smirked and nudged Keisha's elbow, reminding him of the time when he was cornered by a Vitar boar, completely helpless. You got me. That wasn't exactly my best moment. But I will be fine now that I am in my original body. Keisha raised his hand and unfurled his fingers, calling a strong gust of wind to blow Altu's beret away. Okay, I get it. You are powerful enough on your own, but you didn't have to do that. Do what? Don't act dumb. Give my hat back. Oh, it's back. Altu, you are so fun to tease. Keisha gently placed his hand on Altu's head. You don't have to worry about being my bodyguard anymore. From now on, I will be the one protecting you. Look at you, being so high and mighty after you have regained your powers. Don't forget who the stronger one was. But I was in Lithiel's body, so it doesn't count. I still saved your life, so it's all the same. All right, you win. I will go and fetch some water now. You can set up a tent in the meantime. Okay. And we are back. We are back to where we started. This place sure brings back memories. I remember washing Keisha's vial, gathering plants with him, saving him from the Vitar boar, painting flowers with the paint he specially made. It's hard to imagine that has only been a few days. But I really need to think about what I want to do now. Now that I have found Ellis, there's no way I'm going to continue being a knight. And it's a bit impossible to return to Zathania with a bounty on my head. After setting up the tent, Altu lay down on the grass, gazing at the endless clear sky. I wonder what Keisha has in mind after this. If he would let me, I would love to travel with him. But then again, I'm sure he has many things to do, and I don't want to keep being a burden to him. Look at your furrowed eyebrows. You seem to be lost in thought. Keisha, you're back. Care to share some of your thoughts with me? I'm just thinking of where to go after this. Perhaps you can return to your village. I'm sure your parents would be delighted to see you. That's not a bad idea. But if you ask me, I would like to spend more time with you before you leave. I mean, we have been through a lot together, and I do not want things to end so early. Who knows when our paths would cross again? Keisha, I want to spend more time with you too. I just did not expect for you to think the same way. I thought you had other things to do, not as important as spending time with you. You know, Keisha, you once said you do not have much interaction with girls, but it seems like you have a real knack for womanizing. Me? So sorry, I did not mean it that way. You do not? No, that is, why must you always make me flustered? Well, now that we are here with my original body, there's something I would like to show you. What is it? A magic show.
Stream elements.
Just admit you're trying to show off
Said,
your skills now
"Stay
that you have
moist, my
regained your
friends, hydrate."
body. You are not wrong. The last time we were here, you gave me a flower crown. And now it is time for my return gift. Altu, close your eyes. Altu shut her eyes, doing as Keisha said. Do not open your eyes until I say so, alright? What is with the suspense? Keisha gently took Alto's hand. His hand was calloused, rougher than Altu's hand, yet warm and comforting. Soon Altu felt her feet lift up the ground, touching nothing but air. Her grip on Keisha's hand tightened, the thought of flying causing a momentary fear in her stomach. Yet she kept her eyes closed. She trusted Keisha. She knew he would never harm her. You can open your eyes now. Altu slowly opened her eyes, and what awaited her was a scenery she had never seen before. She was high up in the air, and below her were 1,000 colorful flowers dancing to the wind's rhythm. I hope you are not scared of heights. Well, just a bit. Do not worry, I have instructed the wind to make sure you will not fall even if you let go of my hand. If you are still dubious about the safety, I can explain how it works. I have commanded my flux to pull the air present at the ground upwards to a higher elevation and reduce the downwards force in this area here. Idiot, Keisha. This is where you are supposed to pull me closer and whisper something romantic into my ears, not recite an entire textbook. Do forgive me. Keisha pulled Altu even closer to him, such that her nose was touching his chest. So just you know, I was joking. You know, Altu, I never would have known that such a beautiful sight exists if I never escaped from the project's clutches, and if Lithiel had not struck a deal with me. It was the most difficult decision I have made, and the riskiest one too. Yeah, it sure is dangerous, especially when you had a Chrismalia shard embedded inside you. But with great risk comes great rewards, though this time the reward was not just attaining my freedom. The true reward was meeting you. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to see this view with my own body. So thank you, Altu. You saved me. Keisha. Altu opened her mouth to speak, but Keisha placed a finger on her lips. Do not act all modest now. Lithiel told me how you have risked your life to rescue me. Extracting flux from a non-magic user is a huge hazard, and powering up his portal was originally my job. But anyway, no, it sounds like I am in for a big lecture. I cannot believe you put yourself in such a precarious situation just for me. I know very well how brave you are, but your action goes beyond bravery. It is pure recklessness. You must not throw away your life that easily. If you are gone, I do not know what I will. He is angry. But Keisha, the time when Lithiel extracted my flux, you saved me. Saved you? What do you mean? The pin you gave me last time, it ended up saving me. So it seems like I owe you my life once again. My mother's pin. This may sound like an insensitive question, but where is your family now, Keisha? They died trying to protect me from the project's clutches. I am so sorry to hear that. No wonder he was angry when I talked avidly about the Chrismalia project. They were responsible for his family's deaths. There's no need to make that sad face. Now that I've put a stop to their plans, I can finally come to terms with it. Keisha. Sorry, I did not mean to dampen the mood. But you just gave me an idea. I told you I was raised in Al Sharan, right? The last time we visited, I did not have time to show you around because I was worried we would be attacked. But now that I am in my original body and that the project is demolished, I can promise that no harm will befall us. Keisha, are you inviting me to come with you? What I am trying to ask is, Altu, would you like to come with me to Al Sharan? I was in Lithiel's body the last time we went, so it did not feel like I was genuinely with you. This time I would like to take my time to accompany you wherever you would like. It does not have to be Al Sharan, of course. We can go to Listier or Waycott or wherever you want to go. Altu's heart skipped a beat. She had been waiting forever for Keisha to say that. And now that he did, she felt like it was too good to be true. Altu, are you all right? I know this is a bit sudden, but the wish of seeing the world together with you, this time with my own two eyes, has always been close to my heart. But there is no pressure, of course. You might have other things to do. Keisha, I would love to go with you. Well, really? Do you really mean it? Of course, I don't want our adventure to end just yet. There is still so much to explore in Gaia, and there's much more to learn about you. Me? Why would you want to learn more about me? Of course I want to, silly. You have been living inside another body, and you even hid your true intentions from me. It always feels like you're keeping a barrier between us. But this time, you are free, and I have all the time in Gaia to get to know you. I still don't know why you consider me a worthy specimen to study L2, but I will consider your answer as a yes to my invitation. Of course. Well, shall we? Keisha extended a hand towards Altu, and she, without any hesitation, placed her hand on his. The sorcerer smiled, gently lifted her hand, and kissed her knuckles, a move that made the usually composed Altu turn red. But what was that for? It's a custom in the desert. A kiss on the knuckles shows how grateful you are to the said person. I see. Man, that surprised me. So it was just a custom. Keisha snickered. He was, in fact, telling a lie. Where he was from, a long kiss on the knuckles could only mean one thing: an unwavering loyalty and devotion to a single entity. And for Keisha, that person was Altu. Not that he would ever tell her. Or maybe he would, when the time presented itself. Yet he promised himself that it would be the last lie he told Altu. All right, let us head down. The wind is picking up, and I do not want you to catch a cold. Wait, there is a question I have been wanting to ask you, Keisha. You know, the first time I met you, I had the strange feeling that we have met before. Are you the one who saved me from the headquarters explosion? Took you a while to realize. I knew it. We have met before. Why did you not tell me sooner? What can I say? I am a man of secrets. Too many secrets. But anyway, that's one mystery solved. I finally get to know who my savior was. It was you all along. It's a bit too late to say this, but thanks for rescuing me back then, Keisha. And also when I almost got executed. You seem to have a knack for getting into trouble. I have to apologize too for keeping so many things a secret from you. Uh, do not worry. From now on, there will not be any secrets between us. Great. I will have all the time in the world to get to know you better. Be prepared for an onslaught of questions. The two giggled as they walked amongst the field of flowers, hand in hand, walking in sync with the grassland's timid dance. A cold gale from the glacial mountains brushed past them, but at that moment they knew that the warmth they had found within each other was all they needed to fight any frost. As if by instinct, L2 took his hand and she was pulled back to her feet. You idiot! How the hell did you get yourself into this mess? That voice. It can't be. The wind blew the man's hood backwards as they ran, revealing an all too familiar face. Cecile! L2's heart skipped a beat. She thought she was dreaming, but those amber eyes, raven hair, even the feather earring given to him by. There is no mistake about it. It really is him. But why is he here? I haven't seen him for years. Less staring, more running. They are going to catch us if you don't move those legs of yours. Altu managed a nod. The appearance of her best friend suddenly gave Altu the strength she needed, and she found herself running faster despite the storm and numbness in her legs. Where did they go? I do not know. Did we lose them? Damn it. We cannot let her get away. Sol finally slowed and Altu dropped to her knees. The panic and frenzy of the escape dulled her, but the pause gave her body a chance to readjust and feel again. Though the rain had stopped during the rescue, Altu's damp clothes still clung to her body. The cool breeze chilled her skin, and she shivered. Hoping to catch her breath, she rubbed her arms to warm them and looked around. They were surrounded by greenery and snow. Tall trees populated the area. Were they out of the city? Around her, plants were coated with the remnants of the previous rain, and the ground underneath her squished, almost sinking under her weight. Feeling her heart finally calm, she got up, ignoring the wet mud that accumulated on her clothing. Ripples of blue caught her eye, and Sol stood at the edge of some rocks in front of her. As she walked closer, she heard the sound of flowing water. Her eyes widened as she exited the forest, surprised by the sight of a pool and a small waterfall. Sol handed Altu his canteen. Here, drink and take some time to collect yourself. You must be hungry. I will catch. Ooh, tasty, tasty fish. Your best character. Your best character. Give me some tasty fish. But before he could leave, Altu tugged the hem of his coat. Wait. All this time, where have you been? And what have you been doing? It has been 2 years. Your parents are worried sick, and so am I. Altu. Sol tried to pull away from Altu's grip, but she would not budge. Tell me the truth, Sol. What have you been doing for the past 2 years? Did you forget about the promise we had made to find Ellis together? Sol let out a laugh. Altu, you know that there's no way I will forget that promise. Ellis means so much to the both of us. Then why? Why did you leave? Sol gently took Altu's hand in his, unrolling her fingers until she was no longer gripping his coat. Fine, I will tell you. He sat on the boulder beside Altu. Have you heard of the desert falcons? The famous hidden guild from Al Sharan, right? That's right. 2 years ago, when I was running errands for my father in Sethania, I got a man out of a sticky situation. That man turned out to be one of the desert falcons. He invited me to join them. I heard that Gaia's best informants worked for them, and they seemed to be recruiting bounty hunters. Perhaps finding Ellis would be a breeze for them, so I decided to join. Altu let his words sink in. Sol had not forgotten about their promise. He was just doing it his own way. So it was all for Ellis. It has always been for her. Of course it was always for Ellis, Altu thought, but she felt her heart sink in disappointment when Soul said it like that. Everything has always been for Ellis, you say. I guess that's true. But what about me? I became a knight just to find her too. I know. I have sacrificed my dreams just to find her. I know that too. I almost lost my life for her sake, you know? Altu, did you know that having you by my side would have made the sacrifice a bit less painful? Why? How could you leave? You should have become a knight with me. Then at least I wouldn't have had to suffer by myself through the past 2 years. Saul suddenly stood up. You think I wasn't alone either. You think I enjoyed this bounty hunting life, having to harm others for a living. He opened his mouth to speak more, but closed it when he saw Altu's teary eyes. He sighed and sat down. We are too different, Altu. There's more than one way to achieve the same end, and I'm sure you know how different our approaches are. You stick to the tried and true, but I long for freedom. You prefer method, but I like the madness. You became a knight, and I became a bounty hunter. It doesn't matter which road we take. What matters is that our destination stays the same. That is to find Ellis. Isn't that right? Altu was silent for a while, and just when Sol thought she was about to cry, the girl started to chuckle, which then erupted in fits of laughter. Well, what's so funny? I see your inner poet is still in there. It's hilarious to know that your bounty hunting days haven't watered down that hilariously dramatic side of you. You stick to the tried and true, but I long for freedom. You prefer method, but I like the madness. Sol's face instantly boiled into a deep red. So stop that. And what was that last part again? Altu cleared her throat in preparation to emulate Sol's speech. It doesn't matter which road we take. What matters is that our destination stays the same. Stop that. Sol tried to hide his embarrassment by covering his face with his scarf, but was unable to hide the red tint in his cheeks. Altu, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. You, after all these years, you are still. I bet you still keep a poetry book full of your suppressed teenage angst. Sol's face reddened even further. I do not. Your reaction says you do. I do not. Are you sure bounty hunting is the right job for you? Perhaps being a bard would suit you better. But being a bard would not help us find Ellis. So you did consider it. I. What? No! Altu continued to tease Soul, knowing exactly what to say to deflate his ego and make him all the more embarrassed. My stomach hurts from laughing too much. It's as if we have returned to the good old days. I think Ellis and I are the only ones who have the pleasure to see the usually stoic Soul in his flustered state. Ellis, if only you were here. Then I wouldn't feel so guilty laughing without you. Were the two of you fighting again? She started it. You challenged me. Yes, to a friendly spar. I didn't expect you to start hitting me with that bamboo weapon you created. Alice raised an eyebrow. How could a bamboo stick hurt you this badly? This cheater sharpened the tip and added spikes to it. She turned the stick into a friggin' club. It's still made of bamboo, so I technically did not cheat. In fact, it just shows that you are no match for my Mega Bamboozler version 3, equipped with cacti spikes and explosion cannons that are still a work in progress. While I just have a wooden sword to defend myself with. I am not born into a family of royal knights, so I do not have proper sword training. The least you can do is give me some handicap. Besides, what kind of gentleman are you to hit a lady with no restraint like this? You are not a lady. You are just some dumb-ass gorilla. What did you just say? I said you are not a lady. You are just a dumbass gorilla. Seems like you're itching for another fight. Well, it's round two then. Alice bonked their heads before they could engage in another fight. Alice, what was that for? All right, stop it, you two. No more fighting for today. Then we will settle this tomorrow. P. Brain. That's my line, you ugly monkey. Alice sighed, rubbing her temples, but she couldn't quite hide her smile. Anyone would think that she was fed up by the two's constant fights that occurred almost daily. But in truth, she never once grew tired of her banters, and instead found them amusing. Come here, you two. Let me heal you. The two immediately stopped their heated exchange and turned to Alice, sitting on the floor obediently. After all, if anyone could control the two of them, it was Alice. Alice's hands hovered over their wounds, warm glows emanating from her palms. The two were quiet, soaking all the impossibly comforting heat from Alice's signature healing spell. That power was her talent, her innate gift, the pride of the entire village. Altu felt her eyelids grow heavier and heavier the longer she stayed in the vicinity of Alice's magic. I love it when Alice casts her spell. It makes me feel so warm inside. This feels like heaven. Altu felt something soft landing on her shoulder. Sol had apparently fallen asleep and was now leaning on her shoulder, his silky dark hair tickling her neck. Stupid Sol. I normally would have shoved him away, but I'm also feeling sleepy. Altu closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber, the fatigue finally hitting her like a ton of bricks. It's nighttime already. I don't want to wake up. Let me return to that dream. And this pillow, so snug. Altu stirred a bit and proceeded to close her eyes again. Get up, Altu. You're drooling on my trousers. All of Altu's drowsiness instantly washed away. Upon hearing Sol's voice above her, she immediately stood up and realized she had been sleeping on Sol's lap the entire time. She also noticed a visible pool of saliva on the fabric of his trousers. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. So, had a nice sleep. How would you rate your cushion? A 4 out of 5. I would have rated it higher if you didn't wake me from my sleep. Sol looked like he was about to throw some daggers at Altu's face. You better be grateful I even let you sleep on me, swine. Do you know just how long you slept for? I can barely feel my legs now. Sorry. How did I even fall asleep anyway? You suddenly decided to shut off that tiny brain of yours after we ate, and I don't know. How is it humanly possible for someone to sleep in the middle of a conversation? Could cut me some slack. I haven't slept for days, alright? Which is why I did not wake you up, dumbass. What did you say? I said I should have woken you up before you drooled on me, dumbass. Really sorry about that. I thought I had not drooled in my sleep since I was a kid. Sol heaved a sigh, but Altu thought that she saw the faintest of smiles for a short moment. Or perhaps it was just her imagination. Anyway, Sol, what were we talking about earlier? The execution. What exactly did you do to receive capital punishment? I. Well, it's a long story. Yes, yes, those were the exact same words you said before you dozed off. Altu opened her mouth to protest, but was instantly cut off by Sol. Go on, tell me what happened. We have all the time in the world. Altu was not too sure if he was being serious or sarcastic, but knowing Sol, it was probably the latter. You know about the Chrismalia project, right? The magic movement trending now. The organization's ultimate goal is to make magic accessible to everyone, even to non-magic users. So what about it? I was tasked to deliver a parcel to the Chrismalia Project's headquarters in Chalia. The commander said that the parcel bore some good tidings. I thought they were finally going to reconcile with the Chrismalia Project's leaders. I was an idiot. Altu looked down at her hands. Even now, her hands could not help but tremble whenever she recalled the incident. The parcel contained explosives. They were made to set off once it was opened. I delivered it to the researchers there. They opened it, and what happened next? Well, I suppose you can guess the rest. You were used as a scapegoat. They sent you off to your death, knowing that you would die either by the explosives or by the project's hands. Then they would use you as a legitimate reason to start a war on Chrismalia Project. Altu did not say anything. She did not need to. The respondent look in her eyes said enough as she stared into the crackling fire. I should have known better. The Synthanian authorities are very antagonistic towards the project's vision. Making magic accessible to everyone will only destroy the power balance that's been upheld in Synthania for a very long time. I was a fool to think that their rivalry would end so quickly. I should have been more careful. Half of the project's headquarters were destroyed because of the explosives. All the research that could have made Gaia a happier world disappeared in that very instant. All because of me. But you survived. How? L2 shrugged. She had to admit her memory from that day was still muddled. She only remembered waking up in Chalia's outskirts and witnessing the explosion's aftermath. I just got lucky, I suppose. Sol hung thoughtfully, pondering over the situation for a while. Are you sure it was just luck? You wouldn't have survived an explosion if you had faced it head on. Perhaps someone helped you. Someone else helped me. But who? Who knows? Anyway, it seems like the Chrismalia project lies as an obstacle to both of our paths. And I don't know if this is the right time to tell you this, but Sol picked up a flat stone and skimmed it across the lake. It bounced on the water's surface several times before sinking. I might have found a clue to Ellis's whereabouts. A clue to Ellis's whereabouts? How? Where would that be? And why didn't you tell me earlier? I've done some digging around, and I've heard that the Chrismalia Project houses a very skilled healer, a female healer with lilac hair. Alice might be involved in the Chrismalia Project. Altu covered her mouth, trying but failing to hide her obvious horror. The explosion. Well, what if I killed her? Sol shook his head. I am sure she is all right. Alice is strong. She wouldn't die that easily. If you say so. Altu gave it a thought, and Sol was right. Although Alice had always seemed like the mediator among the trio, there were times when Altu felt that Alice might just be physically stronger than them, especially with the masterful range she had had on her magic capabilities. She recalled the time when a wild beast had wreaked havoc in her family's farm. That was probably the first time Altu had seen her mad, and also the first time she saw a wild beast turn to roasted meat that quickly. Looking back at all of Alice's feats, Altu realized that perhaps her hidden strength was one of the reasons why she and Sol had to behave so obediently in her presence. She was a strong woman indeed, but Altu knew there was stronger magic users involved in the Chrismalia Project. But that really begs the question, did she join the project of her own accord, or was she forced into it? I highly doubt she's involved voluntarily. She must have been abducted by them and forced to work as a healer. But the Chrismalia Project, they would never. There were always darker shadows behind the brightest lights. As much as people idolize the movement, there are many controversies regarding the Chrismalia Project. Altu nodded slowly. She had always been supportive of the Chrismalia Project, especially for a non-magic user like her. To be able to use magic freely, it felt like a dream. Regardless, finally finding Alice is top priority. We can't march into the Chrismalia Project's headquarters just like that. So you got any plans? Sol fished out a folded paper from his bag and handed it to Altu. The Chrismalia Project is looking for someone. They didn't give the specific details, but they want him back, or at least his soul. His soul. Do not mind the specifics. This guy is the key to finding Ellis. Once we capture him, we can at least get access inside the project's headquarters. Altu unfolded the paper. It contained a drawing of a pale, thin man with yellow hair and pink eyes. It was just a rough sketch, but Altu felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Is he a magic user? I do not know, but what I do know is in order to capture him, we need a special gadget. A gadget only sold in Al Sharan Port City. L2 leapt to her feet, suddenly feeling motivation kick in. Alright, let's get there, chop chop. The sooner we can get this gadget and capture this man, the sooner we can find Ellis. That's more like it. Yes. Oh, okay, we've done this one? Yeah, okay. We are here, the port city of Al Sharan. Keep your eyes peeled. L2, I received some intel that the man we are looking for has also been sighted around here. I need to visit a place and retrieve the equipment. You cannot come along with me, unfortunately. A secret hideout. Something like that. Do not worry about me. I will go for a little sightseeing. Do not stray off too far, alright? And do not go picking fights with strangers. Hey, who do you think I am? You are the biggest barbarian in our village. After all, I would not be surprised if I returned to see you become the culprit in a murder scene. Is that really how you view me? Always has been. Meanie. But seriously, be careful. You are a wanted woman. L2, I do not see wanted posters of you being put up in Al Sharan, but you still need to be careful. If someone recognizes you, then it's game over for us. L2 grinned, elbowing Soul playfully. I guess that makes both of us criminals. We are partners in crime. Soul sighed and rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, whatever you say. Anyway, do not worry about me. I can take care of myself. She flexed her arm. For good measure, Soul did not look convinced, but nodded anyway. I will get going then. Let's meet up here in 2 hours. Got you. Now, 2 hours to kill. What should I do? Altu followed her ears to the bustling market, where merchants were hawking their wares and customers were haggling. There are so many stalls to visit here, I best avoid crowded places for now. I wonder what that merchant sells. Is that a cat mask he is wearing? It is really cute. Altu approached the merchant with the mask, intrigued by the strange clothes he wore. Looking to buy something? What are you selling today? Feel free to take a look at these treasures I have collected through my travels. Each item you see here has a story behind it. That's so cool. Do you travel a lot? That's right. I am a traveling merchant, and I collect odds and ends along my journey. Cashier's the name, by the way. Feel free to take a look at my collection. Altu did as she was told and scanned items from Cashier's stall. There were rainbow-hued jewels, earrings with strange symbols, and even pebbles that did not look like they were worth very much. Noticing that Altu did not seem to like any of his collections, Cashier could not help but frown. Nothing tickles your fancy. What about this pen right here as a new addition to my collection? Cashier produced a silver-colored fountain pen, its body etched with quill-like patterns. That fountain pen looks pretty. Its aesthetics somewhat remind me of Soul. Should I buy it for him? If he is still into writing angsty poetry, he might need it. How much is it? It would normally cost 3,000 oats. 3,000 oats. That is 2, but for you, my friend, 2,000 oats. Make that 1,000. 1,700. 1,300. 1,600. 1,500. Deal. You can pay through me because I am the cashier. Cashier, I get it. Altu made the payment and had the pen wrapped with a silk cloth. I'm sure Soul would like this. Cashier did a little curtsy as he pushed his mask over to the side. It was nice doing business with you, customer. Have a great day. Altu approached the suspicious stranger wearing a black cloak. Hello. What are you doing? Greeting you? Now that I think of it, what am I doing talking to a complete stranger after Soul told me to steer of trouble? The man chuckled, his voice surprisingly deep, as it echoed directly in Altu's head. Has the little lamb lost her way, or are you looking for some fun? Yes, the sky is shady. Altu ready to sprint, but the man caught her arm before she had a chance to run. Let go of me. The stranger did as he was told, releasing his grip on Altu's arm. Relax, I was just messing with you. I am Isaiah, and I am definitely not a bad person. That's what all bad people say. I am getting a bit bored, so why do you not accompany me for some time? No. What a difficult lady to please. Fine, then what if I let you ask any question you have? What makes you think you can answer the question I have? Isaiah laughed once again. Dear, you mortals really are clueless, are you not? Looking at the strange man's face, Altu realized he had a pair of red eyes. Altu could not put her finger on what it was, but something about him felt off, almost otherworldly. I can give you any answer you want, LT, including the location of the person you seek. Okay, this guy has danger written all over his face. How did he even know my name? But if he really knows where Ellis is, or where our target is, what should I do? Altu stood beside the man, making sure there was at least a 2-meter distance between them. Isaiah, on the other hand, looked pleasantly amused. So you have decided to accompany me. I am touched. So just to confirm, I can ask you any question, right? A god never goes back on his promises. Altu blinked. A god? This guy must be nuts. So what are you doing? Human watching. You mean people watching. Miss Alti, what do you think about the imbalance of Flux and Gaia? Flux, or in layman's terms, magic. Some humans can control magic, and others can't. Through my eyes, I can see the flux inside each and every one of these humans walking past us. Can you, not call them that way? It sounds kind of weird. The strange man ignored her. Believe it or not, each human's flux has their own colors, and each and every one of them is different. Some powerful flux wielders can even materialize their own colors. But tell me, Alti, do you know which color is strongest? Black? Isaiah shook his head. Red. The strongest and rarest flux are usually colored red. The redder they are, the stronger. A small warning, if you ever see someone with flux as red as blood, you best be careful. But why? Why red? Isaiah gave Altu a sly smile. I think I will leave the rest for you to figure out. The two stood there in silence, watching people go about their daily activities in the bustling port city of Al Sharan. Can this man really see the color of magic? I kind of envy him. I would love to see them too. Say, Isaiah, why do I not possess magic capabilities? Is that the question you want to ask? No, never mind. Relax, Alti. I am sure you know possessing the ability to control flux is not all sunshine and rainbows. Some people would even trade their powers just to live a normal life as a non-magic user. With great power comes great responsibility, and great burdens to shoulder as well. Altu thought about Illis, who was presumed to be kidnapped because of her healing powers. Besides, this world was originally built without any help of magic. Isaiah chuckled once again, his eyes glinting mischievously. Never mind, I have said too much. Anyway, it's time for me to leave. So what was your question, LT? Although I can already guess what it is without you telling me, but for formality's sake, ask away. Where is our target? Isaiah let out a wide smile. All right, since you asked for a question, I will be going. Wait, what? Where is my answer? I only said I would let you ask a question. I never said I would answer it. No way, you meanie. I jest. You and your loafer's target. I do know where he is. Wait, Loafer? You two have not reached that stage yet. My bad. It was clear that the suspicious know-it-all was enjoying this a little too much. With regards to the target's location, all I can say is that he is closer than you think. His interest may or may not align with yours, but I presume he has busyness to attend to in these parts. Busyness to attend to here. A word of advice, LT. If you were to encounter him, do give him a chance to explain himself. You might find strength in numbers. Anyway, I should get going. I hope to see you in the Memoria, LT Revandier. If you survive this predicament, that is. Before L2 could form a reply, the mysterious man had vanished and was nowhere to be seen. What was that? And who was that man? I think I am done here. Wow, this place is packed with books. Wait, what am I saying? It is a library after all. We do not have a huge library like this in my village, and I was always too busy with the knight's errands to visit Sylvania's library. Well, might as well read up on something now that I am already here. The Exiled God of Knowledge. I remember reading this myth as a child. I guess it does not hurt to read it again. It doesn't really say anything different. I guess since we're technically on Soul's route. No, it's not saying anything different. Wonder if it'll say something different about the Falcons. Nope, okay, it's interesting that we didn't get any new dialogue from that just because Soul did mention the Falcons. L2 decided to spend the remaining time she had staying put in the meeting spot Soul had specified, just in case he ended his busyness early. After some time, she spotted Soul emerge from an alley. Soul, over here. I got the gadget we need to capture the man. Why do you look so uneasy then? Well, I just did not expect them to give me an empty vial. Look. Soul showed her the so-called gadget he retrieved, but no matter which angle L2 looked at it from, it was just an empty vial. Is this vial supposed to help us capture our target's soul? Are you sure you were not tricked, Soul? The gadget was made from a credible item specialist, so I highly doubt that it is a scam. But even if it is bogus, I am sure with our strengths combined, we can capture the target and drag him to the project's headquarters. It has been a while since I have heard Soul be so inclusive. He would usually prefer to do things by himself. I suppose you have a point. Soul put the item away. Anyway, now that we are done here, a child who was playing with a toy and obviously not paying attention to his surroundings bumped into Soul and fell face flat on the ground. Hey, watch where you are going, kiddo. Soul reached his hand out to help him stand, but the boy started crying instead. Well, why are you crying? Stop that. You are still bad at handling children. Let me handle this. L2 bent down and lifted the boy up. Do not cry. Tell Big Sis what the problem is. The boy finally stopped bawling after L2 consoled him, and she put him down. My magic toy, it is broken. L2 gently took the toy from the boy's hand and examined it. Your magic toy, it looks perfectly unharmed to me. But it will not work anymore. They soon realized a small part of the boy's toy, namely a tiny blue crystal, had been shattered. This crystal, you mean, is just a decoration, right? The toy should be able to work without it. No, it is supposed to shoot out flowers, but it is not working now. A toy that shoots out flowers? That is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Hold on, L2. This toy is one of the Chrismalia Project's inventions. One of the project's inventions. I did not know they made toys too. You might not have seen their projects before since they are banned in Zephania, but the Chrismalia Project has a signature blue crystal embedded in every invention they produce. So this broken blue crystal is the toy's power source. I guess you can say that. Is there a way to fix it then? Maybe we cannot fix the shard, but if we supply some magic power into the toy, it might just work. Well, you are the only magic user between the two of us. Maybe you should give it a go. Hesitation was painted all over Soul's face, and L2 instantly regretted suggesting that. L2, have you forgotten what happened in the past? I have sworn not to use magic ever since that happened. But that was years ago, Soul. I do not even remember what happened anymore, so I suppose whatever happened cannot be that bad, right? It was so terrible that your mind chose to erase it. Soul, what did you say? Never mind. Soul felt a tug on his coat. Big brother, can you fix it? Can you fix it, please? The boy's eyes welled up, on the verge of tears once again. Do not cry. But the boy did not heed L2's request. Instead, he broke into sobs and wailed loudly. So loudly, in fact, that they attracted lots of passersby's attention. We are causing quite a scene. If this kid cries again, people are going to think we are bullying him. Where are his parents anyway? What should I do? Throughout our childhood, Soul would do anything but use his powers and would resort to physical training instead. I do not know why he hates using magic that much, but I've heard that an accident happened because he lost control of his powers. Still, everyone makes mistakes, and he has to embrace it one day. Altu took Soul's hand in hers. It was cold despite the blistering weather. Come on, Soul, you can do it. How long are you going to continue concealing your powers? You cannot keep hiding your gift forever, right? But what if I lose control again? Altu smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and for once Soul felt like he could do anything. I am sure you can. Just believe in yourself. Soul let out a chuckle, not a sarcastic or jeering one, but a genuine chuckle, a sound that Altu rarely heard. I do not believe in myself, but I will place my trust in you. If you think I can do it, then maybe I can. Soul closed his eyes, the toy in one hand and Altu's hand in the other. He drew a deep breath, exhaled, and let the dormant magic lying in him spring into life. This is. I am getting goosebumps. If only I had magic, I'd be getting a lot of girls with these flowers right now. While people were busily admiring Soul's handiwork, the said magic user was still standing blankly, shocked and utterly confused. See, I knew you could do it. Just look at how happy everyone is. The flowers are so beautiful. You modified the toy with your powers, right? I never knew you could do that. If I were you, or if I had just a fraction of your magic, I would have flaunted it to everyone I have met. Are you admitting that I am way better than you? What? I never said that. Stop twisting my words. Soul laughed, a warm, hearty laugh. It was the first time in a while that Altu heard him laugh without any restraint. Uh, Maybe it was the joyous atmosphere of the falling flowers, or maybe she was imagining it, but the way he tilted slightly as he laughed. The way his teeth showed as he calmed down with a wide smile, and the way he looked to Altu after it all, so clear and close that she could see every healed blemish and mark on his face, which only gave him more charm. It really feels as if we have returned to the past, back when we were kids, when we had no worries, and when I had no bounty on my head. You have a flower stuck in your hair. Really? Altu ran her fingers through her hair, trying to brush off the flower that was persistently sticking to her. It is still there. Let me get it for you. Silly. Saul reached his hand out to take the flowers from Altu's hair, but he hesitated and drew his hand away. Why did he? I get it. We have grown a lot since the old days. Even though we are just friends, if he leaned in like that, people might get the wrong idea. But why am I disappointed? It is not like I am. Without warning, Saul blew a mouthful of air at her, knocking the flower out of her hair. Looking up at his face, Altu now saw a pink tint on his cheeks. There, now it is gone. He instantly looked away, covering half his face with the scarf, a habit he did whenever he felt embarrassed. You do not have to be shy. That is really cute of you. I am not cute. Sure you are. Please stop teasing me. I am not. I am just telling the truth of how cute you are. Shut up. You are the cute one. Now it was Altu's turn to blush furiously. That accidental slip up really caught her off guard. Saul, on the other hand, looked as if he wanted to dig a hole, cover himself with as much dirt as he could, and disappear from the face of Gaia. The two stood there motionlessly, entrapped in an air of awkwardness, the flower confetti still raining on them. Excuse me, big brother. Saul broke out of his trance and turned to address the boy. Yes, what is it? I think the streets are full of flowers now, so maybe you can stop it. Color visibly drained from Saul's face. About that. What is wrong, Saul? I've been trying to stop it since a while ago, but this thing just will not stop producing flowers. The previously excited crowds began to complain due to the excess litter on the streets. Saul sighed wearily. See what I told you? I should not have. Well, that leaves us with one last option. Altu grinned, wearing the same playful smirk Saul knew all too well. Run! Altu grabbed Saul's hand, or perhaps it was the other way around, and ran as fast as they could out of the town square, leaving the flower-filled streets for the citizens to deal with. Well, wait, it is not stopping. Someone make it stop. Chaos ensued in the streets of Al-Sharan, but the two partners were already whizzing out of the city before anyone could lay their hands on them. It was always like this, even in the old times. The two rebellious children with mischievous grins, racing away from the commotion they caused, hand in hand. Altu glanced back for a moment, feeling someone was watching them. What is wrong? I could have sworn that I felt someone watching us just now. A flash of golden hair. Saul, wait, is that not? Saul stopped running, inclining his line of sight to Altu's. His eyes widened at the sight of a tall, pale man with slender build. His head was covered with a veil, but Saul instantly knew who it was. That is him, our target. The man in question seemed to be on edge, glancing back and forth warily each time Altu or Saul made a move. It was as if he could detect their presence. Both Altu and Sol were privy to the man's alertness, of course, and managed to conceal themselves before he could spot them. The skills they had honed over the years of hide and seek and sneaking past their strict parents were valuable assets in this situation. He seems to be heading for the desert. That is bad. We will not have any cover age. Quick, move! He is leaving. Let's stick behind the shrubs for now. He will not spot us there. Altu and Sol crouched behind a row of withered shrubs, quietly following their target, all while keeping a close eye on him. Sol, where do you think he is going? I do not know, but we just have to follow him. The fact that the project issued a bounty on his head may mean that he is a dangerous magic user. I am unable to use magic and Sol has never received proper training, so he may easily overpower us. We must be careful. After hours of pursuit, the two found themselves in a forest of withered trees. The sand beneath their feet was now coarse gravel, and the trees' long limbs made sunlight difficult to trespass. It was hard to believe they were anywhere in the Hoshea Desert anymore. What is this place? I hate to admit it, but I do not know. Sol had been part of the Desert Falcons for 2 years, but he had never seen such a forest in Hoshea Desert before. Sol, I do not like this. Is he luring us out here on purpose? Despite how dry the air was, sweat dripped from Sol's face. Is it a trap, or did he really not notice us? And what could he be doing all the way out here? The man suddenly slipped through a throng of trees, vanishing from their line of sight in a fraction of a second. It is getting harder to follow him here. We need to get closer. Wait, Sol. But before Altu could protest, Sol had grasped to where the man was headed, leaving her no choice but to follow him. I have a bad feeling about this. Sol's feet tripped on an invisible wire. Shoot. The wire wrapped around Sol's feet, giving him no chance to react as a large log swung towards him. It slammed into him, throwing him across this forest. Sol! Altu rushed to aid him, but a glass shattering mid-air interrupted her, causing an outbreak of white mist that obscured her sight. Well, what is this fog? I cannot see. Altu avoided the flying blade before it could graze her. I knew it. The target lured us into a trap. If only I could see clearly. Altu, behind you! Altu ducked immediately and rolled to her side, narrowly avoiding the same log as slammed against Sol. Mist knives and long attacks. They are not something a magic user would resort to in an ambush. Does that mean that he is? Hearing the sound of grass rustling behind her, she spun around and did a roundhouse kick, earning a familiar grunt from her victim. That is me, you idiot. My bad. Move. Sol yanked Altu just in time to avoid the trajectory of yet another knife. It clanged against the bark of a distant tree and flopped to the floor. Curses. We cannot pinpoint him with this mist. Slashing random places did not produce any results, it seemed. Sol was just punching the fist, a futile effort on his part. Altu, meanwhile, was inspecting the knife that had fallen on the ground. Even without Sol pulling her out of the way, she realized the knife would not have grazed her. Altu, get it together. He is going to get away if we do not do anything. Wait, Sol. Judging from our encounter with him, he does not seem to be a magic user. Plus, I think he is not experienced in combat. He is not a magic user. How is that possible? Think about it. Why would he resort to falling logs and throwing knives if he could use magic? Sol finally calmed down, trying to follow Altu's train of thought. You may be right. From his actions, he may be a non-magic user, and it also seems like he is avoiding close-range combat. Maybe we should wait for the mist to settle. No, he will get away by then. The moment we hear his footsteps, we tackle him together, and I will use the vial on him. As if on cue, they heard the faint rustle of footsteps beside them. Now, the two leapt on their target like a predator pouncing on its prey. The man yelped, surprised by their sudden attack. Charging at the man with all her strength, Altu managed to pin him to the ground. Soul, now! Just as Soul readied the vial, the target let out a distressed cry, shaking his arms frantically. Wait. Please hear me out. You do not know what you are doing or who you are messing with. Soul glared at him, dubiousness written all over his face. Yet knowing that Altu had him immobile, he let his hand hover above the vial, pausing the operation. Is that a threat I hear? I know what you are here for. You want my soul, and you are working with the project. The man's voice was ragged from all the exhaustion, and Altu could not help but feel bad from all the roughhousing they did to this non-combatant. But have you ever considered why such a respected organization wants someone's soul? Does it not strike you as strange? The man paused in the middle of his sentence, staring at Soul with widened eyes, his fear replaced with something more akin to shock. Wait, you are... Which immediately turned into worry. You have to run. Do not let the project see you. They are going to use you at all costs. Are you talking about me? The traces are faint, but I can make out the color. It is as red as blood. Could it be that you are unaware about your capabilities? Soul tightened his grip on the vial, almost losing his patience. For someone whose soul is about to be taken, you had better worry about yourself first. Please, just give me a chance to explain. You do not know what the project is making you do. Altu, yes, you have always been the more reasonable one between the two of us. So is your call. What do you think we should do? Wait, Soul, we should listen to what he has to say. All right then, if you insist. Go on, make it quick. You, are you aware that you are a child of the Blood Moon? This question was directed to Soul, who had been staring at their target with narrowed eyes for a while now. The Blood Moon. I have read about that before, but what does child of the Blood Moon mean? And why is he asking that instead of convincing us not to capture him? I am not aware, and I do not care. It is a strange bounty, but my job is to capture your soul and send you back to the project. This is the only way we can beat her again. Soul spoke the last sentence softly, but Altu caught what he said. Soul, I know it is difficult for him to make this decision and entertain a strange request, but this is the sacrifice we are willing to make to find Ellis. Please reconsider heading to the project's headquarters. When they see a child of the Blood Moon, God knows what they will do to you. Right, now that you are done with talking, we will have to take your soul away. Altu, tie him to that tree and move away from him. Well, wait. Altu did exactly that and moved away, but before the man could say anything, Soul had opened the vial and directed it to him. The vial burned a bright red, and they watched, bewildered, as the man's magenta eyes closed and his body turned limp. After collecting his soul, the vial let out a loud pop and immediately sealed itself, leaving a floating bright orb inside it. After a while, it dimmed and vanished from sight. His soul is in there. Altu mumbled that hesitantly. No one would believe that somebody's soul was inside a transparent vial, after all. Soul looked equally skeptical, but looking at the unconscious body, the vial seemed to have worked its charm. Let's just assume that is true. So what do we do about the body? It really sounds as if we have murdered somebody. You are usually the one with the ideas. What do you think we should do? I think we should give him a proper burial. No, we do not have time for this. Hey, the least we could do is give our victim a good resting place. He is resting well right now, is he not? I would punch him, but I have no strength left to. Anyway, the ground here is too hard to shovel. Maybe we can consider alternative methods, or do you suppose we bury him in a sandier area? But dragging his body out to the desert is kind of... I think we could just leave his body here. How heartless can you be, Soul? Soul simply grunted at the remark. He produced a cloth from his backpack and laid it on top of the unconscious body. He was warning you about something. Do you know what he was talking about? Not a clue. Whatever he said did make me anxious, but if Soul is not worried about it, then maybe I should not either. Seeing the target's belongings still scattered about, Altu gathered them up. The least she could do, she supposed, was to keep the man's belongings close to his body. The man had quite a lot in his possessions. A folded tent, a collection of knives, dried jerkies, a canteen of water, basic necessities that keep a man alive. Altu found herbs stored in glass jars and vials containing unknown potions as well. Perhaps the man was a herbalist or a potioneer of sorts. What is this? Something amidst his mediocre items caught Altu's eyes. A worn-out book with gold embroidery laced on its leather cover poked out from the man's bag. Despite its age, it seemed like it was taken care of and handled with care. Altu inspected the book carefully. It was just a normal book, inside and out, yet there was something about it that told her it was more than it looked. Altu, let us get moving. Coming. She placed the collected items next to the man's body and hurried off to catch up with Soul. But just as she turned to leave, something tugged her hand. She whipped her hand just in time to see a pale hand grip her wrist, as cold as ice, and for those whose hand it was, Altu could not even begin to imagine. Another hand covered her mouth as a familiar voice hissed in her ears. Stay still. The sharp edge of a knife pressed onto her neck. Altu, do not move unless you want the girl to get hurt. Altu was unable to look back at her attacker, but his familiar voice and blonde strands of hair undoubtedly belonged to their target. How did this happen? How did he spring back to life? Was the equipment a scam after all? You let go of her. Give me the vial, and I will release the girl. Soul, I am sorry. Release her first, then I will give you the vial. The man laughed, though it was more of a sardonic sneer. I am afraid that will not work. I could kill her first, then take the vial from you. You do not have the strength to do that. Oh, but I can. I am not the same person I was a few minutes ago. The remark seemed strange, but now that Altu thought of it, there was something different about this person. She could not pinpoint the difference exactly, but the man's personality, his actions, the air he carried, he did not feel like the same man he was before. Ah, da, 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 da. Who? Who are you? You are not our target, are you? What are you saying, L2? To think a non-magic user could spot the difference instantly. That is right. I am not your target. My soul was simply taking over his body for the time being. Well, what the? You can call me Lithiel. I am the soul that resides in that book. The book with gold lacings. I knew there was something strange about it. And what is this? Lithiel was now looking at Soul up and down. You are a greater asset than what was contained in this body. What do you say about working with me? A greater asset? The heck are you saying, man? You know that my answer to that is hell no. A shame. Then I thought we had similar goals. Similar goals. You're looking for a way to enter the project's headquarters, are you not? How did you? Bingo. It was just a hunch, but I am glad it is not because of the hefty bounty on this head, since I have no bargaining chip in terms of money. But a sure way into the Chrismalia Project's headquarters is something I can offer you in exchange for your cooperation. You have got to be joking. You are asking us to work with a criminal who is currently threatening my friend's life. Lithiel sighed, and Altu could feel his grip slackening. Fine, if it makes you feel better. I'll release her after you listen to my explanation. You. His grip on me is loosening. This is my chance to make a run for it. I should. L2 bit Lithiel's hand as hard as she could. The man yelped, the pain forcing him to release his grip on her and letting L2 run to where Soul was. That hurt. Were you raised as a woman or an alligator? You know what? Sometimes I ask myself the same question. Hey, it seems that you kids do not want to listen. Fine, then. Sneak your way into the headquarters and become their livestock for all I care. Just do not say I did not warn you when you reach the gates of death. Lithiel stormed away, furious. Soul glanced at the vial he held. A spark of light continued to flicker inside it, indicating the presence of a soul. It is strange, is it not, to think that souls can be swapped around so easily. I have never seen such magic before, but there was really another soul occupying the same body. Yes, and there's another soul trapped here. I am so confused. Let's go, soul. We have no time to waste. It is cold. Of course it is, you dummy. We are near Lestier territory, after all. Lestier, right. Lestier is a kingdom in the western part of Gaia, famous for its glacial slopes and breathtaking scenery. It is also renowned for being in constant winter. I told you we should have stopped by a town to restock, but guess whose idea it was to come here immediately? Sorry about that. But look, we are here. Is that not the Chrismalia Project's headquarters? Despite the fallen snow, L2 could make out a white fortress in the distance. Your eyes are something else I did not notice until you pointed it out. We are one step closer to you, Ellis. We will definitely bring you back. I swear it. It's hard to believe that this place used to be home to a lot of people. But now it is nothing but an abandoned snowfield. Yes, I have read that Shalia tribe became the target of slavery because of their physical constitution, and now they are virtually extinct. Whoever decided slavery was a good idea must pay. Halt! Who goes there? I am the bounty hunter who took up the job of retrieving a certain person's soul. Got it right here. Soul held up the vial for the guard to see. You are. Never mind. Was it just me, or did he hide the faintest of smiles? But the man had turned around before Altu could take a proper look. Follow me. The man, who was apparently a magic user, cast a spell and opened the building's gates. L2 and Soul cast dubious glances at each other. I did not expect them to allow us in so easily. Guess we were just lucky this time. L2, remember the plan. Right. After we deliver the vial to a lab member, we will knock that member out and borrow their uniforms. Magic users take a long time to cast spells, so we can use that element of surprise to our advantage. Master Lictus, we have brought in the bounty hunters. They have successfully captured Subject 13's soul. An old man in robes was at the back of the room, seemingly preoccupied with some experiments. Very well, you may leave us. Master Lictus, is this person the Chrismalia Project's leader? Crap. We did not expect to meet a prominent figure like him right off the bat. We cannot just knock him out, can we? L2 glanced at Saul, who was wearing an equally troubled expression. But if he's just one person, we might have a chance of knocking him out. Hand over the vial, please. I've got my hands full, so just place it on the table. Saul moved closer to Lictus, placing the vial on his table. L2's fingers, meanwhile, curled hesitantly around her hidden dagger. Should I, or should I not? Her thoughts were interrupted by Saul's grip on her hand. Saul shook his head, and from the sweat breaking out from his face, L2 immediately understood what he wanted to say. This man is dangerous. Yes, let's not push it. This is the Chrismalia Project's leader we are talking about. After we leave this room undetected, we will have plenty of opportunities to find Ellis anyway. Lictus stopped tinkering with his apparatus and inspected the vial, twirling it triumphantly, as if he had just received a new toy. I have finally caught you. There is no more escaping for you, Subject 13. Subject 13. Amazing work. Here, take the reward. Lictus slid a bag of booty across the table, which Saul took. Now that's all done, we will be leaving. Saul turned around and headed to the exit, with L2 following suit. Wait. I never said you could leave yet. I cannot move. Saul was too immobilized by an invisible force, unable to break away. Hey, what is the meaning of this? We have given you what you asked for. Now let us go. Could he have known about our true intentions? But that is impossible. We never said anything that might arouse his suspicions. Child of the Blood Moon, I am delighted that you came here out of your own accord. It truly is like a gift from above. Child of the Blood Moon. What the heck are you saying? Let go of us. Lictus took a hold of Saul's chin and lifted it, studying his disgruntled expression. Tell you what, I'll let you go if you summon the Blood Moon. You can do that, can you not? Blood Moon this, Blood Moon that. I do not know what you are talking about. Lictus finally released his grip on Soul, a flash of surprise on his face. Do not tell me you do not know about the gifts bestowed on you from the very day you were born. What? Interesting. Interesting. A child born on the night of the blood moon, yet has no clue to his identity. Do not worry. Now that you are here, I can help you realize your full potential. The spell that bound Soul tightened, releasing a surge of flux that coursed through his entire body. Soul! Come on, move, body, move! Yet no matter how much she struggled, she was unable to budge. All she could do was watch Soul writhe in pain, completely at Lictus's mercy. No, 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 this is bad. Soul, get up and run. Use your magic. But Soul was not listening. He could not. The pain searing throughout his body awakened something in him, a sensation he swore to forget. It is working. Now awaken, child of the blood moon. Windows broke and glasses shattered as an intense wave of flux surged throughout the laboratory. Even L2 could feel a nauseous, almost eerie sensation pulsating under her skin. More! More! You, child of Blood Moon, are the key to Chrismalia's awakening. Soon you'll be able to witness a new era, a world where everyone lives in equality, a world without gods, a world without death. Another surge of flux swelled through Soul, and he screamed out in excruciating pain. Stop it, please! Soul! Tears now stung L2's eyes. Being a non-magic user, she had no chance of getting rid of the spell binding her. It was at times like these she wished she could use magic. But there was nothing else she could do now but watch the entire disaster unfold. This is it. The final stages of extraction. Soon we will have enough power. L2 could not hear anything after. All she knew was that something had gone terribly wrong. The generator's pipes at the corner of the laboratory suddenly burst, as if overloaded by the flux discharge. Soon the generator exploded, engulfing Lictus in the process, burning his body whole, never to be seen again. For a moment, the binds paralyzing L2 and Soul came loose, and L2 took that chance, that small fraction of a second between the explosion and freedom, to run to Soul and embrace him. But there was no time left to exchange words. The room was red. It was only a matter of seconds before they too would meet their end. Soul's hand reached out to touch L2's cold cheek. He mouthed something inaudible, yet she could read his lips, understood every word he meant to say, and decided that if it was enough for a farewell. I love you. They embraced and found their lips on each other's, letting a moment of bliss take them over before the detonation took their bodies away, leaving nothing but a scarlet sky behind. Oh no! Blood! Blood and ash! This is a risky move, but I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Besides, I recall that man, Isaiah, advising me to hear what our target has to say. So, let us hear what he has to say. What? L2, are you serious? Please trust me this time, Soul. You said it yourself, did you not? That the project has been keeping many things away from the public eye. It would be unwise to leave for the headquarters unprepared. Lithiel sounds like he knows a lot more about the project. We can even ask him if he knows Ellis too. Ellis, could you be referring to the healer? Do you know her? Yes, if we are talking about the same Ellis. Cobalt hair, small build, a potent healer. Yes, that is her. Well, that woman is indeed in the Chrismelia Project's headquarters. Soul pointed his dagger at Lithiel. How did you get this information? Do not tell me you are a part of the project. It would do you no good if you keep pointing that blade at me, boy. You are well aware that I can end you right here and now, right? So speak up. Calm down, Soul. Impatience was written all over Soul's face, and was that a hint of frustration L2 glimpsed? Surely he must have been overjoyed to finally meet someone who knew Ellis's whereabouts for certain. But that someone just had to be a suspicious entity who claimed to have taken over a man's body. It took a while for his face to contort from vexation into suspicion all over again. What makes you think we will believe your words? Words are just words for all it's worth. It is up to you whether to believe me or not. But if you are keen to know more, perhaps we can take this conversation somewhere else. My house is nearby, actually. It is much more comfortable than the heat in this scorching place. Saul pulled L2 aside to engage in a private conversation. Do you not think it is too convenient that his house just happens to be nearby? I have to agree that it is suspicious, but I do not know why. I just have this gut feeling that we can't trust him. And you are basing this on what grounds? My guts. You and your nonsense. But I suppose your guts can be reliable sometimes, so I will trust you this time around. Just make sure you stay close to me at all times, alright? Soul, I am not a little kid anymore. In my eyes, you are still the same reckless girl I knew back then. Something gave Altu's heart a tight squeeze, a strange mixture of happiness and sadness. Does that mean still sees me the same as back then? I should be happy that we are still the friends we were, but was I hoping for something else? Oi, hurry up! I'm going to leave you behind. Leave us then. You are the one who was so eager to invite us to your house. Quit your yapping, blood moon child. What did you just call me? Lithiel threw a cynical glance at Sol, as if surprised by his reply. He then proceeded to heave a sigh. You really do not know anything about yourself. Blood moon this, blood moon that, you and the other man. Why are you so obsessed with this moon? A twinge of sadness crossed Lithiel's face momentarily. I will tell you about it later. Now come, it is time for you to face the truth about your origins, child. Lithiel quickly turned around and walked ahead, as if trying to hide his facial expression. Sol and Altu glanced at each other and took after the man's trail. They followed the man deeper into the forest, where withered trees grew strangely denser and denser. Altu could not tell which way they had arrived from. Every tree looked the same, and the mist accumulating from gods knows where did not help her senses recuperate. Wait, did we not just pass this tree before? I recall the pattern on its bark. No, that cannot be. The tree after is unfamiliar. Sol, look at this tree. Altu turned around, only to realize that neither Sol nor Lithiel were around her.
Stream elements.
Well,
Said.
wait, where did they
Stay moist,
go?
my friends, hydrate.
Am I lost? Sol, Sol, Lithiel. No reply. No, I really am lost. I knew I should not have been distracted. Now what to do? What if I retrace my steps to find them? Interrupting her thoughts was a low-pitched growl that seemed to come from behind her. A wild beast at a time like this. She placed her hand on the hilt of her dagger, one of Sol's to be precise, and ready to sprint at the slightest of noise. Is coming. Something, a huge silhouette of a beast, lunged at Altu from her side. The growing mist had dulled her senses, and she had failed to react fast enough, earning her a cut on her arm. Altu pressed her wound. She could feel warm blood oozing through her sleeve and dripping on the ground. If I had not moved, that beast, whatever it is, would have snapped my head off. I must find Sol quickly. Handling this beast in this mist is difficult. Another growl, this time more ferocious, erupted from behind her, and this time her fear got the better of her, and she failed to react quickly. This is the end for me. Now, what did I say about wandering off by yourself? Altu opened her eyes. Upon the sight of a familiar back, relief gushed over her instantly. Sol. Yet there was something else, a tingling sense of nostalgia at the back of her mind. Did something like this happen before? Altu briefly tried to recall her memories with Sol, yet nothing particularly similar to this situation came to mind that could explain the peculiar feeling she had while seeing his back. This is not the time to reminisce. I have got to stand up and help Sol. But the beast was already thrown to the side after receiving one of Saul's blows and was whimpering, limping, before retreating into the mist and disappearing. After making sure the beast was gone for good, Saul sheathed his daggers and turned to Altu, who was sitting on the ground. How long are you going to stay down there, dummy? The dummy? So I can see that your vocabulary has not improved since we were kids. Your dictionary really needs some revision. L2 clutched the place where the beast had grazed her. You are hurt. To do not state the obvious, he bent down and inspected the wound. Really, you have got to be the most reckless woman I have ever met. Maybe your head has been getting too many concussions and got a few screws loose. And whose fault was it that I kept getting concussions? Saul chuckled. Well, then I would have to take full responsibility, would I not? Saul produced a handkerchief from his pocket and tied a secure knot on Altu's arm. As he was dressing her wound, Altu's gaze shifted to the dangling feather on his ear. She instinctively reached out her hand to touch it. This is the feather Ellis gave us, right? I cannot believe you have been keeping it with you the entire time. You too, right? That feather necklace was Ellie's gift. It is pretty after all. She said that the feather was from a majestic bird, and that she took great means to obtain it. Yeah. Saul and L2 gazed at the respective feathers, suddenly feeling Ellis's presence all over again. Ellis was one who rarely gave gifts, probably due to her busy schedule, but this item was an exception. She said she personally collected and made it especially for her two best friends. Saul and Altu immediately broke out from their reminiscing and turned around, only to see Lithiel casually leaning on a tree while laughing. That feather from a majestic bird. What do you have against it? Well, if that majestic bird you are referring to is a chicken, then you are about right. A chicken. I have seen enough chickens for a lifetime to know that the feather came from a chicken, probably plucked from its butt. Seriously? I was wondering why the two of you wore chicken feathers as an accessory. Now I know why. The absurdity. Lithiel could not contain his amusement and continued cackling, almost choking on his own laughter even. The two friends, on the other hand, felt their faces get hotter with every passing second. That hardly comes as a surprise, knowing that Ellis was just being Ellis. Even though she is the responsible one between the three of us, I have to admit she does have her own share of mischievous streaks. Of bullying us, no doubt. 'Tis hilarious. Now let us get going, else you want to continue sitting there. It's easy to get lost around these parts, so make sure you keep up with me. And just so you know, the mist is caused by these flowers. He plucked a silver flower from a nearby shrub, and immediately sprayed a whiff of mist at his face. Silver blooms, I call it, would protect itself from predatory insects by producing mist to conceal itself. Do not worry, it is not dangerous, and given that it is only native to these parts, he smirked, a playful glint reflecting on his eyes. It makes a perfect place to hide some secrets, no? Now come along. The trio started moving again. The two followed suit, but this time Sol made sure he had Altu's hand in his. After what seemed like forever, the trees thinned, though the mist showed no signs of diminishing. Lithiel suddenly stopped in his tracks. Why did we stop here? You will see. Lithiel bent down, tracing a circle on the ground with his finger. A gold glow illuminated from the surface, but was not all too bright as the mist diffused its faint flare. Something was rumbling underground. Sol gripped Altu's hand tightly, wary of the horrific things that might ensue. But there was no thing. The light quickly faded, leaving a circular crevice in the ground. After closer inspection, Altu realized it led to a set of spiral staircase. Lithiel entered the opening and took the first step down the staircase. So are you coming, or not? Altu and Sol shared a look of suspicion before following the man into the hole. Lithiel lit a lantern stowed by the entrance and led them down the spiral staircase, lighting braziers as they descended. Altu gaped. There was more than one floor, and every single wall was lined with shelves brimming with books. This place. So many books. The underground library. That is what I call this place. This is my home, my refuge, my treasure trove. Nithiel laid his hand along a row of books. The way he gently brushed each and every one of them showed how much he cherished each and every one. I have collected all of these, you know. 100 years. No, perhaps 1,000 years worth of treasure. He smiled, clearly proud of his collections. I have stopped counting time ever since I was exiled. Hours, days, years, they are all the same to me now. Exiled? Are you some criminal sorcerer exiled from a kingdom? But he cannot use magic. Lithiel did not answer the question. He was busy raking through some drawers to find tea bags, only to find that they were way beyond their expiration date. Not that he had to think hard about it, though, given that they were now covered in dust and mold. Of course, no consumables would have survived for 100 years. I have some tea in my canister, along with some food. Perfect. Give me that. Altu handed Lithiel her canister. He, in turn, took out an apparatus Altu had never seen before, brushed the dust off from it, and placed her canister inside. This is not the right time to have tea. I've never seen a device like that before. Of course you have not. I invented it. What does it do? Heat whatever objects given to it. In this case, it will heat your tea and make sure it is delectable to our taste buds. How does that work? I thought you cannot use magic. Not everything revolves around magic, my dear. When you harness the energy of nature properly, you can do miraculous feats people would deem as magic. Of course, it requires years and years of research if you want to make such a device. Lithiel, who are you exactly? Lithiel was quiet for a while, as if pondering what to say. The two watched him silently as he moved to the table and sat before, sighing loudly. So do you want the short answer or the long one? The short one, please, and make it as concise as possible. We do not want to waste any more time with you. Lithiel sighed again, yet the amusement in his eyes was plain to see. You are Sol, correct? That is right. Your initial assumption of me was correct, Sol. I have worked with the project a long, long time ago. In fact, I was one of the founding fathers of the project. But the project was established about 100 years ago. How are you one of their founding fathers? I thought you wanted a short explanation. Never mind. Continue. Perhaps this isn't his original body. He did say that his soul was from the book or something, so he might be 1,000 years old and we would not know. Let us keep it that way for now. Anyway, in the past, I joined them for a very simple reason. That reason being that I was bored. Lithiel did not wait for their grunts of protest to subside before continuing, and that I kind of believed their ideals. There they were, a bunch of foolish humans with their foolish understanding of nature, coming to me saying that they wanted to find a way to let their non-magic counterparts experience the joy of magic. So you helped them. I was a learned scholar, you could say. I have had all the knowledge one can know about nature, and I certainly know how to extract the flux present from Gaia. So yes, I did help them. Foolish mortals who had foolish ideas. But I suppose their mortality is what makes them interesting. I digress. As years passed, the humans I worked with were also getting older and older, getting closer to their demise. It was not long until the project's goal changed. Instead of creating Chrismalius shards to make others experience magic, they wanted to use it to make themselves immortal. Immortal? Is that even possible? It depends on what you mean by immortal. To live forever is impossible. Nobody lives forever. Even the gods have an expiration date that will erase them from existence eventually. But long enough to see the rise and fall of kingdoms? It certainly is possible. In theory, at least. So what makes it possible in practice? I've been telling them again and again that extracting such magic from nature alone is impossible. There is only so much flux you can harness from things like flowers, trees, and frost. I have told them this so many times. But they twisted my words and began to extract flux from conscious beings instead. From conscious beings. It started out with animals, fish, chicken, birds, which definitely contain more flux, as they possess what other living organisms lack: consciousness. Conciseness implies a larger gift of flux bestowed by Gaia itself, and they exploited those for their own purposes. I tried to stop them before it was too late, before they committed the biggest sin known to mankind: manslaughter. So the rumors that the Chrismalia project have been using human lives for their projects were not unfounded, after all. So, you knew. Yes, unfortunately, no amount of persuasion could bring them back to their senses. Seeing that they had possessed the knowledge that I had, They no longer found use for me and locked me in a cell, kicking me out of the project. I rotted away in that cell for many long years. I do not even remember how long it had been. I had stopped counting days. But one day, through some stroke of good fortune, someone detonated an explosive in the project's headquarters. Raphael's sneering gaze shifted to Altu, whose face visibly flushed red in embarrassment. That created a huge distraction in the headquarters. I had all the time in the world to flee then. Anyway, I should be thanking you. Hold on, I do not recall seeing Raphael anywhere during the explosion. How does he know me? Wait, was he the one who rescued me? Then what is with all the soul busyness? For the love of, whose soul is in the vial right now? You wanted the short answer, right? Soul rolled his eyes. Clearly his request for conciseness had backfired on him. Let's just say that the soul you have captured in the vial right now was one of the deciding factors of my plan. Your plan. My plan to destroy this Chrismalia project once and for all. As if prompted, the device where Lithiel had put out Two's canister started ringing and vibrating. He quickly attended to the machine and pulled out the canister with his bare hands. Hot. Man, I hate this body. You humans are sensitive to every single thing, are you not? Heat, cold, pain, those silly little things you call emotions. You sound like an old geezer. I do not know if you are trying to insult me, but you are not wrong. Altu helped Lithiel pour the tea into cups. She snuck a glance at Sol, and needless to say, a lifetime's worth of skepticism was painted all over his face. Sol really does not believe him. Sure, whatever this guy is saying sounds a bit too far-fetched, but what do I think? Do I trust what Lithiel is saying? Although it's hard to believe, whatever Lithiel has said so far does align with what happened these past few days. He would not have known of the explosion if he was not directly involved with the Prismalia project either. Lithiel, you said that the soul currently trapped inside Sol's vial is a vital key in your plans to destroy the project. But why do you need him? And why do you sound so relaxed when this important factor was taken away from you? A very smart observation, my dear. Lithiel stood up and brought his hands in front of his chest, palms up, and closed his eyes. Altu, get behind me. Sol, immediately wary of whatever he was trying to do, pulled Altu behind him and shielded her. But nothing happened. Not even the faintest of sounds was produced, even as the seconds turned into minutes. Lithiel opened his eyes and placed his arms back to his sides once more. Fooled you. What makes you think I can harm you? This body has long lost its ability to wield flux. Or in layman's terms, I am a full-fledged non-magic user. Does that mean that he once used to? Even if I wanted to, I would never be able to destroy the Chrismalia project by myself. What can I do with this feeble body anyway? Answering your question, girl. During the years I spent being stowed away in the project cell, I plotted their downfall. I formulated blueprints for a device that can destroy the main generator they use to extract flux from living beings. But to do that, I need a magic user, someone's soul who I could borrow for a while to power this device. I am technically doing what I told the project not to do, but this will be the last. That is why you need his soul. That is right. The vial you have right now contains the soul of a powerful sorcerer who was kidnapped and forced to work under the project. I made a pact with him and he agreed to help me in powering this device. But if possible, I would like to avoid eating up someone else's soul. Well, now my wishes are answered. Lithiel turned to Soul, his eyes sparking a gleam of childlike excitement. Soul, meanwhile, looked like he could burst out of the library if Lithiel took another step to him. And what are you staring at me for? You, yes, you, child of the Blood Moon. You are the one I am looking for, the very key to success, our trump card to defeat the project. What? When is your birthday? Sorry. Tell me your birthday. I do not see how this question is relevant. Every time Soul took a step back, Lithiel would answer by moving a step forward. You must have a birthday. Everyone does, right? Do you know what a birthday means? It is the day, month, and year you were born in. I know what a birthday is, dumbass. You just stay away from me. Then why do you refuse to tell me such a simple answer? Lithiel, stop it. The two turned to Altu, wide-eyed. Getting an angry shout from the usually amiable girl was unexpected for both of them. I do not understand how Soul's birthday is relevant to all this. Can you please stop pestering him about it? You are making him feel uncomfortable. Lithiel stopped chasing after Soul and finally recomposed himself. Altu, on the other hand, pulled Soul aside, wearing a visible look of apprehension. Soul, are you okay? I know this topic is difficult for you. No, I am sorry. I was just being too sensitive again. That is not true. Thanks for standing up for me, Altu, but I should tell him the truth. Forgive me, kid. It was never my intention to frighten you. Here, would you like some sweets? Lithiel, who was desperately sought ways to soothe Soul's temper, tried to coax him with a wrapped sweet like what one would do with a child. Unfortunately, the said sweet was 100 years past the expiration date, and his actions only earned him a look of disgust from Soul. Seriously, I was told that this is the correct way to make a child happy. I am not a kid. At my age, everyone looks like a kid to me. I do not have a birthday. This is why I cannot answer your question. Your parents never told you. You have never celebrated your date of birth then. Never. My parents said that they forgot when I was born. I was just that unimportant to them. Soul. Lithiel let out a chuckle. What good protective parents you have then. Well, what? Lithiel, surely you do not mean that. I am not joking. Your parents have made the right decision to conceal your day of birth. Should anyone know that you were born on the night of the blood moon, you would be exploited to no end. Well, what? What does that mean? Why would anyone exploit a child born then? Altu, you know about the blood moon, yes? Yeah, I have read up on it a bit. Good. Saves me time from explaining the basics. Is everyone just going to ignore me? Sorry, I have not read up on it, okay? I read the book while waiting for you in Al Sharan, so I can explain a bit to you. The blood moon is a very rare occurrence that happens once in 1,000 years, but no one can predict when it will next appear. I have read that the moon turned red like blood, hence its name, and would grant strong magic powers if you were to extract magic from it or something. Well, that is all I know, honestly. So why are children born on the blood moon exploited? When a child is born on the night of the blood moon, they are granted special magic capabilities, and it is even rumored that they can summon the blood moon again. Experienced sorcerers can distinguish a child born on the night of the blood moon easily. Their magic aura is the color of blood, the strongest color of magic in Gaia. The color of blood, soul. The most recent occurrence of the blood moon was 19 years ago. It was the only day I remember when I was locked up at the project's headquarters. Even though I did not see the blood moon with my own eyes, I could feel it. Non-magic users would have no problem feeling the strong magic prickling on their skins either. Lithiel placed his hand on Soul's head. The bounty hunter was surprised, but allowed it to stay there for a while. I was once a sorcerer too, you know, and I could see the faint color of the flux radiating off of you is red, like blood. So even if your parents never told you your birthday, I could be the one to tell you. 15th August, 19 years ago. That is when the blood moon occurred, and also when you were born. That is. Soul swatted the man's hand away. That still does not answer the question. Why are these children hunted? Is it just because they wield special powers? Chrismalia Project's end goal was to make an ultimate artificial power source, one that can provide immortality or even become Gaia's greatest weapon of destruction. But they are missing one final ingredient, the source of power itself. Right now, the only thing in existence to power that monster of a weapon is the legendary Blood Moon. That, or consuming the souls of thousands of human lives. But did you not say the Blood Moon occurred 19 years ago? The prototype was not ready then. They tried to extract the Blood Moon's power then, but the extraction failed. And besides, as you read out to, no one can predict when the next Blood Moon will appear. No one. Perhaps the gods don't even know. It's a mysterious occurrence that is beyond the world's control. I see. So now their only course of action is to hunt for children born on the night of the blood moon. You said that is true, they have the ability to summon the blood moon, after all. So far I have never seen a blood moon child summoning any, but all I can say is the blood moon's magic is rooted inside that individual's flux. If trained correctly, a blood moon child has potential to become the most powerful being alive in Gaia. Powerful, but also dangerous. Soul's amber eyes were narrowed. It looked like he was struggling not to recall something buried deep in his memories. Soul, are you okay? Soul? Sorry, I think I need some time alone. Abandoning his entire bag, Soul dashed up the spiral staircase and exited the underground library. Soul, wait! Maybe this is too much information for him to handle. Lithiel sighed, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat after his lengthy explanation. Altu, I know everything I say sounds like a tall tale to you, but I need your help to stop the Grismelia project. We do not have much time left in our hands. If we do not stop them, needless blood will be spilled, and countless lives will be lost. You and that Blood Moon child will be the key to this operation. That boy, he is hiding so much potential because he is scared. Scared. Scared of something. I do not know what, but there must be a reason why a magic user chose not to use magic his whole life. That is true. I have long since asked him the same question, but he has never given me a proper answer. Thanks, Lithiel. I will go and talk to him now. Altu made her way up the staircase, but stopped and turned back, meaning to ask Lithiel an elementary question that had weighed on her mind from the very start. Lithiel, will I ever get to know who you really are? Lithiel laughed, a mischievous glint sparkling in his magenta eyes. Altu could not shake off the feeling that there was more to him than how he looked. There was something otherworldly about him that she could not put her finger on. And why does it feel like I have met him somewhere before? Who knows? At another time, perhaps. It was dark outside. L2 had not realized how quickly time flew. They must have been in that underground library for hours now, for the sky was pitch black, devoid of stars. Only the circular arc of the moon remained. Soul, soul, where are you? He could not have gone that far. L2 paused from searching and dropped the heavy bag that she was carrying. He even forgot to take his bag with him. Does he really have the guts to leave it alone with Lithiel? What if he turns out to be a scammer and decides to run away with all our belongings? Well, I don't think he is, but is it like Soul to be this reckless? Tired from all the pointless wandering around, Altu decided to stop by a clearing and rest for a while. She sat on the sandy ground and leaned against the bark of a withered tree. To her left were shrubs of silver blooms, apparently taking a break from sprouting mist at night. There were a few who sprayed a spray of mist when Altu approached, but it dissipated after a while. Lithiel was right about the flowers. They are quite harmless. The fog does not seem poisonous either. Altu let out a sigh and stretched her legs. It has been quite a day. To think that I have learned so much in just a single day. She sighed again, feeling all the exhaustion sinking into her body. Feeling thirsty, she opened Soul's bag to see if he had a canteen of water somewhere in his possession. That he did, but as she fished it out of the bag, something else dropped along with it. What is this? A book. That reminds me. I should give him the pen I bought for him in Al-Sharan. Curiosity got the better of her, and she flipped the book open. To her surprise, it was a diary. Well, it started out as a diary at first, but the more she flipped, the more she realized that most pages were filled with poems. Some were penned with elegance Altu knew she would never achieve, but some were just scrawls, as if its writer was in distress. To think that he still keeps a diary, my hunch back then was spot on then. Altu stopped at a random page and decided to read the contents. I have met her again, after 2 long years. Every time I see her, I am always reminded of the time I almost wiped that smile off her face for good. It churns me with guilt every time I remember it, but I am glad to be the one to rescue her. Imagine if I had not taken this job and found myself in Zathania. What would have happened if I was not there? Would she have been rescued by someone else? Or would the next time I see her be in Death's Gates? Soul. I feel like it is a crime to be reading this, but to think that he felt such guilt. And what does he mean by almost wipe that smile off her face for good? There was a space from the previous lines, indicating an interval between the previous entry and the next few lines. This cheeky monkey. I cannot believe she has the audacity to just fall asleep on my lap in the middle of a conversation. I wish I could push her aside. My thighs are getting numb. This must be when I dozed off. Well, that was mildly embarrassing for me, too. Well, it has been hours since she slept, and since I was stuck here, I somehow managed to undo her braid and played around with her hair. She would not let me do that when we were kids, but I was always mesmerized by how soft her hair can be. When she wakes up, will she notice that her braid went through a reconstruction? Perhaps not. I'm quite sure I did a good job in braiding. I've always been good at that. Why was I not the one who taught her how to braid? Altu closed the cursed diary immediately. Her heart was thumping like crazy now that she could not find a way to stop it. Heat had risen all the way to her ears as she tried to comprehend what she had just read. Soul did what? Soul did what? My braids. No, I did not notice. I feel so defiled right now. Okay, no more reading his diary. I'm going to bury myself in embarrassment if I read him writing any more about me. They say reading a diary is akin to reading someone's heart. The thought of Soul being a softy deep inside will only make me all the more nauseous. The butterflies in her stomach, however, had nothing to do with nausea. An idea suddenly popped in her head. I know how to find Soul. It is quite simple, really. Altu stood up, flipped through Soul's assortment of poetry, picked a random one, and gathered her breath. What more can I ask for than longer nights and shorter days where the sun burns bright? From forever I have wished time can freeze, and let all the agony and misery cease, so that for once the weight of the day will not fall prey to my narrow way. Altu paused for a while, looking to her left and right, but there was no soul in sight. Perhaps I did not recite it loud enough, or maybe I am lacking some raw emotions. I got it. I need to recite this with more passion. Altu flipped to another page containing a different poem. Let me escape to a place where no one can hurt me, where I can be myself, and put down that smile I have rehearsed all the while. Why do I smile when I'm dying inside, bleeding internally as ink stain spills over my veins? This is so embarrassing. I mean, it is a piece of art, all right, but man, who knew that Soul had such poetic talent hidden in him? And I wonder who hurt him to make him write such things. L2 flipped again, this time choosing a poem that seemed slightly less angsty. This will be the last. If he does not come around this time either, I will stop looking into his diary and continue with my legwork. She took a deep breath and began reciting. 1,000 flower petals dance tonight, a billion melodies, a billion notes. It was all cacophony before, but now we sing and breathe with our souls. Perhaps it was a one-night occurrence, but will this happen only once in a blue moon? Alto suddenly heard the rustles of bushes behind her, accompanied by frantic footsteps. Soul appeared, quite haphazardly, from the throng of trees, his face boiling red with embarrassment. Did not know you were such a poet. You should not be looking at other people's stuff. Soul desperately tried to snatch the diary away from Altu's hands, but he missed, and Altu simply would not give up a chance on pestering poor Soul. That was, and would always be, her favorite pastime. Altu flipped through another page, reading a random poem just to make Soul even more embarrassed. Someone save me from myself before I lose control, and sell my soul and replace it with a smiling stone. Uh, Soul had tackled Altu to the ground before she could continue reading out the next stanzas. So stop! Give me back my. Your what? Your what? Give my diary back. So the baby Soul still keeps a diary. Tell me, Soul, what were you doing to my hair while I was asleep? You read that part? Soul tried to snatch his diary again, but Altu had extended her arms before he could grab it. To think that you enjoyed braiding my hair that much. You should really consider switching careers, you know? Maybe a hairstylist or poet would suit you better than a bounty hunter. Soul's cheeks were now a pair of tomatoes, and Altu finally felt bad for teasing him to that extent. She began to think that the prank had gone overboard. Give me that. Soul suddenly lunged forwards, reaching his arm out and successfully touching the book. Got it. Before they realized it, their faces were so close to each other, and for a moment they stared into each other's eyes. It was Altu who averted her gaze first, feeling the heat rise to her face. All right, fine. Take your diary back. Soul happily obliged, and they broke off from their sudden proximity. Also, all two could not help but chuckle. How nostalgic. This really takes me back to the old times. This moment reminded them of their childhood, but somehow it was different. It was not the same feeling that they felt when they were children. It felt as if there was something more. They quickly scrambled to their feet, putting on an unperturbed expression whilst clearly hiding the awkwardness. L2 brushed the sand off her clothes. You know what this reminds me of? That time we escaped from your mother and plunged into a pool of mud to disguise ourselves. Yes, sorry for dragging you into that mess. You know how my mom can be. Or that time when we played hide and seek. Right, we found a great hiding place, but turned out to be a bandit's hideout. That was so dumb of us. We even tried fighting them. Stay behind me, L2, was what you said, but you ended up running away first. Did I really do that? I cannot quite remember. Do you remember what happened next? Well, they did beat us up pretty badly, but we managed to run away from them. Alice almost fainted when she saw our injuries. She even gave up on healing us. Stay injured was what she said. L2 and Sol laughed so hard that they were back on the ground. Laughing so much had robbed them of their physical capacity, it seemed, for they were now sprawled on the ground, waiting for their laughter to slowly subside. What a day! What a day indeed! Silence hovered over them, and for a while all they could hear were the chirps of the desert cicadas. Sol, can I ask you a question? Sol turned his head to face her. Why did you choose not to use magic? Surely it is not simply because you have no teacher to train you, or that your parents forbid you. Though knights, some of your family members are magic users. I know how strict your parents were, but there was an unreadable expression on Sol's face. You can tell me, can you not? If it is not because of your parents, then could it be because of me? I knew it. I knew that I was the cause ever since I read that entry in his diary. So it was because of me. Please tell me, what happened? Did I fail to remember something that happened in the past? No, no, that is not it. Tell me, Soul. I want to. No, I need to know. I am not sure if you will ever forgive me if you do, Altu. It is all right. The fact that I am here and alive means something, right? Please, please tell me. I want to know the truth. Soul inhaled sharply, trying to steady his breathing. It happened 10 years ago. We were out in the woods, playing and fighting as usual. But that day, due to my insistence to explore, we found ourselves deeper in the woods. There was a large beast greeting us there, the kind that usually would not dare to approach the village, but had no problem facing two children who had nothing but wooden swords to defend themselves with. I do not remember the beast's exact appearance, but I remembered its humongous stature and sharp claws. We ran as far as we could, but the beast caught on to us. We tried hiding, but the beast could track our scent. At long last, with all our efforts to lose the beast put to naught, we were stuck in a dead end. We were stranded with nowhere to go. L2, you were sprawled on the ground unconscious. L2, L2, stick with me. But no matter how much I shook you, you would not open your eyes. I panicked, but the beast was nearing me and had readied its claws to end me. I felt something strange then, something stirring in me. It felt as if a fountain of power welled up inside my chest, waiting for my instructions to unleash it. I did not know what it was, nor had I felt it before. But what could I do in this moment of desperation? Red. Everything was covered in red. I saw red lights, like blood, circling around me, all too eager for me to give it command. I felt powerful then. I felt like I could do anything. The beast was scorched by my magic in a fraction of a second. I did not even realize what I was doing then. It just felt so satisfying to be able to destroy a living being without lifting a finger. Now that I think about it, it felt as if the magic was consuming me instead of the other way around. There was destruction, destruction everywhere. The ground beneath me trembled with such force that was almost unnoticeable for me. Soul, stop! You tried to get closer to me, to pull me back to my senses, but the only thing that pulled me into my senses was realizing that my magic had harmed you. So that is what happened. I am sorry, but I do not recall any of that happening. Of course you did not. You have suffered a serious injury because of me. You would have died if Ellis had not healed you in time. I almost killed you, and that was when I swore to myself that I will never use that cursed magic for the rest of my life. Altu placed her hand on top of Soul's trembling one. Silly Soul, you did not kill me. You saved my life. But to think that you have been suffering so much because I fainted a little in the past. Please do not let that incident weigh you down with guilt any longer. You are gifted with so many unique talents, Soul, whether that is writing poetry or braiding hair. So stop it. Or even controlling the power bestowed upon you by the Blood Moon. Remember in Al Sharan how you fixed the kid's toy. You successfully controlled your powers and made him happy. I am sure that no power could make you lose your senses. And even if you fall prey to the darkness of your strength, well, I will always be here to smack you back to your usual self. L2. So do not worry about it, okay? It is time to put your dormant powers into good use. L2 let those words ring in Soul's head and returned to lying on her back once more, gazing at the full moon on the starless sky. Child of the Blood Moon sounds super edgy. I think it really fits you, Soul. So stop it. So are you going to take on Lithiel's offer? You know, to train under him. He is a weird guy, but I think I can try my shot. I cannot believe we have been roped into a plan that involved destroying the Christmalia project when all we wanted was to rescue Alice. From what Lithiel said, the Christmalia project has been wreaking havoc in Gaia. If that is really true, then I want to prevent them from achieving their goals at all costs. I thought you were an avid supporter of the project. That was before I knew what methods they have employed. Say, L2. Yeah. All this time we have assumed that Alice was kidnapped and forced to work under the project against her own will. But what would you do if... if she actually chose to stay there of her own accord. Altu turned her head to Sol, meeting his amber eyes that equally reflected the confusion and conflict she felt upon pondering the same question. I have never thought of that before, honestly. It was only recently that you told me Alice might have been captured by the Grismelia project, and it was just today that I found out that the project was not all sunshine and rainbows. I do not know how to answer this question, Sol, but if Alice chooses to stay with the project, I'm sure she must have a reason. Like, perhaps she sticks with them because she believed in their ideologies, but has no clue about their beings. True, true. That sounds like Alice, all right. And another thing. This is for you. Altu produced a fountain pen she bought from the merchant in Al Shiran and handed it to Sol. A fountain pen. Thank you. Yeah, it is so that you can write more poetry anytime and anywhere. Cut it out with the poems already, will you? And Altu, thank you for always being there for me. Sol smiled. It was a slight smile, albeit a precious one, and Altu could feel that it truly came from the bottom of his heart. And sorry for what I did to you in the past. The past is the past, Sol. In fact, you saved me, did you not? And just a few days ago, you saved me again.
Stream elements. Said.
With or without
Stay moist,
magic,
my
you'll
friends,
always be
hydrate.
the Sol I know. The rebellious, edgy, yet secretly poetic boy who never runs out of sarcastic retorts. He could use an upgrade in the list of names he calls me, though. What did you say, dummy? See? So shall we get going now? Altu was just about to stand up when pulled her wrist, and now she was on her back again, though she landed on something soft instead of the hard ground. She only took a second to realize that she had landed on Sol's chest. She opened her mouth to protest. I am too tired to move. Can we just stay here a bit longer? He sounded so exhausted then. Altu wondered just how many sleepless nights he had spent alone after a long day of working for the Desert Falcons. Surely the work must have been taxing, and to think that Altu had never seen Sol sleep so peacefully ever since they reunited. He was always up and about, sleeping while staying alert. Altu thought that it was his insomnia at work, but what if he forced himself to stay awake to guard her as she slept? A far-fetched thought, and Altu felt embarrassed just coming up with the idea, but it was more than possible, and the thought of Sol protecting her all this time made her heart skip beats. Without the slightest warning, Sol tugged the band fastening Altu's messy hair together, letting her hazel hair come loose. What are you doing? Your hair is so messy that I could use it to ensnare a big tar boar. Just when I thought you were being nice. Altu struggled to break free, but her hair was now entrapped in Sol's grasp. Stay still for a while, won't you? If no one fixes your hair, spiders might mistake it for a set of cobwebs and lay eggs in it. Fine. And so Altu decided to stay still, letting Sol comb her chaotic hair with his fingers. She had to admit that it felt nice, nostalgic even. Now that I think of it, did Sol not do this a lot when we were kids? He said he has always been annoyed by how wild my hair was, so forced me to sit still and let him braid my hair. Since then, I've always fixed my hair in a braid. I guess you could call it a force of habit. Halfway through the braiding, though, Sol suddenly stopped. His fingers were tangled in her hair, but they did not move. Sol, why did you suddenly stop? Sol, L2 craned her neck up, only to see Sol's sleeping face. Hey, don't roll in my hair, okay? That'll be a disaster. She poked his cheek, but there was not a single stir from the raven-haired boy. He's sleeping like a baby. Well, he's had a rough week. Maybe I'll take a short nap myself. L2 closed her eyes, enjoying the lingering warmth from her favorite cushion. It was not long until the weight of the day and all the exhaustion finally sunk in, and she succumbed to a peaceful slumber. L2 woke up to a series of muffled shouts and grunts of protest. She stirred and shifted her position, hoping to catch a few more minutes of undisturbed sleep. But a sudden noise sounded like a distant explosion woke her up for good. What was that noise? After much effort, she finally decided to sit up and scan her surroundings, realizing that she was no longer outdoors, but was back in Lithiel's underground library. Wait, what just happened? I remember taking a nap with Sol outside last night. Yet she was definitely indoors, inside the library, with a blanket covering her. Below her was a worn-out mattress, deflated over years of neglect, but still soft to touch anyway. L2 groggily scratched her head, her brain still processing the possibilities that might have occurred the previous night. Sol must have carried me back to the underground library. That's the most plausible explanation. Deciding not to fret over her current location any longer, L2 stood up, folded the blanket neatly, and set off to find Sol or Lithiel. The underground library was huge, L2 noticed, but there seemed to be no signs of either of them. You idiot donkey, how many times do I have to tell you? Shut it, old geezer. Can't you have a little patience? At this snail's pace, the world would end before your first lesson does. Then have you ever thought that maybe you are just terrible at teaching? Is that Sol and Lithiel arguing I hear? Their voices seem to come from above the library. I should see what's going on. L2 climbed the staircase to the underground library's entrance and pushed the door open. Sure enough, Sol and Lithiel were facing off against each other in a call each other names battle. If L2 didn't know any better, it looked as if two teenagers were engaging in a harmless childish quarrel. But that obviously was not the case, since the previously untainted ground was now spotted with signs of explosions. A red orb, presumably produced by flux, was dangerously bubbling in Sol's palm, and Lithiel, who had kept his distance for safety's sake, was desperately shouting him instructions. It won't stop growing. How do I control it? Put your mind to it. Instruct the flux. Can't you give me clearer instructions? While the two were bickering, Altu continued standing next to the library's entrance, still figuring out a proper time to intervene. But luckily for her, Sol had noticed her first. Good morning, Altu. Good morning. Why are you stuttering? No reason. Did you have a good rest? Yep, I presume you carried me all the way back. What a gentleman you have grown up to be, Sol. Shut up. Altu realized that his cheeks were tinted a slight shade of pink, and that whenever he conjured his hand was spiraling out of control. Sol, watch out. You idiot. Lithiel plunged to pull Sol away, but it was too late. A huge explosion rattled the desolate forest, sending birds flying away from the treetops in fear. When the dust settled, they realized that there was now a gaping hole on the ground where they once stood. So scary. The first thing Sol did, however, was run to Altu, scanning her body for any scratches. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm all right. What about you? That said person was, quite surprisingly, all right. Despite being at the epicenter of his own explosion, he got away with no scratches at all. I'm all right. Not sure how I got away with no injuries. Lithiel, are you? No, as a matter of fact, I am not all right. He was indeed not in as good a shape as the both of them were. Graces adorned his body, and it did not help that he had jumped straight to Sol when the detonation happened. Listen up, Featherbrain. He stomped toward Sol and gave him a flick on his forehead. Casting your flux requires a tremendous amount of concentration. If you keep getting distracted by every little thing, you will never get a grasp on your flux. Treat it like an untamed beast who will go astray if you loosen the harness even by a little bit. Easier said than done. Much effort is required to tame your powers, even more so that you are a child of the Blood Moon. All right. Sorry about that. Can someone tell me what you guys are trying to do? I'm trying to whip him up into a sorcerer who can control his power so he will not cause the end of the world. This is the first time I'm touching all these fancy magic things, so cut me some slack. Actually ending the world. Yes, that would be a sight to behold. Sol, what do you say? Lithiel, no. Come on, Lithiel, I thought we were here to prevent the world's end, not cause it. Calm down. I was just joking. If you weren't, I would have sacked you right now. Lithiel continued to instruct Sol in his magic training. Despite the mysterious man's inability to control flux, Lithiel was surprisingly well versed with the art, correcting every single thing that Sol did wrong. After some time, Lithiel retreated to where Altu sat, distancing himself from Sol so as to avoid getting caught up in another explosion. That guy sure is something. Please take it easy on Sol. He's always been rebellious ever since we were younger. That's not what I meant. I meant that he's surprisingly adept despite being unfamiliar with magic. He's doing a great job for a beginner. Then why don't you act the part? You are always reprimanding him for his mistakes. That's because he makes mistakes. Perfectionism is everything in wielding flux. One mistake and you're done for. Especially for a child of the blood moon. The stronger the magic, the greater the consequences. True, Soul has a lot on his shoulders now. I do wonder why he returned last night and immediately asked me to instruct him, though. Wait, have you two been at it since last night? Yeah, though I have to admit I was too excited at the prospect of personally instructing a child of the blood moon. It's not every day you get to do that, after all. Lithiel let out a long yawn, rubbing his eyes. Altu had only just realized he had dark rings under his eyes. Yet it seems that his body has its limits. Why must physical exhaustion be real? You should stop, Lithiel. It's not the time for that. I will watch my student train as I record his mistakes from afar. Then, this is my chance to ask you some questions I have been brooding about. I could only imagine you would have so many unanswered questions. Ask away, and I might just answer you while I am in a good mood. You are a supporter of the project, aren't you? How did you know? Well, for starters, you were somewhat in disbelief when I spoke of the project's true nature. The boy, on the other hand, seemed to know it was coming. Say, Lithiel, are they truly as evil as you say? All my life I have believed that non-magic users should be given a chance to experience what it's like to have magic. It's hard to think that a project which was supposed to bring people happiness ended up resorting to despicable methods and being the world's greatest enemy. Whether you believe me or not, it's ultimately up to you. Just know that I have told you the truth. If I were to point out humanity's fault, it would be moral corruption through the passage of time. The soul in the vial, you don't have to worry about him. Though if we don't return to the headquarters soon, then he might. He might. Never mind, you don't have to know. Actually, I was wondering what would happen if we just broke the vial. You have a way to get us to the headquarters without returning the vial, right? That is a huge risk. I need to examine the vial's mechanism before we break it, and that will take time. You're right. We wouldn't know if the device would self-destruct or erase the soul for good. But that's his body you're borrowing. You better take good care of it, at least. Did you really meet Ellis back there? In the project? The healer? I was cooped up in the cell most of the time, so I'm afraid I didn't have a chance to interact with her. But yes, I have known of her presence in the project. I have been keeping tabs on everyone with my soul detached from my body. Then do you know why she's in the project? She isn't hurt or anything, is she? Hurt? I don't think so. She was one of the non-subjects, despite her magic capabilities. I suppose she's too much of a valuable asset. They need healers for their subjects, after all. Ellis, it's good to know that she's all right. But now I'm really wondering why you were involved with the project at all. That's all? Well, actually, I do have another question. What's our plan after this? We were tagging along with you because we wanted a sure way to enter the Crispalia Project's headquarters, but you haven't told me the full gist of the plan. Quite the inquisitive soul, aren't you? Fine then, let's return to the library. I've got something to show you. Oi, Featherbrain, what did you call me? You come with me too. I don't want to return to find the forest gone by your awful flux control. Why do I think that that's actually possible? Wait here. So, I see you are finally facing your fears. Yeah, I've decided. Besides, I realize that being afraid to harm others is just an excuse to cover up my fear. You have decided to help lift the elephant. I haven't fully trusted him yet, but it seems that he was telling the truth so far. But taking down the project or saving the world, honestly, I have no intentions of doing that. The reason I'm honing my powers is to pave the way to find Alice. That and to prove yourself, to protect you. Did he just say that, or was I hearing things? Interrupting the conversation was Mithiel, who returned with a large scroll and carelessly laid it out on the table. Behold, this is the blueprint of my creation that will stop the main generator in the project. The two gazed at the numerous diagrams and incomprehensible scrawls scribbled on the scroll's perimeters. They looked at each other, equally confused. I don't expect your little brains to comprehend its intricate mechanism. Just think of it as a magic fuse. He tapped on a particular area of the diagram, which is nothing but another set of indecipherable doodles in Alto and Soul's eyes. All you need to know is that it essentially traps the flux flowing in the generator for a period of time, causing it to overload and kaboom! Explosion! Altu and Soul stared at each other with equally dubious expressions on their faces. So what do you need us to do? Lithiel started rolling the blueprint. No thing, actually. I've been developing this device for a very long time, and it's certainly not easy to make. I'm just telling you because if there's a chance that something happens to me, I want you to insert this into the generator. Treat it as my dying wish. Though I hope it won't have to come to that. Lithiel. Okay, sure, but how are we going to enter the project's headquarters in the first place? I hope you don't suggest blowing up a hole in their headquarters. Oh no, not again. Oh, that. Don't worry, that's the simple part. He moved to another corner of the library, stopping in front of a standing mirror. And this mirror is? He is clearly trying to tell you to look at yourself in the mirror and fix your bed hair. The braid you made yesterday was ruined. No worries, I can always braid it again. These two lovebirds with matching chicken feathers. What did you say? No thing. Anyway, this mirror is actually one of my creations. An old one for sure, but I'm certain it still works. Once you supply some flux into it, it could open a door to anywhere you want as long as you put a node in that location. I have set up a node inside the Chrismalia project's headquarters. If they have not purged my cell, then the node should still be there. another device that requires Soul's magic. You really are the key in this entire plan, Soul. But of course, with the way you are now, you'll only blow up my precious portal and ruin all the chances of getting into the headquarters undetected. The device is sensitive to the slightest of change. If your flux fluctuates in the middle of its operation, whoever goes through this portal may end up having their limbs or heads chopped off. That is precisely why I need you to beat yourself into perfection. Okay, I get it. Alright, now that you have a grip on my plans, I presume you have decided to work with me, right? You still strike me as suspicious, but you don't seem like a bad person. So I will choose to trust you. Trust. That's a word I haven't heard for a long time. I wouldn't say I trust you, but I will cooperate with you for now. It seems that Soul is on board with this. To think that I would team up with a bunch of kids. Well, I guess that's not too bad. Thanks for trusting me. That smile. I wish he smiled like that more often and sneered less. Altu felt a tug on her hair. Turning her head, it was Soul who pulled it, possibly asking for her attention. Your braid. Let me fix it. Thanks, Soul. Despite her attempt to not make such a big deal out of it, Altu could not help but feel her cheeks getting hotter as she let Soul continue the braid from where he left off the previous night. At one embarrassing point, she and Lithiel inadvertently made eye contact, and she could see the repugnance plastered on his face. Okay, that's sweet and all, but it's time for more training. Now get your ass out of my library and start channeling your flux. Sighing in exasperation, Lithiel peeled the two away from each other and dragged Soul out of the library. Let go of me. I can walk by myself. What should I do in the meantime? You can help me clean the place up. Clean the place up. You mean? Altu gave the underground library a quick scan. There were papers and books strewn all over the place, ink stains splotching the floor, and vials of unknown liquid that gods only know how long they had been there. Does he really expect me to clean all these? Is this the same? It's just technically different because we're in a different section. Yeah, it looks like it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. Pyro's having issues. Since we're technically on Soul's route, it's technically different, I guess. Yeah, it's the same dialogue. Where do you think you're going? You ain't going back to the lab. You're your doctor's order. You go rest. Yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. A Scarlet Will. 3 days had passed since Altu and Sol stayed in Lithiel's library. While Lithiel was preoccupied with his research and Sol was training hard to control his magic, Altu made herself busy by brushing dust off the infinitely many shelves. It seemed like an impossible task at first, but seeing that she had nothing in her arsenal to contribute to Lithiel's research or Soul's training, she had nothing better to do. Furthermore, she was tasked with the important job of gathering food. Over the course of 3 days, both Altu and Soul found out that Lithiel was no good cook. In fact, undermining his cooking skills was an understatement. The fact had no sense of taste whatsoever. The first dish he tried to make was purely made of silver blooms. He called it a soup, but to Altu it tasted terribly bitter and had a texture more akin to glue. For both Altu and Soul's sanity, Altu volunteered to hunt me in the vicinity for an edible meal. In fact, she was currently returning to the underground library, dragging a dead boar along with her. Soul, I'm back! Strange, he will usually be out here training at these times. Altu had noticed that the trees around the underground library thinned day by day. Most of them were blown up by Soul's magic training, yet pride welled in her after seeing how much Soul had improved. If they are not here, then they must be inside. Altu left the boar outside and made her way down to the underground library. Soul, Lithiel, there you are. I have no doubt that all its constituents are complete and flawless, but its success depends on you. Are you sure you trust me? As a matter of fact, I don't. What the? But you're the only choice we have right now. Succeed, and we will be in the Prismalia Project's headquarters. Fail, and we will all turn to cinders. Or perhaps we will find ourselves in a different dimension. Who knows? You are making me even more nervous. Are you sure I am ready to operate this thing? Maybe it is better if I train for a few more days, and we cannot afford to waste any more time. Crossing paths with you has already delayed my plans. If only he had not been trapped in there. I could have pried the vial open, but doing that is risky without his collateral. Nathiel shook his head. No matter, you should be ready now. That is right. You have been training so hard. It's just like supplying magic to the kids' toy in Al Sharan. I am sure you can do it again. Al 2. I have complete faith in you, Soul. Remember, failure is not an option, Soul. Lithiel said this as he mimicked Al2's tone, which only earned a scowl from the hunter's face. Stop making me even more nervous. Soul took a deep breath, approaching Lithiel's mechanism, a large mirror that portrayed an eerily distorted reflection of him. He put out his hands, lightly touching the mirror's surface. All right, here I go. As soon as he said that, beams of red light emanated from his hands, engulfing the entire room with a scarlet glow. This feeling again. I am getting goosebumps. The compass at the side started spinning, and the mirror shook violently, causing tremors throughout the library. A few books fell from their sleeves, and beakers shattered from Lithiel's table. More power. Keep it steady. Hold it together. Do not let the flow fluctuate. Stop barking orders. I am trying, you moron. You can do it, Soul. After a series of hollering and yelling, the mirror finally stopped shaking. There was no more reflection in the mirror. Instead, the image it displayed was swirling, reflecting a place Soul had never seen before. Did it work? Soul lowered his head, seemingly stopping the flux transfer, and wiped beads of sweat from his brow. He glanced at Lithiel, who simply pushed him aside and inspected the mirror. Is that enough? Is it a success? Yes, it should work fine. It worked. Thank gods. Altu immediately glomped on Soul. I knew you could do it. Who knows, maybe you're one step closer to becoming the greatest sorcerer in Gaia. I don't want that. Uh, but I'm glad I was able to help. Now we can go and rescue Ellis, and Lithiel can stop the Chrismalia project. Altu let go of Soul and turned to Lithiel. So when are we leaving? Now that the portal's powered, we can leave any time. But listen, kids, before you decide to come, I will give you one last warning. You will undoubtedly be risking your life once you step into the project's headquarters. They have skilled magic users. Some of them have even personally taught by me. Among all of them, Chrismalia Project's leader, Lictus, is the most dangerous of them all. You also need to be wary of his right-hand man, Pyro, who now is most likely the successor of the Chrismalia prototype itself. But what do they look like? You know what? Just avoid engaging with anyone that is not your friend. That will be best. But knowing all that, are you sure you still want to come? You might get yourself killed. Isn't it too late to scare us away? Yes, we could not possibly back out knowing that we are one step closer to Ellis. You youngsters really have no fear. Featherbrain, hand me the vial. Soul took the vial from his satchel and handed it to Lithiel. Now that they had a means to enter the project's headquarters, there was no reason to continue holding the vial. My objective is to destroy the main generator residing in the headquarters main laboratory and take out Lictus. But you are there for your own personnel reasons, which is to find that healer. We will have to part ways as soon as we arrive at the headquarters. By the way, which part of the headquarters will this machine take us to? The cell I was caged in is the safest place for now, and I doubt anyone would guard the place. Makes sense. All right, are you all ready? Ready as I will ever be. Then stand in the circle, the two of you. They did as they were told. Lithiel stepped in too and activated the mechanism. The machine whirred again, but this time the circle beneath their feet lit up, casting golden rays on them. Altu frantically searched for Soul's hand by instinct, and she realized he did the same. As the machine's whirring reached its peak, Altu felt her body disappearing, as merging as one with the light itself. Hold on tight. Altu blinked. Once, twice. She looked around. Wherever they were now, it was no longer the underground library. Instead, they were inside an empty enclosed room. Is everyone okay? I am all right. I feel a bit queasy though. How about you? I am fine. Soul looked up and down at Altu for good measure, checking if she had sustained any injuries or if she was missing a limb or two. Lithiel, are you? Well, what is with the creepy laugh? Maybe he lost some of his brain parts. That would be terrible, Soul. He could not take out the project like that. It worked. I knew it would work. Only a genius like me could build an invention and have it work on the first try. I truly am magnificent. Wait, this is your first try at using the machine. I do not know whether I should be terrified or impressed. Hold on, I am really not missing any internal organs, am I? No, thank you. You used us as guinea pigs. But thanks anyway. Yes, thanks. Let us get going before anyone spots us. The door opened up to a tunnel with rows of other cells, which eventually led them to a wide hallway. It is freezing. What do you expect? We are in Chanlia after all. So this is where we will part. I am heading to the main lab. There's a rehabilitation room that the healer frequents. It's just to the end of this hallway. It is your best bet. Thanks, Lithiel. And stay safe. Save that worry for yourself. The scholar said that with the usual air of confidence, but Altu's perceptive eyes caught a glimpse of his fingers trembling. Later, Lithiel turned, dashing to the opposite end of the hallway. Will he be okay? We know that he cannot use magic. Altu, let's go. Right. Altu and Sol ran across the hallway as discreetly as possible. The rehabilitation room located at the end of it was open, but there was no one inside. Well, she is not here. There goes our luck. But we are close. I can feel it. What's our plan now? Try and open every door we can't come across? Great idea. No, bad idea. There's a set of staircases here. Use your animal instincts and decide if we should go up or down. Let us go up. This should be the first floor, so going down would probably just lead us to the cells again. Right, that makes sense. The two climbed the stairs and landed on another identical hallway, except this time there were people, most likely magic users, walking around. Sol and Altu ducked behind a pillar, trying their best to remain unseen. What do we do now? There are too many people. But there's a chance that Alice is with them. True, but we shouldn't risk it. If they know we are looking for her, they might even use her as a hostage. Excuse me, use who as a hostage? Surprised by the sudden presence of the eavesdropper, the two instantly recoiled to a defensive stance, and turned around only to see Elise. Altu dropped her weapons immediately and jumped at her without the slightest bit of hesitation. It's been a while since I last saw you. You seem to be more muscular, and you seem to be a bit chubbier. I will kill you. Now that is the Alice we knew. While Altu was rejoicing at Alice's presence, Sol rightfully had second thoughts of having a happy reunion in the middle of enemy territory. As much as I would like to celebrate this joyous occasion, this is hardly the right time for it. Let us focus on getting out of here first. Right. Alice, do you know where the exit is? Don't worry, you are safe now. We are here to rescue you. You can say goodbye to this cult that has been enslaving you. Altu took Alice's hand, but she smacked it away. Ellis, what's wrong? I am sorry, Altu, soul, but I cannot go with you. Ellis, what are you saying? Yes, what are you saying, Ellis? I get it. They must have cast a binding spell on you or something to prevent you from escaping, right? In that case, we need to find who cast it. No, 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 that is not. It is not like I can't go, but it's more like I choose to stay. Ellis, does that mean that you voluntarily joined the Chrismalia project? I, that is. Hey, what are you doing here? You two run. But before Altu and Sol could escape, the man had blocked their paths. So stop. These people are. We are new recruits, sir. I have never seen your face before, and I have never heard of new recruits being brought in. Guards, arrest them. Altu, Sol, run away. You are no match for them. And leave you? Hell no. Magic users wearing robes flooded into the hallway, and within the blink of an eye, the three were completely surrounded. We cannot handle this many at once, and all of them are magic users. Now, too, listen to me. I will make an opening, and you take that chance to bring Elise and run. All right, here goes. Sol slammed his flux-infused fist against the floor, causing a tremor that split the floor, as well as the crowd of guards, into two parts. The magic users stopped in their tracks in shock, but not because of the destruction. They were staring at the red beams escaping from Sol's fist, mouths agape. Sol is using magic. No, this is bad. As the other mages see his flux, then. No way, the color of his flux. It cannot be. Altu, now. Altu grabbed Elise's hand. Quick, Elise. I told you I cannot go with you. Why are you so persistent on staying? Because I want to be here. Do you want to stay here? But why? That is enough. An invisible force broke Altu's grip, forcing her to involuntarily release Elise's. Oh, hello there, Discord. Or Rat, or. Yeah, Rat. Rat sounds like a good one. Welcome on in, Rat. Thank you very much for the fish. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Before Altu could look up to process what happened, she was sent flying to the other end of the hallway.
Discord light rat. Said. Blip noises.
Altu. Intruders, I see.
Said. Please, you're being too formal. Call me filthy disgusting fucking rat. That's my full title.
Wouldn't the full title be more formal than the short title? That sounds like you're formal. That sounds formal to me. Calling you simply Rat would be not formal, right? Intruders, I see. Tell me, how are you able to enter?
Discord light rat. Said. No, rat is too formal because you're making it short. It sounds like you know me. Discord light rat. Said. You don't know me yet, so you have to earn calling me rat. For now you can just call me filthy rat.
Papyro. Elise, get back. Wait, stop. They are mine. But before Elise could finish her words,
said,
Pyro has conjured a blast of wind that wants Sol in the same direction as Altu. Just a silly little rat. Just a silly little filly. It's okay, I'll just throw you some cheese. And it'll all be good, right? I'll just throw you some cheese. Alto caught Soul just in time, stopping him from crashing into the wall.
Discord Light Rat said.
Oh,
No, I want to eat the crumbs off your floor, it's
you
way
may
more precious.
you may have to fight the Roomba for that. You may have to fight the Roomba and the cockroaches for that, but yeah, good luck with that. You good? Yeah, thanks. You? Just a few scratches, but I am fine. Ready to kick this guy's butt. Hell yeah. Soul unsheathed his dagger, and Altu, ready with a hunting knife, shed
their
follow
body
from
slowly
Soul.
falls into the depths of the lake forever.
Thank you very much for the lurk, friend. Stay safe doing whatever you are doing, please. As if on cue, the two lunged to the throng, their speed too quick for the magic users to react. Using his flux as a propeller, Soul kicked them and slashed at them, throwing the row of magic users to the side. Meanwhile, Altu was squaring off with Pyro, only relying on her reflexes to barely dodge his magic attacks. A monkey, this one. Why does everyone call me that? Pyro clicked his tongue in annoyance, shooting out more attacks at her. A purple fireball curved at her blind spot and grazed her side. It burns. Pyro, stop this. Before Pyro could launch more projectiles, Elise clutched his arm, which he broke free from almost immediately. Elise, it is dangerous here. You guards, take the killer to a safe place. The guards did as they were told, dragging Elise away with them. Pyro, wait! Do not hurt them. They are my friends. Altu had retreated from the fight momentarily, clutching the side of her stomach in pain, even though the searing pain made it hard to hear one look at Elise's eyes, those cobalt blue eyes that watered and looked torn in two. Altu instantly knew what was keeping her here. Pyro. The words rolled off her mouth like a beast's growl. She glared at Pyro, her eyes filled with insatiable fury, an expression she never knew she could make. Pyro! Alto lunged at him with as much speed as she could muster, the hunting knife clutched firmly in her right hand. You are the one responsible for taking Elise away, right? What have you done to her? She directed the knife towards his chest, yet the man himself did not move. In fact, not even his expression changed. He remained motionless and emotionless, the true definition of a soldier who had lost his heart in a battlefield. But when Altu was a foot away from the man, he flicked his wrist, and Altu! Strong arms enveloped Altu, protecting her from whatever impact that was meant for her. But before Altu could support her protector's body, the floor had caved in. They lost their footing, plummeted by gravity. Before they realized it, they crashed into
Stream
the hard
Elements
ground.
said. Playing games from my GrabTap page helps support the stream and earns you points for rewards. Check it out, https://grabtap.com. See Unicorn Turtle.
Didn't realize that was the one that was automatically going, but okay. Yeah, sure, you guys do that if you want to. Give me some money. That's a cool thing that's happening, I guess. I didn't realize that was actually a thing I thought that was just a command, but okay, sure. As I understand that thing, you guys actually earn money from it too. As I understand it. I could be wrong. I'm not completely sure. But over the past week or so, I've earned like 22 bucks from it. So it's not like a whole bunch of money, but I guess that thing only pops up if somebody actually speaks in chat. Interesting. Soul, are you alright? Altu moved to Soul's side and realized that he was not alright. His bare back was full of blisters, and his fabric was now in tatters. Altu caught him as he struggled to stand up, but it was clear that the impact had taken a huge toll on him. Soul, thanks for protecting me. That was no thing. You two, what are you doing here? It is Lithiel. Well, that was a short goodbye. Who are these kids? What a sinister aura. Even if I am not a magic user, I can feel that this guy is dangerous. Could he be Lictus, the project's leader Lithiel was talking about? Oh no, Lithiel specifically told us not to engage with him, but... Master, they are intruders trying to take the healer away. Now we cannot have that, can we? But the boy... Pyro stared at Soul. He is a child of the Blood Moon. Lithiel pulled Soul behind him defensively. It is nice of you to bring me back a present, Lithiel, just when I thought all Blood Moon children had been eliminated. Pyro, change of plans. Eliminate everyone except that child. Understood. Pyro thrust his arms forward and created a dark vortex which propelled towards them at a mighty speed. Altu tried to pull Soul out of the way, but he was heavy, and they knew they could not dodge the attack in time. She heard Lithiel shouting their names from afar, but all she could hear were her thumping heartbeats and the fatal attack aimed at them. Is this it? Are we really gonna? Altu closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact. But a few seconds passed, and the attack never landed on either of them. A stranger with dark green hair, a man Altu had never seen before, appeared in the middle of the disarray, seemingly responsible for stopping Pyro's attack. Who is that? You are back. It is about time. Did you miss me, Pyro? Curse you! Why did you come back? Pyro launched another attack at the man, but the stranger had dodged, retaliating by sending one of his own attacks back at him. The two continued their battle with such terrifying speed that not even Altu could keep up. Something shone at Altu's left side, but before she could react, beams of black and purple were right before her eyes. Lithiel! Lithiel had his arms spread out, blocking the impact targeted at them. Is he insane? He is incapable of using magic. Lithiel, why did you get a hold of yourself? It would be all over if they got a hold of Soul's power. Not even I could stop him then. But you are. Lithiel's stomach had a gaping hole caused by Lictus's earlier attack. I am alright. This body is immortal. As long as my soul is intact, I will recover soon. Well, well, well. To sacrifice your body to protect a bunch of mere mortals. You sure have gotten soft, Lithiel. Lictus was approaching them from the other end of the laboratory, slowly but surely. In the meantime, he was readying for another attack. You two, I need your help. Before either of them could reply, Lithiel placed a key in Altu's paw. I will distract Lictus as much as I can, but I need you to use this key to shut down the Chrysmalia's power plant once and for all. This key, I have seen Lithiel tinkering with this back in the underground library. It must be the fuse he talked about. That is the device that will overload the generator. Please. Looking at the pleading look in Lithiel's eyes and the injury he sustained from protecting them, there was no way she could refuse his request. Do not worry, we will destroy that thing for you. Let us go, Soul. Despite his injury, Saul was still able to run with Altu to the back of the laboratory, where an imposing generator stood, surrounded by other magic users. Get out of our way! Altu breezed past the throng of magic users, slashing at them before they had a chance to cast a spell. Saul activated his flux and summoned scarlet strands, which swung against the guards, sweeping them across the floor. Leave them to me. Focus on the generator. Okay. We are not letting you go anywhere near the kernel of our research. Come on. Why are you even part of this research? Do you not know that you are destroying the balance in Gaia itself? Do not speak as if you know what the project is all about. Yeah, the Chrismalia is not destroying Gaia. We are reforming it. The other members let out simultaneous shouts of approval. Reforming? What do you mean? Imagine a world where there are no kingdoms, no fights, no bloodshed. A world where death does not exist. That is the true purpose of the Chrismalia project, to reform Gaia and alter the laws set by nature. You guys are more deranged than I thought. After the laws set by nature alter, are you trying to play God? Go play house somewhere else, all you Chrismalia bastards. It was hard to think that just a few days ago, Altu was an avid supporter of the Chrismalia project. But now, after hearing Lithiel's story, their treatment towards Alice, and the searing pain Soul had sustained because of them, there was no doubt in her mind anymore.
Said.
She knew what she had to do.
Friends hydrate.
I will not forgive you. Trusting Soul to take care of the furious Chrismalia members, Altu leapt up high, dodging the aerial attacks aimed at her, and landed in front of the generator. Quick, there must be a keyhole somewhere here, perhaps one used for an emergency stop or for activation. As she frantically felt about the machine, her hand stumbled on an indentation. That is it, a keyhole. She immediately fumbled for the key. Let us hope this works. But just as she was about to insert it, a beam of flux accurately shot through the key. No way! The key was now gone, shattered into a million pieces. Altu felt her heart sink. The only hope we have to stop the Chrismalia project is now. Do you think I will let you destroy the fruits of our research that easily? Your opponent is me. Altu stared wide-eyed at the fine particles on her palm that were once their trump card. No! No! This cannot be happening. Why? Altu, behind you. Soul blocked the attack aimed at Altu in the nick of time. Damn it, Altu, get yourself together. But Soul, the key is... Soul stared at the key as a similar expression of hopelessness flashed on his face. It is all over now. With the device gone, we have no chance of bringing down the project. And we have failed to rescue Elise too. Altu dropped to her knees, curling her fist in regret. She glanced back at Lithiel, who was too preoccupied in using the last of his remaining strength to barely dodge Metis's destructive spells. I am sorry, Lithiel. A hand gripped her shoulder. No, it's not over yet. Soul. Soul released his grip and handed to the generator, inspecting it closely. Lithiel said that the key traps the flux flowing inside of it and basically overloads the entire system, right? Yes, if I recall correctly, he once said. All you need to know is that it essentially traps the flux flowing in the generator for a period of time, causing it to overload and kaboom! Explosion. But why are you asking? Do you have another plan in mind? If overloading the generator with flux is essentially the key's function, then if I channel all my flux into this generator, it will produce the same results. But that is crazy. How much flux do you think you will need to overload such a complex machine? There's a reason why Lithium created the fuse, you know? And I think there is a reason why I am born on the night of the blood moon. Maybe I was born for this day, to destroy the Chrismalia project, and to protect you, Soul. You and your dramatic words. Soul stepped in front of the generator and thrust his hands out. To cover me. Okay. Red orbs started to flock around Soul, casting the entire laboratory in a scarlet glow. What is that boy doing? This power. I must have it. Feather Boy. Wait, do not tell me he is trying to. Stop him. He is trying to overload the generator. Pyro charged towards Soul, but the green-haired sorcerer blocked him. As I said before, your opponent is me. Curse you. We must protect the Chrismalia, but we cannot let all our research go in vain. Some project members who had partially recovered got back on their feet, readying spells once they realized what Soul was trying to achieve. Oh no, you do not! Her warrior instincts kicked in. She stopped all of them before they had a chance to attack Soul. She is fast. The light emanating from Soul grew in intensity now, so much that the room looked as if it was covered in blood. Soul, are you alright? Soul, stop. You're not ready to control that amount of flux yet. Cast any more and your body will not be able to handle it. But I cannot possibly stop now. Not with all of you pinning your hopes on me. Besides, if I do not destroy the Chrismalia project now, Elise will continue to be trapped here. I know you wouldn't want that, right, L2? Soul. Get away from here, everyone. This building is going to collapse. True to his words, the floor started shaking and the ceiling crumbled, raining down rubble. It is over now, Pyro. Your flux is exhausted. You will risk your life if you continue any further. So after all this time, I still could not beat you. I suppose your master's favorite disciple for a reason. Disciple? You have got to be joking. The sorcerer cast a blinding spell, constricting Pyro's movements. You, come back here. When will you ever learn? Come on, Lithiel. Let's get out of here before we get caught up in the explosion. Wait. They stared at Lictus, who was on his knees, staring at Soul's magic with wide, excited eyes, almost like an apostle witnessing a god's power. Yes, yes, the power of the blood moon. More, more. I must obtain that power. The sorcerer shook his head, lugging Lithiel out of the laboratory. Leave him be. He's gone. He's used up all his flux from the experiment earlier. One dog should be able to end him. However, he soon realized that Lithiel was not in fact concerned about Lictus, but the two newcomers who were standing behind Prismalia Project's very source of power. The invention that was initially created to bring smiles, yet now deemed as Gaia's most dangerous weapon. Oi, you kids! Don't you dare die on me now! You better make it out alive. Do you hear me? The sorcerer could not help but smile a little. They will be fine. They better be. Who would have guessed that the esteemed god of knowledge would be worried over a bunch of children? Shut up, you! I cannot hold on. Perhaps Lithiel's right. This is too much for me to handle. But I cannot give up now. Soul's feet slipped from the sheer impact of his flux accumulating in his arms, but someone had caught him before he fell. Gotcha. Altu was behind him, planting her feet firmly on the ground while supporting his body. What are you doing here, dummy? Didn't I tell you to get out of here? This building is going to collapse regardless of whether I succeed or not. Heck, I don't even know if I can do this. We will get through this together. Whether you fail or you succeed, it doesn't matter. Altu, you are being stupid. Just run before my magic harms you again. Soul pushed Altu's arm away, but she only held him tighter. Altu, I'm being serious. Get away from me. No! I'm not risking your life again. And I'm not risking losing another friend. What? I just want to be with you. Is that too much to ask for? Look at you. Who's the dramatic one now? Soul had begun transferring his surge of flux into the generator, which slowly cracked at its edges. The light emanating from it was now getting more intense, and Altu had no choice but to shut her eyes. Altu could feel Soul's arrhythmic heartbeats pulsing through his back. His every ragged breath that he heaved, and his trembling arms that screamed for relief. She took a deep breath and supported Soul's arm, lifting it up. You are not alone, Soul. I will stay here with you, and I am not going anywhere. Altu, say, once this is all over, how about you quit your bounty hunting job and travel the world with me? I will be a wandering warrior, and you can be a traveling bard. What possessed you to think of that? Well, you will be able to show off your poetic skills that way. Plus, I am sure we will have a lot of fun. Yeah, that does sound like fun. So what do you say, partner? You and your absurd ideas, really. But I don't see why not. Great, it's a promise then. The Chrismalia project headquarters has fallen. The entire building was now reduced to rubble, buried under a mountain of snow. Everything that was inside the headquarters had turned into cinders, and now plumes of black smoke produced from the aftermath escaped to Chalia's ever-gray sky. It's great we managed to escape in the nick of time. But I wonder what happened to those kids. Did they survive? I can't tell if the generator was destroyed, but one thing's for sure. They couldn't have escaped an explosion of this magnitude unscathed. I will go look for them. The man moved to search for them, but Lithiel stopped him. There's no need. I have a feeling that they will be fine. If you say so. Lithiel dropped to the snow, gazing at the destroyed headquarters from a distance. Finally, I have ended what I have started. What is this? Warmth. It feels familiar. Altu's eyes fluttered open as she felt a warm touch on her forehead, followed by an all too familiar voice. Altu, Elise. Morning. Had a nice sleep. Altu immediately leapt to her feet and hugged Elise with all her might, crushing her with all the strength and love she could muster. You are safe and alive. I am ever so glad. Of course. Who do you think I am? Did you forget that I am stronger than the two of you combined? Realizing that her feet were now planted on a pile of melting snow instead of tiles, she looked around, only to see that the project's headquarters had been reduced to rubble and ashes. Beside her was Sol, still unconscious, his body propped up on a stump of a broken pillar. Sol! Altu quickly checked on Sol, worried for the worst, but relief flooded through her once she realized that he was still breathing. His wounds are healed. Mine, too. She turned to Elise, who stood there with an all-knowing smile on her face. Elise, you protected and healed us, didn't you? Thank you. Anything for my two dearest friends. Yet as she said this, there was a tinge of sadness in Elise's eyes. Altu drew closer to Elise, holding her hands. Elise, can you tell me now, why did you choose to work in the Prismalia project? Sol and I were really worried about you. We spent the last 3 years desperately looking for you. Elise sighed, clasping Altu's hands in hers. She was warm. It's true. I was abducted by the Prismalia project and forced to work for them. But as time passed, I realized that the members are simply misguided. They are humans just like us, Altu, people who believed in the project's vision and who are passionate with their research. Of course, after time I uncovered the dark secrets behind the project, and I have been secretly working with others to stage a revolution from within. That was, of course, before you and Sol charged in and destroyed the project for us. You always knew, Altu, that I have longed to live a fulfilling life, a life driven by meaning, a life of adventure. Staying in the village, being the perfect woman everyone wants me to be. That life just is not for me, you know? I know. I have found the true meaning of my existence here, and I have found someone special I wish to be with for the rest of my life. You mean Pyro? I do not approve of him one bit. He is not as much of a villain as you make him out to be, Altu. Really. And I am sure you have found someone special too, right? What? There is no need to be shy. I knew that the two of you would end up together ever since we were kids. Whether it is now, or in the past, or even in the future, Sol was, and will always be, looking after you. I didn't give you those matching chicken feathers for nothing, after all. So they were chicken feathers. You tricked us. The two of you are so gullible I couldn't resist. Elise. Well, sorry to cut our reunion short, Altu, but I should be going. I'll be taking Pyro with me, and we will be taking refuge in Listier for now. Once everything has settled down, I will return home. I promise. I will hold on to that promise then. Until then, stay safe, Elise. You too, Altu. The two exchanged another hug, and Altu watched from afar as Elise helped the injured Pyro up. They walked through the snow, hand in hand, until their figures disappeared within the fallen frost. Altu sighed, plopping into the snow in exhaustion. She has gone. To think that it was her choice after all. Altu watched the snowflakes slowly flutter down. She let one fall in her palm, but it melted as soon as she touched it. Despite the frost, she still felt the warmth from Elise's magic that enveloped them like a blanket. Altu turned to her left, where Sleeping Soul lay, and lightly caressed his raven hair. Soul, you are awake. Are you hurt anywhere? 5 more minutes. His body fell to the side, resting on Altu's shoulders. He started snoring. Poor him. He must be tired. Guess I'll make an exception this time and let you borrow my shoulder. But next time, you gotta let me borrow yours, okay? Rest well, soul. Come on, hurry up. If you dally any longer, I might leave you. Can't you see I'm still in the middle of packing up? Would it hurt for you to be a little more patient? Sometimes I wonder how you're able to survive working in the nights with your habit of being unpunctual. Correction, how were they able to survive working with you? Mocking me again, aren't you? Why don't you help me instead of just standing there? Soul sighed in resignation and made his way to help L2 take down her tent. Why are you laughing? This feels very nostalgic. And we're just a few miles away from home. It feels so strange coming back after all that happened. We did kind of destroy the Chrismovia project. As of now, not many people know about Chrismovia project's destruction, probably because hardly anyone visits the Chalia region. But there were some rumors floating here and there, ghosts of whispers in the wind. Once the truth of the project's destruction is confirmed, it will definitely cause an uproar. Lithiel and the other magic users said that they will take care of it though, so we should not worry too much. There, all packed. Shall we get going? Thank you, Soul. What a gentleman. We should reach home in a few hours. Are you excited? Heck yeah. It's been years since I have seen my parents. But I thought you were in bad terms with them. They were really against you being a knight. Is that not right, Alti? Do not call me by that name. I know. It is a beautiful name, though. Perfect for a girly girl like you. Say any more and I will strike you down. Anyway, I still cannot believe your parents actually let you leave. Yeah, but not without hearing their scoldings for the umpteenth time. I thought my parents were strict, but your parents are something else. They were really against my decision and even told me to get married instead. Soul nearly dropped the bag he was carrying. But married? Yeah, they also set me up with these marriage candidates they had found. Well, what? So did you? Are you actually married? Altu bumped Soul's head. Stupid Soul, of course not. Did you really think I would agree to it? So sorry, I panicked. So, what happened? All of them ran away. I did not even need to try. Oh, thank goodness. What do you mean, thank goodness? If any of them ended up with you, they would have to be ready to spend the rest of their lives with a gorilla. And that would be a tragic outcome indeed. Not tragic for you, but for the poor guy who has to bear with you and your eccentricities. Hey, the two continued bickering as they walked on the familiar road back home. Every step they took brought them closer to their childhood home, and they would recall and laugh at all the incidents that happened in the past. Anyway, it seems like nothing has changed. That was nerve-wracking. Your parents are as strict as ever. Thankfully, the news that I became a wanted woman had not reached their ears yet. If they knew about it, Altu shuddered at the thought. They would murder you for sure. They definitely would. Fortunately, none of my family are home. My distant cousins are present, but they could not care less about me. Well, if your parents are home, we would probably get another scolding of a lifetime. Yeah, you could say that again. If your parents are home, we would probably get another scolding of a lifetime. I did not mean it literally, blockhead. The two sighed again in unison. We truly are blessed with such an uptight family, but it does mean that they care for us a bit too much. Yeah, Sol gazed at the evening sky with furrowed brows. Are you thinking about what Lithiel said to you? Uh, about your family's reason to keep your birthday away from you? How did you know? Now that I think of it, your meticulous parents would never have forgotten their only child's birthday. I also thought it was weird why they never celebrated my birthday, and why they kept such a tight leash on me. Now I know why. Sol curled his hand into a fist. My powers are dangerous. And as Lithiel said, if anyone knew I was a child born on the night of the blood moon, they would exploit me to no end. My parents were just protecting me. Well, but now I do not know if those powers will return. After that incident in the project's headquarters, Sol is unable to use magic. Lithiel said that Sol had used so much flux that might take some time to replenish. It might be days, months, or even years. We will never know. But Sol does not seem bothered by it. He even said he did not need that power anyway. Right, now that we are already here, let us go to our usual spot before the sun goes down. Right, our hideout. I wonder if it is still intact. I would not be surprised if it was wrecked, though. It has been 3 years after all. And ever since Elise went missing, we hardly stopped by to check up on it. Let us go anyway. It is exploration time. Altu grabbed Sol's hand, leading him to the secret place that only the two of them knew about. Sol hesitated for a bit, but he soon allowed the familiarity and comfort of Altu's hand, that hand which he held so many times, lead the way back to his precious childhood memories. The two spent some time searching for their secret hideout, namely, a small hut made of sticks and vines along the river bank. However, they did not find any traces of that shelter they made for themselves. It is gone. Well, that is to be expected. I have heard that flash floods occurred frequently here. The river must have overflowed and washed away our hideout. When Altu was not looking, Sol took the chance to jump into the river and splash some water on her. Hey, now come on, do not look so sad. Your face will look like stale bread if you squinch up like that. Soul managed to dodge Altu's splash attack just in time. Missed me. Do not get too cocky. Ha hey! Bending down and swinging her leg, Altu had successfully swept Soul from his feet. Why, you? That's unfair. You asked for it. Soul rose from the waters, his amber eyes gleaming in childlike mischievousness. That's how you want to play it, huh? Do not go crying to your mom when I beat your ass like in the old times. Excuse me, is that not my line? And if I recall, were you not the one who went back crying to your mom? The nonsense. That never happened. It did. Your memories must be jumbled up from all the explosions in your poor brain. So allow me to jog your memories once again. Bring it on! An intense water fight soon broke out, and the two were instantly drenched from head to toe. Just like a flood, the memories returned all at once. The two children fighting over their hideout, Soul's victory over Altu, Altu catching Soul off guard and tackling him. But most of all, their banter ended with Elise completely defeating both of them through clever tactics, or more often than not, through food bribery. The golden setting sun continued to shine on the two, coloring their skins with a warm glow of orange. So they were, so there they were, just like two young adults engaged in a childish water fight, their laughter and squeals giving life to a place they once cherished. Take that. Whoa! After hiding behind a facade of waves, Soul managed to tackle the startled Altu, but he did not expect himself to lose balance as he brought Altu along with him. Soul's clumsiness brought the two into an awkward position, and for a moment all the roughhousing and rivalry were brought to a standstill. Altu's heart beat fast at the sudden proximity, and warmth rose to her cheeks as she realized how close they were. She could feel Soul's warm breath on her face, every contour of his muscles, and all the heat emanating from his body. Blushing, she looked away. It is getting late, but maybe we should call it a day. Altu made a move to stand up, but Soul did not budge. Are you going to move, or what? Soul, I will move once you answer a question. A question? I have you pinned down, so it is my win, and as all games go, the loser has to do the winner a favor. All right, ask away. Soul looked away, now seemingly having second thoughts. Seeing his red ears and flushed cheeks made Altu giggle, and she wondered what question he could have in mind. How adorable! Soul, did you know that I have always... Altu, when your parents set you up with those bachelors, did any of them catch your eye? Altu stared at him with wide eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Soul, that is such a weird question to ask. Just answer it. Besides, did I not tell you that I chased all of them away? I am sure no one was actually serious in courting me. That was not my question. I am just asking if there is anyone who caught your eye from that list of bachelors. Let me think about it. To be honest, that was years ago, so I do not remember them that well. But there was a rich guy who Soul's bloodlust spiked so suddenly that Altu had to gulp down whatever she was about to say, who I definitely was not interested in. A rich guy? What is his name? What does he work as? Why were you interested in him? What is this? Do not tell me Soul's jealous. Altu poked Soul's flushed cheeks, looking forward to teasing him more. Yeah, I am jealous. So what? For real. I have known you for years, longer than anyone else. I know what makes you cry and what makes you smile. I know all your preferences and dislikes, and I know all your weaknesses and how to deal with that recklessness of yours. So yeah, I don't know why, but it's just. Soul finally released his hold on L2 and rolled to the side, letting the shallow waters submerge his body. The thought of you being tamed by someone else just makes me worried and uneasy, and I don't want to see that. I can't foresee a future where we won't be able to do these silly things again, and I certainly don't want to see you doing these things with someone else. Soul. And now I finally know why I have been so conflicted spending so much time with you. L2. I love you. I always have, in the past, the present, and the future. Under normal circumstances, she would have found a surefire retort to counter him, but for once, that part of her brain malfunctioned, and she was unable to find the right comeback. Soul. I. Soul brushed the stray hair from Altu's forehead, and she shivered at his touch. I have been waiting for the right time to say it, and you don't have to reply right now, so. But me too. Shoot, my throat cracked and I just croaked that out without thinking. Do you really need that? I don't know when it started or when I stopped thinking of you as a mere childhood friend and rival, but every moment with you really makes me happy. So, yes, I love you, Soul, and I always will continue to love you. You have done it now. Soul gently lifted Altu's chin, adjusting it such that her beautiful teal eyes were in line with his. Don't blame me for what I am going to do. And if you ever want to take back those words, just push me away with that superhuman gorilla strength of yours. Okay? Silly Soul, you don't know how much I have waited for this moment. Soul drew closer, and Altu welcomed his warmth that enveloped her, but then he hesitated, fearing the worst before the point of no return, and so Altu tugged his scarf towards her, leading his lips to where they were supposed to be, on hers. And, she thought, from now on, those lips will only be the one for hers. So, so warm. They shared breaths and felt each and every pump of their blood under their skin, all their thoughts hushed. Altu took in the sight of the young man bathed in the sun's scarlet glow, tracing his features, wondering how lucky she was to have met him. Though he can be a jerk sometimes, he is still the soul I know, the soul I have always loved. The boy who grew up as my rival and partner in crime, who secretly writes the cheesiest poems, and who never fails to engage me in banter. Yes, this is the soul I know and love. L2. Soul drew even closer this time, surprising L2. His hand circled to the back of Altu's head, and Altu's nose abruptly thought it was the perfect time to sneeze, right into Sol's face. Sol pulled away, washing his face with the river water. I'm so sorry, Sol. Talk about embarrassing. I guess that's a call for us to leave. It's getting dark anyway. Sol stood up and extended a hand to Altu. Come on, let's get going before you really catch a cold. Altu took Sol's hand, letting him lift her up effortlessly, and the two of them waded out of the water. You know what this reminds me of? That time we pulled a prank on the city kid who visited the village. Yeah, the kid thought the seaweed entangled on his leg was a snake, and we ran off and left him. Poor kid, that was your idea. Hey, you were in it too, so don't go acting all innocent. I don't want to relive what happened afterwards, though. Oh, yeah, that. The mayor personally gave us a 2-hour lecture, and we were forced to apologize to the kid and his parents. Plus, both your parents and mine gave us another round of scolding. Yeah, well, that part wasn't exactly memorable. And remember that time when the two walked back to the village, hand in hand, just like in the good old times, recollecting their memories, bitter and sweet, and recounting all the precious times they had. Say, Sol, do not forget about the promise we made, okay? Promise? What promise? I don't remember. What, you meanie? What happened to us traveling around Gaia together? You promised. I was just joking. Of course I remember. Sol placed his hand on Altu's head. When do you want to start the Wanderer's life? Now. Right now. Right now? Are you serious? I don't know. I'm just so excited. We are going to go on an adventure together. It's going to be different from when I traveled to Savannah to be a knight. How so? Because this time I'm going to be with you, silly. I can't wait to explore the lush green of Grindel Woods, or the snowy Lestier's glacial mountains, or have a vacation in the infamous Palmier Beach, or, hey, have you heard of the mage city of Wacon? I heard it's super cold there, but I would love to visit there one day. I heard their military consists of all magic users. Isn't that amazing? Wacon. Since it's detached from the mainland, we need to board a ship to get there. I think we can set sail from Al Sharan. And yes, I must say, I have always wanted to visit it. There's so much to do and so much to explore. I don't know where to start. The world is a big place. I'm sure we won't get bored of exploring. Altu suddenly stopped and turned to Sol, taking his hands in hers, excitement gleaming on her turquoise eyes. Sol, promise me you'll stick with me through it all. Even though we might have fights and all, promise me you will always come back to me. Sol gripped back Altu's hand with the same amount of strength. Of course, Altu, I promise. In the past and present and future, I will always be looking at you, and only you. Sol. After all, we cannot let a gorilla run loose without any supervision, right? Just when I thought you were being sweet. I have seen some books and hanging plants in Keisha's tent. Maybe he would not mind if I take a peek. I have always wondered what exactly Keisha is experimenting on. Wait, but it sounds like I am snooping around without his permission. Maybe I should ask if he minds first. Altu stood up and called out Keisha's name, but the alchemist seemed too preoccupied with the flowers to notice her call. On second thought, maybe I should not disturb him, and he looks like someone who has never seen flowers before. I wonder what's up with that. Keisha would not mind if I just sneak a peek, right? Curiosity getting the better of her, Altu opened the tent's flap and peeked inside. There really was nothing much inside the tent. It was almost bare save for hanging herbs, a simple wooden desk, and a couple of books neatly arranged in a pile. For an alchemist, he sure has sparse equipments. Altoon spotted some vials placed on the table and moved in closer to have a look. Each of the vials contained a different plant inside, and unfortunately, she could not recognize any of them. Don't worry, Keisha, I won't touch anything. I promise. I'm just looking for inspiration. But I won't lie though, I am quite curious about Keisha's origins. Is he really an alchemist? What if he's been lying to me? Wait, now that I think about it, there are so many books but no quill or ink. These plants aren't labeled either. How was he researching without any writing utensils? Keisha forbid me to enter the tent when he is conducting experiments. Could it be that he was doing something else? What was that? A sound of something moving and brushing my skin. Altu looked to the left and right, but nothing seemed out of sight. Perhaps it was just my imagination. Did the flaps just close by themselves? Altu felt something cold brush her cheeks. She spun around and lunged at the source, but all her hand caught was air. Just show yourself. You're not scaring me. Altu stood still, waiting for the unknown to happen, but she only felt more frightened with every second that passed. I got to get out of here. Altu rushed to the tent's entrance, but she clumsily tripped over the table, bringing both Keisha's vials and her body down at the same time. For a moment, Altu thought she heard the faintest laugh, but she soon realized it was just the wind. What was that? I cannot believe that Keisha's tent is haunted. I better tell him about it. Oh no, Keisha's vials. I heard a shattering sound when I fell, so I might have broke them. How will I explain this to Keisha? But at this point, I'm too scared to venture in there on my own, so yeah, best come clean about it. Altu initially ran to the fields to find Keisha. So, let me get this straight. You entered my tent without permission, knocked over my vials, and now you're saying that my tent is haunted. That's right. The flaps closed by itself, and I swear I heard a voice. That can't be. It must have been the wind. But, you must be tired out too. I think you should go and get some rest. Maybe you are right. Perhaps it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Anyway, I'm sorry for breaking your vials and entering your tent without asking you first. This is the third time you have apologized out to. And don't worry, I'm not angry. But don't go snooping around next time, alright? You're lucky that the vials that fell were not poisonous. If the vial with the black sycamores were to fall over, on the other hand, well, I don't think you'd want to know what will happen to you. Now come, let's eat dinner before it gets cold. Keisha had made a stew of herbs and roasted some boar meat, its fragrant aroma instantly making Altu's mouth water. Thanks for the meal, Keisha. This is delicious. I'm glad you like it. You could totally live as a top tier cook. You know that, Keisha. Keisha? Altu paused from her dinner and gazed at Keisha, who had grown awfully quiet. His lips were moving quietly as if he was talking to somebody else. Keisha, are you all right? What is it, Altu? He's back to his normal self again. It's nothing. Keisha picked up his bowl and continued drinking the soup as if nothing happened, but Altu could not shake off the ominous sensation she felt. By the way, Altu, if you do not mind me asking, yes, can I ask why you were caught up in the execution? Of course, if you don't want to answer, that's fine too. No, no, I don't mind sharing. You saved my life after all. But I would have to start from the beginning. Get your ears ready, because Altu is going to tell a long story. I'm all ears. All right then, let me tell you about my two closest friends, Sol and Elise. We grew up together, knew each other's parents, had silly fights and childish quarrels. You know, like how friends always do. Sol's family came from a renowned family of respected knights, and they wanted him to follow his ancestors' footsteps. But, well, Sol being Sol, Altu shook her head, memories of their rebellious streaks coming back to her memory. He could not accept having his future controlled, kind of like me, honestly, and so we would spend days running away from our new ties together. Sounds like you had a rebellious streak, too. I was the better one amongst the two of us, okay? Anyways, Elise, on the other hand, she was always the level headed one, keeping us away from trouble and making sure we are out of harm's way. She's smart, polite, beautiful, and strong, and she can even use magic. I dare say she's the best healer in Gaia. She was undoubtedly our village's pride and joy, and everyone's role model, too. She sounds like a great person. Of course she is. But Altu's grip on the mug tightened. One day, she disappeared suddenly. We suspect someone had kidnapped her for her healing capabilities. Born healers are a rare breed, after all. It has been 3 years since I last saw her. Without Elise, the glue in our relationship, everything just fell apart. Nothing was ever the same without her. Sol and I swore to find her no matter what it takes, but that was where we went our separate ways. I trained hard and joined the Zethanian Knights Scouting Division, hoping to attain a position high enough to collect as much information as possible about Annalise's whereabouts and warrant my own search party. I don't know what Sol is doing right now, but I know he's still searching for her. He would not have broken our promise. So that was why you became a knight, all for her sake. Yes, everything was to find Elise. But as for why the knights labeled me as a criminal, she let out a heavy sigh as she recalled the dreaded memory. Do you know about the Chrismalia project? Keisha nodded hesitantly. Given how much of a hermit Keisha seems to be, I doubt he knows much about the project. The Chrismalia Project is an organization of scholars and mages from all over Gaia whose research involves making magic accessible to everyone, even to non-magic users. They truly have an honorable purpose, but unfortunately, many kingdoms are against their research, including Zethania. I suppose making magic accessible to everyone would only create chaos and destroy the hierarchical system. Archical. Art hierarchical system that Zephaniah was built upon. That is why they are so against the project. You say Vandia Kingdom is in opposition to the project, but you seem to be an avid supporter of them, L2. I suppose there's no hiding anything from you. You are right. Being a non-magic user myself, I see the allure of the project's goal and wish to support them in any way I can, but that will never happen given that I've just blown up half their headquarters into smithereens. You what? How did that happen? Commander tasked me to deliver a parcel to the Charisma Project's headquarters. That already sounds mighty suspicious. I was suspicious of it too at first, but he insisted that the parcel bore some good tidings, and I thought Zephaniah was already taking a step to reconcile with the project. And so you went. But let me guess, the parcel definitely did not bear those good tidings and contained explosives instead. It's that obvious. There's no other explanation for half the headquarters destruction, after all, unless you had destroyed it with brute force. Now that I think about it, that might just be possible with your extraordinary strength. Hey, I am not some brawny gorilla. I know, I was just joking. But to have survived an explosion of that magnitude, you must be lucky to have escaped unscathed. Altu scratched her head. Hell, honestly, I have no memories of surviving the explosion. As soon as I came to, I found myself at lightning distance from the explosion site. It is all the same. Why can I not skip it yet? I'm pretty sure this is all the same. Okay, this is a little different because we went into the tent. She is quite the intriguing human, is she not? When she fell face flat for my small prank, I almost could not hold back my laughter. I knew you were behind this. Mithiel, stop scaring her. She's going to think I'm a poltergeist instead of an alchemist. But you're not exactly an alchemist either. I was one, but with the Charisma project holding your body hostage, you will never be free to choose your destiny again. And that's why we need to end it faster. Still, is it really alright to bring her with us? My body is a bit fragile, so having a bodyguard would not be too bad. We will just ditch her in Al Sharan. Mithiel, whatever you say. So that's a little bit different. Fine. L2, are you alright? I am fine. I would have given him a nice punch to the face if you had not interrupted me, though. It's her, the little girl who had quite a fall after I pranked her a bit.
Stream
It's been
Elements
a while since I had a
said,
test subject.
"Stay moist, my friends,
Since
hydrate."
Keisha has been taken away, maybe I can make good use of her. Well, I will deal with you later. The man retraced his route, returning to the site where Altu lay asleep. Here we go. He mustered all his strength to lift the unconscious girl in his arms, but his fragile body was incapable of doing so. You are heavy. In the end, the man settled on draping her across his shoulders, half carrying and half dragging her into the underground library. He could see fresh tears staining her small face, the injuries she had sustained, and sensed the unpleasant dream she was having. The girl stirred in her sleep. Why are you wasting your tears for someone you barely know about? I can never understand humans. Do not cry. Keisha is alive. You will get to see him soon. If I manage to make it in time, that is. Then who exactly is Keisha, and Lithiel too for that matter? What are you doing standing around over there? Well, what? Is it wrong to be standing? No, but you look so idle that it irritates me. If you have spare time, I would appreciate it if you would bring me that crucible over there. This crucible? Wait, do not touch it. On second thought, I do not think I need a clumsy person's help. Why do you not just sit there and stay still instead of roaming around aimlessly? There are a lot of sensitive equipment, and I would not be surprised if you knock over something or get yourself killed. I am not that clumsy, says the human who tripped, fell, and broke some vials all because of a little wind. How did you know about that? The look on your face when the tent's flaps closed. Wait, so you were responsible for that? Did you know how frightened I was? What? It was just a harmless prank. You. I can't believe you. Altu moved towards Lithiel, her fist clenched, but she failed to see a ridge line on the ground. Hey, watch it! What? The ridge Altu stepped caused her fall backwards, crashing into a table of vials. They fell and broke, spilling and mixing the contents, causing an explosion that shook the underground library. Are you all right? Yes, I'm all right. Seriously, you. Just when I thought you couldn't be any clumsier. Lilithiel, you're injured. Altu noticed the burn on his bare arms, caused by a chemical that had splashed on him while he was shielding her. This, it should be fine. His wounds are healing. I thought you could not use magic. I cannot. But as long as my soul stays in this body cannot die. Wait, how does that work? Unlike your friend who uses healing magic, this body is placed under a curse, you could say. When I was banished from the Sky Realm, my flux capabilities were sealed and all ties with the Sky Realm were severed. But even so, my body has not adjusted to Gaia's time. So, you mean your body still follows the time in the Sky Realm? I suppose so. I don't know how long it'll take for my body to adjust to Gaia's time, but one day in the future, my time will flow at the same time as yours. And I will be mortal and cease to exist too, just like all you puny humans. Lithiel. Maybe I misjudged him after all. Even though he's technically immortal now, he disregarded his body to shield me from the explosion. I am sorry, Lithiel, and thanks for saving me just now. You are right. I will just stay away from your experiments to avoid causing a ruckus. Actually, you are a craftswoman, are you not? I can make use of your deft fingers. You would let me help you? Really? Well, upon further consideration, it wouldn't be wise to let a wild monkey go unsupervised. But there are lots of dangerous equipment here, so you better not get out of my sight, okay? Okay. Good girl. That pin you have, this. Altu was lying on the underground library's cold floor, staring at the open hatch that showed a glimpse of the night sky. A thousand thoughts whirled in her head, and she was slowly trying to untangle each one of them. So Keisha's body is actually Lithiel's body. Lithiel is the legendary exile god of knowledge who was banished from the Sky Realm, and was also the founder, or at least the basis of the Chrismelia project's research. After realizing that the project is doing more harm than good, he decided to stop it, yet the members turned their back against him. He got locked in the project's headquarters for a very long time, and then somehow managed to form an alliance with Keisha, a sorcerer who was forced to serve under the Chrismelia project. Keisha's body, however, was bound to the headquarters. He couldn't retaliate or step out of the place because doing so would only kill him. And that's why Lithiel lent him his body. In exchange for borrowing his body, Keisha will help Lithiel in extracting his flux, a bit of his soul, to power a contraption that would destroy the foundation of the project's research and end it once and for all. Did I get that right? Now that I lay it out, it's not too confusing after all. But still, this comes as a shock to me. All I wanted what to do was to get Elise back. I didn't know I would be entangled in this whole mess. What to do? You are still up. Lithiel, how is your progress on that device to destroy the Chrismelia project once and for all? The flux fuse. I am almost done with it. Flux fuse. That is what you call it? The alliteration sounds a bit unprofessional, though. I haven't thought of a better name. Anyway, I'm going up for some fresh air. You can stay here if you like, but if you are bored, I will go. I will go with you. I was scared to venture too far earlier, so I didn't get to explore the forest much. Come then. Altu quickly sat up, following Lithiel out of the underground library. Nothing like a long night walk to ease my stiff shoulders. You sound like an old man. That's because I am. My body, on the other hand, will retain its youth. So by the time you're an old hag with wrinkles and saggy skin, I will still look fresh and young. I could imagine in a few decades' time you'll have brittle bones and struggle to stand up, while I will do a somersault in front of you just to prove I am superior. That's some active imagination you have there, and you really do not have to do a somersault just to prove that. But it must be lonely, living for thousands of years while watching the mortals around you die. Well, it just means I have more time to research this world I fought to live in. You wanted to stay in Gaia, but why? Compared to Gaia, the Sky Realm must have been a paradise. The Sky Realm, a paradise. Why didn't you like it there? It should be fun living with other gods, right? Looking at Gaia from above. Exerting your authority only when you need to. You don't have to deal with us mortals either. That is exactly what makes it terrible to live in, don't you think? It's boring. Every day it's the same old, same old. It felt like I was stuck in a time loop with no yesterday or tomorrow. With Kronos and Kairos governing the place, time stands still, and it always will. Kronos and Kairos, the god of time and goddess of chances. Everyone in Gaia has heard of them, of course, but I treated them as personas of myths. So to know that someone had interacted with them personally is kind of. Nothing changes there. It's just boring. Hold up. Don't tell me you stirred up trouble just to get exiled. That's a wild guess, but bingo. No way. You actually staged a rebellion against other gods just so that you could leave the Sky Realm and stay in Gaia. Correction. I did not stage a rebellion against other gods. That's too much of a hassle. What did you do then? I just threatened to burn the sacred memoria. The sacred memoria. Basically, a very important book storing the memories of Gaia. Big stuff, that one. You threatened to burn such an important book. No wonder you were exiled instantly. All according to plan. I I don't even know what to say. Lithiel hummed happily and walked along, ignoring the look of disbelief on Altu's face. You know what? I'm glad that he's exiled. I don't know what Gaia will become if he was a god. So, did you regret your decision to stay in Gaia after causing this Chrismalia crisis? No, coming to Gaia was the best decision I ever made. Choosing to show my research to those kids, I did not regret doing that one bit. But what I regret is for not guiding them throughout the entire process. As soon as they grasped the knowledge I imparted, I left them to themselves and busied myself with the other studies I found interesting. I forgot that humans change quickly, and in the end, it resulted in this. Lithiel. The other gods are chasing me because of this matter. They said if Gaia ends, then it's all going to be my fault. How is it your fault? If the entire world falls just because of the Chrismalia project, then that just proves that the gods are so weak that they cannot even interfere. You are not wrong. Gods don't exist in this world after all. Shoot, I better shut my mouth before I reveal any more to you and jeopardize this world's order. Wait a moment. What do you mean that gods don't exist in this world? Aren't you one? You were lying then. Was that all a cheap trick to fool me to work for you? Calm down, dearie. You look like a boar ready to charge at me. Lithiel, answer me. All right. Of course I wasn't lying. The Sky Realm exists and its inhabitants exist. They are deities who oversee Gaia. That's true. But we weren't born as gods. We were humans once. Humans. The gods, the very gods we worship, were humans once. What does this mean? You are hiding something else, aren't you? I demand an explanation. Lithiel lightly touched Altu's cheeks. Altu recoiled at the contact. His fingertips are so cold. Unfortunately, I have blabbered more than I should. Perhaps as you travel Gaia, you will find the truth on your own. For now, let's leave it as an unsolved mystery, alright? An unsolved mystery. Anyway, I think I got my fill of refreshment for the night. Let's return. I still need to finish the flux fuse. All right. But just remember, you won't weasel your way out so easily for your next blunder. I probably should keep my mouth shut next time. I actually wish he could teach me. I wouldn't mind being his apprentice. Being an ex-god's apprentice, imagine that. But having to drink silver bloom soup every day is a deal breaker, alright? Too close. It's for you, silly. Did you lose some of your neurons or something? I mean it, you know. You're not a bad person. That is what I gathered so far, anyway. I just want to help you in the Chrismalia project and find Elise at the same time. But you, it wasn't just for Keisha. Of course, saving Keisha is important, but you are too. You may be an ex god, but you can't do everything alone. So I will do what I can for you. For me. Wait, why do you look so confused? I was under the impression that you fancy Keisha. Why would you think that? So you don't. That's strange. Wait, so you fancy me then? Well, what? No. How did you even reach that conclusion? I just want to help you. Is that too difficult to understand? But risking your life for all this. Come on, stop being so worried. This isn't like you. Let's open the portal now. I'm ready and I have faith in you. All right, let's do this. Yes. Lithiel suddenly lifted her arms and tossed her hair aside, frantically inspecting her body for any signs of injuries. Well, what? He placed a hand on her forehead, checking her temperature, his finger on her neck to check for her pulse. Nothing. No signs of fatigue, no migraines, no missing body parts. The missing body parts. Lithiel grabbed her collar, trying to unbutton her vest before Altu smacked his face via reflex. What was that for? Altu squirmed her way out of Lithiel's grasp, bewildered by the amount of indelicacy the so-called god of knowledge had. Do not touch me, you pervert! Pervert? Me? Are you actually suggesting that I have an interest in that human body of yours? Then what were you trying to do? I was just checking to see if you have all your organs intact. I've never extracted flux from a non-magic user before, so who knows what kind of effect it would have on you. What if some of your intestines are missing? Have you ever thought of that with that puny mortal brain of yours? I... That's... Anyway, make sure you ask for consent before you do that, okay? Consent. Altu looked away, her cheeks flushed red. What's wrong? Me? I know that Lithiel was just making sure I was all right. I don't have to make such a big deal out of it. Sometimes I just wish he would have a bit more delicacy. Lithiel breathed out a long sigh, scratching the back of his head. All right, I'm sorry, okay? But just do me a favor and check if you feel anything unusual, or if any strange marks have appeared on your body. I can't have a casualty in my experiment. Okay, just look away. Lithiel turned around and inspected the mirror, which was now glowing with a gold hue. Meanwhile, Altu examined her body for any signs of abnormality. She sighed in relief when she found none. I'm glad nothing bad happened to me. I wonder why Keisha's pin showed all of a sudden, though. Altu, if you're feeling weary, you should stay here and rest. I can't let you go by yourself. I mean, you will get yourself killed the moment you enter. Hey, who do you think let me be your bodyguard? I will protect you until you destroy the project. Altu, you. There's really no stopping you. Well, thanks, I guess. Great. Now let's get this portal up and running. Hold on to me. Lithiel didn't need to tell her. She was already clinging onto his clothes as the mirror engulfed them whole. The flux fuse. Yes, the flux fuse. This will be our trump card in destroying the Chrismalia project. He placed it back into his pocket. The true essence of this world, could it be related to whatever Lithiel said last night, when he said gods don't exist? After all, these gods don't even exist, right? That notion again, I wonder what it actually means. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. Lithiel pulled Altu towards him, clutching her waist. But what are you doing? You will see. Oi, get off! What's with you and landing on top of me? Even though this body is immortal, you might just be able to crush it with your sheer weight. Hey, that's rude. Altu got up and straightened herself. In front of her was a green-haired stranger, staring at the crumpled ceiling and then at them. Who is he? What an entrance! I thought you said you were going undercover. Change of plans. That mutt found us before we could sneak in. Oh, him. The green-haired man cast a quick shield blocking his attacks. Pyro, stop this! You and I know very well that the Chrismalia project's sole motive isn't to supply magic to everyone. Whatever we are doing, we are just destroying Gaia's balance in the end. Keisha? No way! So he's really... Nictus's gaze shifted to Altu and then to Lithiel. It seems like she can be used as a good bargaining chip. You dare. Well, I am not going to let myself be reduced to a bargaining chip. but to entrust me with this. I am weak and my flux capability has been sealed away, while you are a powerful warrior. You have earned my trust, and there's no one else I'd rather entrust this key with. Lithiel, go. Don't worry about me. Even if you fail, I wouldn't take it out on you. All right. Lithiel suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack with his bare body. Lithiel! L2 watched, too stunned to speak, at the hole in his stomach. You idiot! Watch your surroundings more carefully. I'm sorry, but that wound. Aren't you honored to have a god become your personal shield? I will be fine. Just stop the generator already. Alright. L2. Great, it worked. Just as expected of my inventions. Now let's get out of here. From the looks of it, the generator will explode and swallow the entire building. The entire building? Then we have no time to waste. L2 helped Lithiel up, supporting his weight as they crept to the exit. Everyone, I have cast a wind tunnel to aid our escape. On the count of 3, jump. L2's grip on Lithiel tightened, trying her best to carry him. 1, 2, 3. They jumped together as a flurry of snow and wind sent them out of the headquarters. Keisha cast a spell, commanding the frosty gale to envelop them. The winds pushed them away from the laboratory, faster than their feet could take them. L2 glanced back, catching a glimpse of the chaos behind them. The exploded generator, the members' screams as they disintegrated with it, and the crumbling building. Lithiel gripped her shoulder as if telling her not to look back. Lithiel, are you all right? Yes, I am fine, but the snow. Look at you. The great god of knowledge is buried in the snow, unable to move without my aid. Stop teasing and get me out already. All right, all right. L2 helped Lithiel out of the snow, sighing in relief to see that both of them did not sustain any major wounds from the fall. Keisha had done a good job of making sure everyone was safe and sound. But Lithiel, on the other hand, your wound. L2 gazed at the gaping hole in Lithiel's stomach. His clothes were fully drenched with blood, his skin looking even paler than the snow. Don't look at me like that. I just need to wait for a while before it recovers on its own. But still, it must have hurt. Thanks for protecting me back there, Lithiel. Is it just me, or is Lithiel not used to being thanked? Lithiel, L2, are you two all right? Keisha, glad to see that you are fine. And as you can see, we all made it out in one piece. Except Lithiel. He sustained a grave injury trying to protect me. That's strange. I thought your recovery process would be faster. Yeah, I just don't know why it's taking longer than expected. Maybe it's related to what you said last time about, your body adjusting to Gaia's time. If that's the case, then my body picked a terrible time for adjustment. It could also be due to the nature of the flux attack that hit you. Lictus has spent a lot of time researching a potent magic spell that could harm you and slow your recovery process. I don't know whether he has succeeded with it, though. If you were hit by the flux from his research, Lithiel, I will be fine. No such thing should exist. If it did, I would have found out about it long ago. Well, you two rest here first. I need to make sure that there's nothing left of the Prismalia project, and if there are any survivors. Wait, what are you going to do to these survivors? Don't tell me you're gonna. There's no way the members could have survived an explosion of that magnitude, and I couldn't care less about them as long as all research materials were destroyed. But there's a possibility that the underground chambers in the fortress are still intact. So just you know, the Chrismalia project has made unwilling subjects captive in its underground prison. There might be a possibility that some of their test subjects are still alive. Right. So you stay here while I go take a look. I will stay with you, Lithiel. Fine. Make sure you leave no stones unturned, Keisha. Keisha headed to the burning headquarters, leaving the two alone in the snowy landscape. I wonder where Eldise and Sol are. I hope they are fine. I saw the raven-haired boy leaving earlier, but I did not see that he or a friend of yours. Eldise. So it was true that she joined the Chrismalia project out of her own will. I'm a bit late to realize it now, but it's freezing. We should have asked Keisha to cast a heat spell on us. Yes. Here. Lithiel, who was sitting on the pile of snow, had his arms spread out, looking expectantly at Altu. Here? Here what? Are you offering to warm me up? That's unexpectedly kind of you. Don't be silly. I'm ordering you to offer yourself as my heat source. Well, what? What kind of gentleman are you to use me like that? And who said I was a gentleman? I'm a god. Yeah, an exile god who tried to destroy the Skyrealm just because he's bored. Keep it down. Well, what? Someone's coming. Sure enough, Altu saw hazy silhouettes approaching them, followed by a series of snow-sloshed footsteps. Who are they? I can't make them out from here. Get down. Despite his injury, Lithiel still had the strength to yank Altu to the ground, wrapping his arms around her protectively. This is just an excuse to make me your heated pillow, isn't it? Maybe. Their banter soon faded as the mysterious figures came into view. Most of them looked like knights with their clanking armor, while one was shorter than the others. As Altu squinted, she realized that the shorter one was but a child with pale skin and icy locks, reminding Altu of the distant glaciers. Wait, that uniform. That can't be. Lestier's soldiers. It seems that they are guarding that kid. I wonder who he is. That boy smells familiar. We should head back, young master. This place is dangerous. No one's leaving unless I say so. Now search this place inside and out and rescue any survivors. All right, but His Majesty is not going to be pleased to see you out of the kingdom like this. Shut it and do as I say. I'm not leaving until I get to the bottom of this. Prince Terevska. Wait, where are you going? Prince Terevska. Wait, why does that name sound familiar? Terevska Alberich Zorel, the fifth prince of Lestier. What is he doing at a place like this? When Altu cast her eyes at the scene again, the knights were chasing the young Terevska, running towards the headquarters. Until eventually he stopped, staring wide-eyed at a pile of snow. Altu squinted, and when she did, she realized it was no snow after all. In fact, buried under blankets of snow was a young boy, his hair and body so pale that he easily blended with the frost. Look at that boy. Was he always there? He must be one of Cha Lia tribe's children who were captured as a test subject. To think that there are survivors. So the Chalia tribe has survivors after all. You there, are you okay? The poor boy was either shell shocked or completely frostbitten, unable to speak. All he could do was stare at Terevska with his gray eyes. You must be one of the Snow Ghost tribe, right? The one that's rumored to be extinct. Well, fear not. I am here to save you. Come on, take my hand. We will get you out of here. Hesitantly, the boy took his hand, and Terevska lifted him up. The boy was all bones and no flesh. Even from a distance, Altu could see how malnourished he was, and she wondered how he could survive, let alone stand in the bitter cold. What's your name? The boy shook his head, mouthing something inaudible that Altu could not quite catch. What's that? You have no name. Well then, I will give you a name. Since you look like the frost, I will call you Frosty. So how would you like your new name? Young master, you can't just... Shut it. My kingdom, my rules. Whatever you say, young master. Well, at least they don't seem like bad people. A survivor from the Chalia tribe. How interesting. It was only then that Altu realized how tightly Lithiel was holding her. He was literally using her as a heat pack without her realizing it. Altu flushed, not realizing how close they were. She could feel every puff of air Lithiel breathed and hear every dull thump of his heart. Well, at least I'm not that cold anymore. They continued watching the scene before them from a distance. Prince Terevska had instructed his guards to wrap Frosty in thick blankets and transport him back to Lestier. The newcomers were just leaving when Keisha returned. What's with all the commotion here? Keisha stared at the two huddled together, wide-eyed. Am I interrupting something? Realizing that Lithiel still had his arms around her, Altu quickly pushed him aside, but perhaps she used too much force as Lithiel almost rolled like a snowball. What was that for? You are too close, idiot. Too close? How am I supposed to use you as a heat source then? For the last time, I am not a heat source. You two seem to be getting along. We are not. Yes, yes, whatever you say. I have checked the headquarters and made sure to destroy all research materials left behind. As for the survivors, I am afraid the only one remaining is the Chalia kid I rescued earlier. Poor kid. Well, at least it seems that he will be in good hands. So, what's the agenda now? Lithiel, are you good to move? Yes, I'm as fit as a fiddle. He rose up and Altu realized that the gaping wound at his stomach has now almost completely closed. I'm returning to the underground library. What are you going to do, Keisha? I have something to take care of in Al Sharan. I will join you in the underground library to sort things out, Lithiel. I... All right. What about you, Altu? Where are you heading off to now? Me? My stomach. It hurts. I don't know if I can travel with my body in this sorry condition. What if I suddenly lose consciousness while crossing the desert and become fodder for the vultures? What a tragic end indeed. I wonder who caused me such agony. Oh, that's right. If only I hadn't protected a certain clumsy girl, I wouldn't have sustained such a fatal injury. If only someone was strong enough with the experience of a warrior would protect me. You are such a drama queen, Lithiel. Ever considered being an actor instead? I think that job would definitely fit him better than a researcher. You are mocking the esteemed god of knowledge here, the exiled god of knowledge. Doesn't change the fact that I was once a god. Well, I suppose you did get injured for my sake. It's only right that I will accompany you back to the underground library. It's not like I have anywhere else to go anyway. Now, who's the drama queen? Now that all's settled, I suppose this is where we'll part ways. Once I am done with settling everything, I will make sure to pay a visit to the underground library. Thanks for all your help, Lithiel. And I can't thank you enough, Altu. No, Biggie, I am glad you're all right now. I must thank you for assisting with this plan, too. Take care of yourself, Keisha. Will do. Well then, I will see you sometime soon. He's gone. Let's get going too. I hate the cold. I think I need to go and clear my head for a bit. It has been 3 days since the headquarters was destroyed. Altu had been helping Lucille out in the underground library, entertaining the exiled god's research. The underground library is warm, but it could get a bit too humid in there. Plus, now that Lithiel is forcing me to be his assistant, I would have to deal with his eccentric experiments. But it's not that bad. I can see myself staying with him for a living. Wait, what am I saying? It's not like that at all. But I suppose it has been pretty fun so far. If only we did eat silver bloom soup every day. Altu continued with her stroll, enjoying the solitude the night had provided. It was always empty in this unnamed forest, save for the active desert critters howling throughout dusk. Sometimes she wondered how Lithiel could live in such a desolate forest all by himself. Perhaps he liked the solitude. Altu, wait up. Lithiel, you, why do you have to run so fast? Sorry, I didn't realize you were following me. But anyway, can't a girl have her privacy? Do you have to follow me around everywhere? Knowing your sense of direction, you are bound to get lost. I can't lose my only assistant now, can I? Lithiel. That's a roundabout way of saying that you are worried for me. Yes, I was worried that you will somehow set the forest on fire if left unsupervised. You are a walking hazard, and I can't let you roam freely in fear that you will single-handedly destroy my ecosystem. Who do you think I am? Of course I won't do that. Safety first. You. Anyway. Take this. Lithiel had stuffed a spoonful of bitter-tasting herb into Altu's mouth without any warning. Altu tried her best not to gag, but the mere taste of it almost made her throw up. What was that? There's plenty more of that coming your way. Now say ah. Holding one spoon on one hand and a jar of God knows what on his other hand, Lithiel gave his hand a playful twirl before thrusting the spoon towards Altu's mouth. No, I am not eating that. That. What the heck even is that? It's a medicine to help your body recover quickly. Don't worry, it's especially concocted by me, so I can vouch for its effective remedy. Your concoctions are precisely why I am worried. Hey, are you doubting the fruits of my research? Now hurry up and open your mouth. No. It sounds like you want me to resort to other means to feed you. But what other means? Got you. Taking advantage of Altu's surprise, Lithiel shoved the spoon into her open mouth, earning a disgusted cry from the girl. She coughed repeatedly before eventually settling down. You jerk. Please, there's no need to thank me. It's only right that I pay close attention to my faithful assistant and help her when she's sick. You have a fever, don't you? You have been acting ditzier than before ever since we've returned from Shavia. You are not used to the extreme cold, so it's obvious your body is weakened and is susceptible to disease. The concoction I have given you should increase your body's resistance and regulate your body temperature. Make sure you take another spoonful again tomorrow. He's surprisingly perceptive. I thought I hid it quite well, but he seems to have realized that I was feeling sick recently. Thanks, Lithiel. As I said, there's no need to thank me. Besides, it's a new concoction I've made and I only have you to test it on. What did you say? No thank. Suspicious. Anyway, where are you going? Nowhere in particular. I was just taking a stroll. I see. If you have something to say, just say it. Lithiel lightly touched Altu's cheeks and she winced in pain. There's a cut on your face. I hope it won't leave a scar. I didn't even notice. Must have been when the vial I handled exploded suddenly. But don't worry, it's just a small graze. I'm sure it will heal quickly. You should know your place, Mortal. Unlike me, you lot are a fragile bunch. Even leaving an open cut like this could kill you if contaminants enter your bloodstream. Do I really need to teach you how to take care of yourself? No thanks, I'm good. Then come with me. I will apply some ointment to that cut. Thanks, Lithiel. Lithiel? This isn't the way back to the underground library, is it? I never said we were returning. We are going to a spot I frequent. It's got a nice scenery, and I usually sit there whenever I need to think. Come, we are nearly there. Okay. And along the way, Lithiel plucked a silver bloom from a bush, causing mist to swallow the area almost instantly. What was that for? You will see. Soon they arrived at a clearing where the trees thinned, the forest canopy replaced with the sight of a star-populated sky. Pretty. I didn't know there was such a sight in this gloomy forest. Now sit. He patted a tree stump, and Altu hesitantly sat on it. Look at me. Rithiel gently held her chin and rotated her face to his direction, so that her gaze was directly in line with his. Too close. Don't move. He carefully applied an ointment on Altu's cheek, its initial chilliness surprising her. With Lithiel's face hovering so close in front of her, she couldn't help but feel her face growing warmer, and it was not because of the fever. Calm down, me. There, all done. You should take better care of yourself. Even though you are a seasoned warrior, you are still a woman. A woman. I didn't know he even considered me as one. Didn't he used to call me wild monkey or kid all the time? You have been awfully quiet. Did the fever get into your head? Please tell me if you are about to pass out. I don't have the strength to carry your heavy body back. And he's back, just when I thought he was being nice for once. No, I'm fine. Thanks for treating my cut, Lithiel. What ointment did you use anyway? Isn't another one of your concoctions? No, it's just this. Lithiel opened his hand and showed her a crushed silver bloom, its stem separated from the pistil. As Altu squinted, she noticed a silver liquid oozing out of its sepal. Wait, don't tell me. Silver blooms aren't only useful for breakfast, but they also act as natural adhesives that can help close wounds faster. I have applied some to the edges of your cut. It should form a scab that keeps contaminants away to prevent infection. Yes, I think I've read this somewhere before in Lithiel's library. Thanks, Lithiel. It sure is a multifaceted flower, these silver blooms. Yeah, the product of my research. Got to be the best invention I have ever made. Alto nearly fell from the tree stump. You made the silver blooms? Well, yes. I grew this entire forest from the ground up. It used to be just a desolate desert a few hundred years ago. Why are you so surprised? Forests don't just start growing from nothing, you know. Forgive me. This is the first time I am actually in awe of your accomplishments. For once, I am aware that I am standing in the presence of an actual god. That's right. Now bask in my presence. Yes, O mighty god of knowledge, Lithiel. On second thought, don't call me by that title. It brings back unwanted memories. All right. But speaking of which, didn't you once say that gods don't exist in Gaia? You said, you said that you were human once. Did I say that? I don't think I did. You must have been hearing things. Don't lie to me. You clearly blurted it out and said it was a slip of the tongue. Busted. But it's alright if you don't want to talk about it. I was just curious, I guess. My life as a human. To be honest, I don't remember it all that well. And to tell you the truth, the other gods aren't aware of this fact like I am. They are not. They are not. The moment we turned into gods and were brought into the sky realm, all our memories as humans were erased. Then how did you The Sacred Memoria told me. It's a book that contains the true high story of this world, recording each and everyone's birth up to the moment of their death. Every human's activities, to every grain of sand. It's all recorded in the Sacred Memoria, the same book you tried to destroy. The very same. I see. The other gods made the right choice to exile him. Anyway, that day, the Moria showed me fragments of my memories as a human. It did do a good job of showing me the happiest memories, that's for sure. But I couldn't care less about what happened millennia ago. There's no need to dwell on high story. I'm more interested in what the future has in store for me, and in what I can do at the moment. What is it? If you think I am about to reveal more of the Sky Realm secrets, you won't get any more information from me. I make a strict rule not to divulge any secrets that could jeopardize the order of this world. Knowing the truth won't bring you anywhere anyway. No, that's not it. I just think that you told me what I needed to hear the most. Yes, I have been thinking about my past with Elise and Soul, and how badly I want to return to the old days again. But deep down, I know that as time ticks, we are all bound to change. Nothing ever stays stagnant. Soul and I were so caught up with rescuing Elise that we didn't even stop to realize that maybe she has discovered her calling and joined the project out of her own will. Despite her cheerful attitude, Elise has always felt like her life was controlled and trapped inside that village, like a bird in a cage. She has never said it out loud, but both Soul and I knew that deep down, Elise has always wanted to break free. And as long as she's in the village, she will never get to see the outside world. It is my own wish to bring her back, but it's not necessarily what she wants. Sorry for the long rant. It's just been in my mind for a while. No, go on. I'm listening. That's it, actually. I feel so much better now. Thanks for listening to me, Lithiel. I guess you weren't wrong when you said that this place is good for thinking. My thoughts flow out like a river here. Have you thought about what you want to do for yourself? Me. Look around. Is there anyone here besides you? All my wounds have closed. I will be completely healed by tomorrow. Nothing's keeping you here any longer. If you ever want to leave this place, just let me know, and I will escort you to Al Sharan. Well, I'm not sure where to go after this. I haven't thought about where to go. The Chrismalia project is destroyed. Elise is free, and so is Keisha. But as for me, I have always lived with the goal of finding Elise in mind. But now that's accomplished, I don't know what to do for myself. Unlike you, I think it's a bit scary thinking about the future. Lithiel rose up, ruffling L2's hair. What was that for? Thinking doesn't suit a wild monkey like you, so don't stress yourself over it. Don't worry, I'm not kicking you out. You don't have to rush in making a decision. If you do, you might end up falling into a pit of regret later on. Even though you are just a measly human, you have done a lot for me, and I can't express my gratitude enough. I'm no longer a god, and I can no longer wield magic, so I can't do much for you. But from now on, My home is your home, and I will always welcome you with open arms. This entire forest, my underground library, every petal of the silver blooms, I'm sharing them with you. Even if you leave this place and feel weary one day, you can always come back, and I promise I will be here to listen to your stories. Lithiel, thank you. So take your
Stream
time in
Elements
exploring what you want to
said,
do, and
"Stay
until you
moist, my
find your
friends,
answer,
hydrate."
you will be sticking with me as my loyal slave. I mean assistant. I heard that. But yes, I guess for now I will continue being your assistant. It's been fun. Plus, I get to hone my crafting skills. Maybe one day I will be the best craftswoman in the world. Sounds good. Nobody come back this time. I wouldn't bother. You will never beat me when it comes to crafting anyway. After all, I'm 1,000 years more experienced than you. A puny little girl like you would never match my skills. I will make you eat those words. Yeah, try me. The two continued bickering as usual, but this time the magic of Lithiel's forest made him look kinder, letting L2 see every ounce of his humanity behind his magenta eyes. He was no god to her. He was just a regular human being like herself, with a knack for initiating banters. Perhaps it was just what she needed. No fancy magic, no wild adventures, no ambition in mind. It was just her, a fussy scholar, and a place she could call home. Pyro, thank God you are all right. Elise, where are we? We are close to Listier territory. I was looking for lodging, but I didn't see any along the way. You carried me all the way here. Who else would, dummy? You are a strong woman, all right. Say, now that the Chrismalia project is over, what are you going to do? You won't give up on your ambition, won't you? Though it's true I still long for a world where everyone can use Flux. With the project destroyed, I would have to start from square one. Though that's alright. I've never agreed with Stratis's methodologies to begin with. But as for now, Pyro laid his head on Elise's shoulder, heaving a long sigh. I'm tired. Now that we are free from the project, I think I would rather spend my life with you than pursuing my ambitions. The sorcerer wrapped his arms around Elise's waist. So, have you thought of a name for our child? Elise's cheeks burned a bright red as she swatted Pyro's arm away. Well, what kind of question is that? It's still too early. I was just teasing you. But it's only a matter of time now, right? I mean, I couldn't imagine starting a family with anyone else other than you. Pyro, I'm sorry for all the trouble I have caused Elise, including what I have done to your friends. But you know what would happen to me if I dared disobey Luctus's commands. I know. He's being controlled too. Look at that. He's got crystal in his chest too. Look at that. He's being controlled too. Come on, don't look so sad. I'm sure they are fine. Pyro gently took Elise's hand in his. The two continued walking under the flurry of snow. You know, Pyro, I have actually been thinking about it. About what? A name for our child. But it was just a joke. If I had a boy, then it's Eric. And if it's a girl, then Erica. How did you come up with those names? I have been thinking about it for a long time, okay? Sounds like you are more enthusiastic about this family thing more than I was, Elise. Well, what is that supposed to be? Eric, Erica. I suppose that's not too bad. They will grow up to be as wise and strong as their mother, no doubt about it. And I hope they aren't as stubborn as their father. Elise. Oh, such cuteness. Kind of nice that they added the end there with them, so you pretty much get all the character things there. That's pretty cool. That said, it is time for me to go get food things. So here's the raid message. We'll go raid a cutie.
Uwu Turtle Time
And
Uwu.
maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Fantasy.